We're face to face. And never mind. The quiet stars are burning in the night. And quiet gentle memories rise up to shine bright. If the warmth know the moonlight ends our story, let the time flow and let's take together for eternity. And forevermore, baby, in Neverland, your touch becomes a magic spell. 'Cause of my heart shell and hand in hand, we dive into the clouds and praise, sipping a cup of dreaming face to face, dreaming face to face, dreaming face to face, symphony of grace. Bodies floating on waves of delight, and my aloneness melody sets up to take flight. If the warmth know the moonlight ends our glory, oh, at the time flow, let's go together in ecstasy, oh. To the paradise, baby, in Neverland, your touch becomes a magic spell. 'Cause of my heart shell and soul stand, surrounded by some mind so coy, love and joy in Neverland. Your touch becomes a magic spell. 'Cause of my heart shell and hand in hand, we dive into the clouds and praise, sipping a cup of dreaming face to face, dreaming face to face, dreaming face to face, symphony of grace.
Not even lying. I'm not even a liar, bro. Helper, I only have 1 digit. Nah, this is a liar. You cannot only have 1 digit in your bank account because the bank doesn't allow you to do so. You need to at least have 20 ringgit in your bank account. This is the real liar. Yeah, this is the real liar. You need to have at least 20 ringgit in your account, man. This is the real liar, man. I'm not lying. That's why I say it's double digit. Double digit can be only 50 ringgit. You see? Want to lie also don't know how to lie. The real liar is there, man. This guy. Nah, bro, you stop lying, man. This guy, man. This guy. Yes, this guy. Right. Without further ado, let's jump into NIKKE. Oh my god. Send me 10. Nah, bro, no money. I send you 10, I eat grass, bro. Legitly no money. Legit poor.
Will thou come view
Poor
the
guy
flowers?
here. Alright. Can I get 30k? 30k. Pelika also don't have 30k, man. Don't lie, you fool. Yeah! I'm not lying. I am poor. What are you talking about, man?
That concludes today's lesson.
I'm not lying. I am poor. Real. Based on an incredible true story. Bro, eat good every day. No, no such thing. I only had porridge yesterday, sadly. Yeah. Is everyone here? For today's special lesson, we are doing teamwork training. Teamwork training? What does that involve? First, could everyone split into pairs? I'll only read rice and salt. Liar! Liar! This guy lying again. Why you like to lie, Reese? Can you stop lying for once? Can you stop lying for once? No cap. Liar! Nah, bro. I never lie, man. I never lie, bro. Scammer. Nah, bro. Ain't no scam. Where scam? Scam what? Why I scam from you? Nah, bro. Lying. You defaming me. The students look confused, but do as they are asked. Sorry, my mic is going off. Okay. I guess I should choose a partner too. Pair with Purity. Purity, let's team up. Huh? The two of us? Yeah, we need to show the students how it's done, right? Sure. Okay. Don't goon, bro. No such thing as gooning here, man. I turn on the monitor. Partner balance. Nikkes usually fight together in squads. The most important thing when you're out there putting your lives on the line is teamwork. You need to have each other's backs. That's why we came up with this game. It's a full body exercise that requires you to rely completely on one other to achieve balance. It's meant to be fun and help you grow closer to each other. All you have to do is recreate the poses you see on the screen. This one's easy. One person gets down on one knee, and the other grabs their shoulders and does push-ups. I'll kneel down, Ein. I'm older after all. Right. But if you're the one kneeling, it might be hard for me because you're so short. What did you just say? Nothing. I'll do what I can. I'll go ahead and be the one to kneel. Why? Because you probably need the exercise more than I do. Alright. I grab the shoulders of the kneeling Privity and start doing push-ups. I'm sorry to ask this, but could you breathe just a little more softly? How am I supposed to do that? It's strenuous exercise. Maybe you could exhale when you straighten your arms? Your breath keeps tickling my neck. It's only then I notice that every time I go down for a push-up, my face is getting quite close to the nape of Privity's neck. It must have really tickled. Her shoulders are super tense, as though she's trying to keep her composure. I blow gently. Yeah. What are you doing? You made a weird sound. You're the one who did something weird. Looks like the screen just changed. Let's change positions. Okay. Now, the person who was kneeling puts both hands on the floor, lifts their legs and rests them on their partner's shoulder. And then their partner does squats. Wait, I have to put my legs on your shoulders? I'll lift my legs. Could you crouch down a bit? I'm already crouching. I can't reach my legs up that high. Shouldn't I just be the one in front? No, I'm older. I'll do the harder part. But you're making it harder on... Never mind. I'll just lay on my stomach. Ooh, my legs reach now. This pose is a little different. If it's too much for you, let me know. We can switch. Purity's legs are resting on my shoulders. And right in front of my eyes is Purity's butt. Damn! Ah! What is it? Are you hurt? This might be harder than I expected. Should we switch places? Don't switch. I braced my legs harder against the floor. No, I'm okay. In some ways, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I have to hold out. 1, 2. Every time I bend my knees for a squat, my vision is filled with priorities. Suffice it to say, my viewing angle changes. 20, 21. I can feel strength surging through me.
Hold on. You're going too fast.
I'm just getting started.
No. I'm slipping.
Purity's leg fall from my shoulders and hit the ground. Oh damn! Look at that!
Ow! I told you. You were going too fast.
You were going too fast. Face down on the floor, Purity cranes her neck to look up at me. I can keep going if you want to try again.
Forget it. Let's just move on to the next pose.
With each subsequent pose that follows, I feel more and more invigorated, while Purity seems to grow steadily more her guard, as if drained of all energy.
Stop! Stop! Ugh. That's it for today's teamwork training.
Whew, that was exhausting. I had fun. I'm craving sugar. Wanna go get some parfaits? Yeah! The students stream out of the gym. Let's clean up the mats. Okay. We wipe the sweat off the mats with towels, and together put them back in the gym supply room. That's the last one. You did a good job. You too, Purity. It was pretty tiring though. We should probably go get some... Huh? What's going on? Something the matter? The door! It won't open! Huh! I always knew you were a strong fit, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. What? You want me to feel your muscles? What are you talking about? Well, I mean it would be rude to say no. Damn. She's feeling it.
Time to show off my skills. This is pretty close to our practice drills. Just a second, teacher. Woo! That concludes today's lesson.
Oh.
Here we go. Let me run some calculations. Phew, got you. This is pretty close to our practice drills. These things are so weak. I hope you'll enjoy the fruits of my efforts. Victory! With me on your team, did you expect anything else?
Why won't this open? It won't open? I try pulling the handle again and again, but the door doesn't budge. What the? Purity calmly examines the area around the door. I heard this storage room hasn't really been used in a long time. Usually, Nikke's don't use mats like this for class. I'm guessing the room hasn't been maintained properly. She runs her finger along the door and then looks at it. It's caked in dust. Yeah, looks like it. It's fine. We can just call another teach. Uh-oh. I left my phone outside. Mr. Alicity, could you use your phone to call someone? I pat my pockets. They're empty. I think I left mine out there too. What? We might be in trouble. Hello? Is anyone out there? We're trapped in here. Hello? You're gonna end up breaking the door like that. Oh, actually, that might not be a bad idea. I can just break down the door. Calm down, Privity. Someone will come looking for us. Let's wait a bit. But, yeah, okay. Damaging property would be cost more than a couple of issues. Inside the cramped storage room, an awkward silence settles in. Unable to stand it any longer, I speak up. Privity, sit here. I motion for Privity to sit next to me on the mat where I'm sitting. You want me to sit down with all this dust? Well, I guess there's nowhere else to sit. And my legs were starting to hurt anyway. Maybe next time try not to plop down so hard. It stirs up a lot of dust. I didn't think it'd be this bad. Purity turns her head towards me to try and escape the dust. I pull out my sleeve and cover her mouth. As I do, it naturally ends up looking like Purity is leaning into me for an embrace. Oh, thank you. Purity adjusts her position slightly and shifts away from me. On such a small mat though, our hips are still touching as we sit next to each other. This mat is pretty small, huh? Should we just stand? Your legs hurt, remember? That's true. In the silence, the sound of our clothes brushing against each other feels painfully loud. How long do you think we've been in here like this? I don't know. That's another thing that having a phone would help with. Hey, isn't it kind of chilly? You think so? I feel fine. Wait, are you feeling sick? I sweat a lot during class. Now that it's cooling off, I'm starting to feel cold. Oh no! Maybe there's something I could cover you with. What is this trap? Hello, Yen. This is best trap of all time, man. She stands and looks around the storage room. Really, Privity? What? Oh, you're right. We should break the door. I spread my arms. When you're cold, aren't you supposed to warm up by hugging someone? Got me for real? What did you just say? Where did you even hear that? Brr, I'm so cold. Well, if you're that cold, I guess I don't really have a choice. Slowly, Privity comes over and leans into my arms. Atlas Uwu mode, yes. How's this? Do you feel any warmer? Our clothes might be getting in the way. I don't actually feel that much warmer. Huh? You look kind of pale. Wait, are you really sick? Did you think I was joking? Well, yeah. I thought you were just messing around. No, I've actually been getting colder for the last little while. Purity pushes me down onto the mat. Purity? Take off your shirt. Wow, look at you being all assertive. I'm serious. She starts unbuttoning my shirt, one button at a time. Damn! Purity? Your temperature's dropping. She carefully wipes me with a towel, then takes off her jacket and pulls me into an embrace. Damn! Look at that! Holy fuck! What is this? What is this? Holy moly! Holy moly! We won, guys. We won. We won. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Oh, hold on. I need to tune the microphone settings real quick. Yep. We won, guys. Yep. You can get anything better than this. Definitely. It's warm.
You're freezing. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Are you okay?
Yeah. I think I am now that you're holding me.
Smooth.
Her slightly coarse clothes brush against my skin, and I feel her weight press against me, rigid but gentle. What do we do if someone comes and finds us like this?
What do you mean? It's not like we're doing anything weird.
Well, to me it is. We are doing something weird, right? I mean, you're basically like that. Crazy, man. This is crazy.
I'm just helping to get your temperature up since you're so cold.
True. I lift my arms and embrace Parvati. Aww. I'm glad we got trapped here.
What? How could you say that?
Getting stuck with the girl you like is something that you just about every guy dreams of at least once.
The girl you... What?
The girl you like. You like me too, don't you, Privity?
What are you talking about?
What? So you hate me?
No, of course not.
Then you like me.
That logic makes no sense.
With my body warming up and my heartbeat nice and steady, I start to feel drowsy.
This might not be the right time, but can I ask you something?
Sure.
Would you like to...
Footsteps echoes in the distance. Your shirt! Put it on! As Purity jumps up, the warmth disappears. I thought you said it wasn't anything weird. Still, someone could get the wrong idea. Hurry, get dressed. She runs to the door. Help! Help us! We're trapped inside here! The footsteps draw closer. What were you about to say earlier? You're still not dressed? Put your shirt on or I'll never tell you. Don't get dressed. Satisfied with seeing Purity's face turn bright red, I put my shirt back on. Is someone in there? Are you alright? Yes, we're here. Please open the door. The door opens with a clack. Wait, aren't you teachers? Yes, thank you for your help. The door just auto-locked on us. I'm guessing it hasn't been used in a while. Someone should probably schedule an inspection. I see. Were you trapped in here this whole time? Yeah. Just the two of you? Yes. Is there a problem? No, it's just, there are emergency buttons for precisely such situations. We tell all the teachers about them. The one for this room is right here. Huh? I don't think I ever heard about that. That's right. I did actually hear about it. I must have forgotten in all the confusion. Well, good thing I found you before you were in here for too long. It's pretty hot in here, huh? Yeah. Anyway, thank you for helping us. We should get going. After you, Mr. Alicetti. Okay. Having been luckily found by the guard before too much time passed, we are able to return safely to our rooms. Okay.
Deploying formation. Activating reloading mechanism. All clear. I'm glad this battle ended safely.
Shit. Wrong, guys. Something is wrong with my monitor again. Oh. This monitor is having a lot of issues lately. Yeah, it's my side monitor. It's my left side's monitor. It's not doing its job. Hold on. Yeah, something's wrong. Ugh. Hold on, guys. Oh, I can't put anything important on my left now. Monitor's busted. Oh, fuck. Yeah, something's wrong with the monitor. I'm just gonna set it for now. Hold on, guys. Okay. After the incident where Privity and I got locked in the storage room together, the school bell rings. Purity, the bell rang. Huh? Oh, right. Let's go to class. As she starts to move, Purity accidentally drops her pen. Oops, my pen. We both reach for it at the same time. Ah, our hands touch. Sorry, it's my pen, so I'll pick it up. Purity quickly grabs the pen. Let's head to the classroom. Yeah, sure. The school bell rings. Lunchtime, a few days later. The teacher's office door slide open. Teacher, do you want to have lunch with us today? Ziwei brought a tons of food in her lunchbox. I woke up early, so I started to pack my lunch. And before I realized it, I packed way more than I can eat. Oh, sounds good. I glanced over at Privity. Would it be okay if Miss Privity came along too? Yeah, totally. There's plenty to go around. Oh, actually, I'm fine. You all go ahead and enjoy your meal. Are you not feeling well? It's nothing big. My stomach's just a little upset, so I was planning to skip lunch today. Enjoy your meal. Purity leaves the teacher's office. Huh? A few days later after school. That's it for today. Good job, everyone. Thank you. We're all going to the grocery store together. Wanna come with us? To the grocery store? Why? The sweets in Naru's mouth are all gone. If I don't get more, Naru will be sad. I'm pretty sure it's you who will be sad, not them. Anyway, since we are going to the grocery store, we were going to pick up some snacks. Come with us. So by picking up some snacks, you actually meant get Mr. Atlas City to buy us some snacks? Was it that obvious? Hmm. Hold on. I should let Miss Privity know first. I turn around and look towards the podium, but Privity isn't there. She must have already left. I knew it. I felt it for the last few days. Things with Purity are awkward now. At first, I thought it was coming from a place of excitement and nervousness, but I'm starting to think that's not it. She hasn't looked very well lately either. Teacher? Sorry, are you heading out now? I'll come with. Woohoo! This brand makes the best sweets. They're a bit pricey, but we've got a great teacher who I'm sure will buy them for us. I swear, you got no shame, Ray. Not that I'm one to talk. While Ayn and Rain are picking out snacks in the aisle, I'm looking for something to get for Purity. Hmm, supplements for fatigue. Snacks. She's been looking a bit tired lately. This would be good for her. I pick up an expensive box of supplement drinks that are filled with all sorts of vitamins and minerals. What's that? Supplements drinks. Are you meeting with a student's grandparents or something? Yeah, isn't that what old people take? Someone I know hasn't been really feeling well. Oh, have you finished picking up your snacks? Yep. Look at how much we got. I look in the basket and see enough sweets piled up to stock a vending machine. Oh, that's more than I expected. Most of it's for Naru. Well, we certainly wouldn't want Naru to starve. It's my treat, but just this once, okay? Woohoo! You're the best! Best teacher ever! After finishing up the grocery store, we head back to the dormitory. We'll share this with the other kids too. Thank you very much. Alright, see you tomorrow. The two bow politely and head off. Instead of returning to my own room, I make my way towards Privity's. Okay, we made our way to Privity's room. There's no response. Ah! There's a loud noise from inside. Did she fall? Who who is it? Her voice sounds hoarse and she has a slight slur to it. Has she been drinking? Privity, it's me. That sounds like. No way. The door opens just a crack. Mr. Alicity? What are you doing outside my room? You didn't seem to be feeling well, so I got you some supplement drinks. Supplement drinks? Yeah, mind if I come in for a moment? You want to come in? My room's a mess. That's fine, I don't mind. Hmm. Purity looks extremely hesitant, but also doesn't seem to want to turn me away after I came here bearing gifts. So after a moment of deliberation, she opens the door. Thank you. It looks like she was drinking beer earlier. There are empty cans on the table. Were you drinking alone? Um, yeah. I didn't take you for the type to enjoy drinking alone. I mean, it's alright. Uh, my head. Here, drink one of these. I pull a bottle from the box of supplements and hand it to her. Thank you. Ah, I really needed that. Is the reason why you haven't been feeling well lately because you've been drinking? Oh, you noticed? I've been careful not to let it affect work, but for some reason, I couldn't stop yesterday and ended up overdoing it. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Did something bad happen yesterday? Why do you suddenly drink so much? No, nothing like that. I just had a lot on my mind. Like what? Um, if you asked me like that just a little while ago, I would have had the courage to tell you. But now I've sobered up a bit. In that case, want to drink some more? What? You want to have a drink? Here? Now? Hmm, I finished drinking that supplement just now, and there's no other food to eat, so I was planning on stopping. Oh, yeah, okay, makes sense. Still, you shouldn't drink alone from now on. Call me and we can drink together, got it? Oh, yeah, okay. That should help prevent me from getting really drunk again. Yeah, there's that, but also drinking together is just more fun. You can rely on me for a bit more, you know? I, I'll try. Thank you for coming over. No problem. See you tomorrow. After chatting with Purity a little longer and confirming that she has mostly sobered up, I return to my room. Next time, maybe we can talk more. Hmm. Okay. We got a special announcement today, so we'll end class a little early. It's about the most important event this semester. The most important event? Ah, as long as it's not something like a mock exam. Tension begins to fill the classroom. Whew! I am, of course, referring to the festival. Huh? There's going to be a festival? That's right. As you all know, our school is very closed off. Because of that, the school's public image has gradually worsened. In an attempt to improve our image, we're going to hold a festival that will be open to the public. Oh, so it'll be like the festivals other regular schools have? Yeah, that's correct. Each class and club will need to decide on a theme. Wow, that sounds fun! It would be nice to have a break as well. I wonder what our class will end up doing. How about this? A race with all the Narus! Wouldn't that be a little hard for some of the visitors? Then how about a candy eating contest where you have to eat candy in a single bite? I'm not sure that would work either. I think it'd be nice if we did something that everyone could enjoy together. Hmm, I never really expected that we'd have a festival, so nothing's really coming to mind. Akana, do you have any ideas? I think I'll be doing something with my club instead. Really? Hmm. Everyone tosses around ideas, but nothing gets decided. It seems like it's time for me to step in. Can I suggest an idea? Oh, what is it? How about a maid cafe? Huh? Hold on, Mr. Alicity, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Miss Purity, didn't you say you work at a maid cafe before? Whoa, does that mean we are going to wear maid outfits? Maid outfits? That sounds a bit embarrassing. Do we really have to wear maid outfits? I doubt they'll expect that much from students. I'm sure just saying welcome, master would be enough. You think so? Serving customers should be easy enough. Ugh! Purity's face turns bright red as she glares at me with resentment. This is just one idea. Nothing decided yet. So if you have a better idea, please feel free to share. Just then, Amy quietly raises her hand. Yes, Amy? Do you have a good idea? Hmm, I don't want to participate. Sorry? Isn't this supposed to be a place where Nikkes are supposed to train and prove themselves? I didn't come here to make a spectacle of myself. Make a spectacle of yourself? That's not what this is about. With all the pressure you face at school, we just want to give you all a little time to enjoy yourselves. But earlier you said it was to help improve the school's public image. That's the part of it, of course, but that's not the whole reason. More than anything, we want you to enjoy your time here at school as just normal students. Normal students? If we participate in the festival, do we automatically pass the next exam? Festival preparation will take up a lot of our time after all. Uh, well, that's something I've yet to confirm. Oh! Amy immediately gets up and heads to the door. Amy! As soon as the bell stops ringing, Amy leaves the classroom. Purity looks at me. Drinking date strong ties required? Maybe you should have a counseling session with her. Counseling? Really? You saw how that conversation just went. Also, if we called it counseling, won't she feel even more pressured? Still, she needs someone to talk to. Mm, yeah, okay. Mm, The next day after school, we call Amy to the teacher's office. Amy sits across from us, her expression stiff. Amy looks back and forth between Purity and me, bows deeply, and leaves the office. Me? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it does. Purity, I think you're drinking a little too fast. Yeah, why not? Down the hatch. Cheers. We continue to drink until we black out. Moving forward, we temporarily set aside the things we felt while at the school, including the special feelings we have for each other, and becoming good drinking buddies, sharing in our hardships and joys. A few days later, the MMR vocational school officially begins preparing for the festival. Normal ending. There are choices that everyone knows they shouldn't make, yet they are still drawn to them. I'm no exception. After all, you can never tell if the choice will lead to a bad outcome or a surprising good one. Drinking buddies, excellent teacher certificate. Damn, okay. I may now see the other branches, but not everyone is good at this kind of games though. Hmm. Wow, so much to complete. No wonder someone said like it took them like 3 hours to do it. This one we need to have like some sort of a tie thing, right? At least there's this button. Yeah, that one doesn't branch out with. Snacks. Some simple snacks probably the best. Yeah, this one caught my eye. This one's really good. Personally, though, I recommend the chocolate over the strawberry. Alright, thanks. Have you two finished picking yours? Somewhat expected. Head towards the dormitory. Okay, then we go to Priority's room, right? Then we proceed with this one. Doing. I hold out a bag of snacks. Care for some snacks for when you drink. It's a bit messy inside, but you want to come in? Sure. Yes. Looks like you already down a few cans. I still have some alcohol left, but I didn't have anything to snack on, so I was just going to stop. And then, surprise! You showed up at the perfect time. Damn. Purity looks through the snacks in the bag. Oh, this one right here is really good. You're gonna drink too, right? Yeah, I'll take whatever you got. Purity seems more excited than usual. The alcohol must be kicking in. Cheers! Ah, that's great. The snacks are good too. You're in a good mood. Of course I am. I wanted to have just one more drink, and now I've got snacks to go with it. Also, I wanted to see you, and now you're here. Normally, Privity would panic at what she just said and then acted upset to hide her feelings. But instead, she just giggles and takes another sip of beer. Privity? Yes? Have you been drinking a lot by yourself like this lately? Yep. At first, I told myself I just have one drink since I have so much in my mind. But then I started to enjoy it, and it get me in a good mood. So I've been doing it pretty often lately. I really need to be careful not to make a habit of it though. Does that mean the reason you didn't seem to be feeling well today was because of. Was it that obvious? I knew it. The stuff I was drinking yesterday just tasted so good I couldn't stop. But then I got a pretty bad hangover. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I swear. I know better than anyone that I can't allow this to interfere with my work. By the way, were you worried? Yeah, of course. Is that why you came to see me? Yeah. Huh. I guess maybe not all hangovers are bad. Did something happen to you recently? Huh? Why? It's just a little weird that you suddenly start drinking so much. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. To be perfectly honest, nothing has happened lately. So much nothing between the two of us. Huh? What do you mean? You remember the day we got trapped in the storage room, right? After that day, I really thought something would happen between us. I mean, sure, I didn't do anything either, but still, I thought we at least have one of those whatchamacallist situationships. That's what they call them, situationships. I thought we at least have one of those, but nothing changed between us. Every time I see you, my heart feels like going to burst, and yet you act like nothing's different. And if that weren't bad enough, you're so ridiculously popular that the students are always trying to spend time with you. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. Slow down a sec, Privity. Just calm down. This is my first time dealing with feelings like this, so I don't know what to do. That's why I've been getting a little help from alcohol. As I watch Privity open up so casually about how she's been feeling, I'm reminded of just how powerful alcohol really is. Beer required? You're really drunk, you should probably get some sleep. I'm not the one who's drunk, you are. Let's do it in your room, not mine. Okay. But it doesn't allow me to get beer though. Why I have nothing? Okay, skip. Oh wait. Nothing much? Okay, there's no. It's because of you. How far would we have gone? How can I focus at work if I keep thinking about those sorts of things? I guess I'm still drunk. Thinking about the festival soon and worrying about whether we'll be able to do a good job, and sounds like it. You can rely on me a bit more, you know. Don't drink alone next time, drink with me. Expected you to see my room like this. The hungover cure, damn. Wow, there's so much of this though. I need to personally look at one by one. Oh my god. I don't have much dating games experience in my brain cells, but I think this thing is something for my good friend Archangel TV, man. He definitely played through this like crazy, like a madman. Right. I think I will do those in my other time. Right. Time for girls frontline. Girls frontline. There's so much of branches of story, it just makes my brain hurt sometimes. Me up for a minute, and then I feel alive, don't wanna stop. Can you see it for the first time? There's an update. What the fuck? Oh. Not sure why game capture is not capturing this somehow. It'll find a way to capture it. Fuck it, it's fine. Oh yeah, hunting supplies. I think we got what we need. Hmm? Hmm. Still no close assault. Guess I'm just unlucky then. Right, let's continue. Continuing where we left off yesterday. Ugh. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. This is the only thing that Alva can feel right now. It's as though she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe or move. Roar slams into her ears, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of chewing. They are elites. These aren't the usual elites creatures, but human-based infected, surging towards her like a flood. Alva has never seen such a variety of elites before. Yet the monster before her eyes take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects. Still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, as so Alva fights back with all her might, her guns spewing fire and bringing down one elite after another. However, more elites rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even smell the charred odor in the air. However, these monsters appear to have no fatigue or pain. There are far, far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's nervous cloud. A profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower her gun. At the sound of a sharp rebuke behind her, her frame shudders as she frantically reloads and starts shooting once again. Angie emerges from behind her cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up, and she is barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she is just the same as she used to be. After emptying her last magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming type before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. Angie retreats and Alva immediately follows her. Angie pulls out a detonator and tosses it to Alva. The elite horde has already swamped their previous positions. Alva presses the detonator without hesitation, and explosions erupt. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying. At this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station, and Angie is leading her deeper inside. Angie and Alva run over to the platform. Rail lines extend as far as her eyes can see in either direction, but there are no train carriages with the station. The place where the train slow should be is instead full of monsters, their eyes filled with savagery. They emit low growls as they slowly begin to close in. Alva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is the final magazine that's already loaded into a rifle. Meanwhile, Angie pulls out the MP443 at her waist and her combat knife before smiling bitterly at Alva. Countless elites flood the train station, but the train Angie is talking about does not arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays into the elite horde with all her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes them while her bayonet gleams coldly. Where is the rest of Task Force Defy? Why aren't they here to protect Angie? That's right. How's Angie doing? Alva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection in this desperate situation. She tries to call Angie's name, but she's unable to project a sound. It's certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned out by the thunderous roars of the elite horde. Her throat feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. The only thing that leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. She desperately opens her mouth, but all she manages to do is inhale more of the choking air. She sees Angie. Angie is standing close by, facing away from her as she struggles violently against the elites. It's as though she can't see Alpha. Her gun spews flame as she pulls the trigger without stopping, bringing down one elite after another. However, there are simply too many elites. They are like an endless tide, wave after wave waving in with no end in sight. Several elites have already fallen around Gilia, but even more elites are already lunging at her. One of them pounces behind her, its sharp claws seeking her exposed back. Angelia nimbly evades it, but another elite charges her from the side. She opens fire and kills that elite, but even more rush up and surround her. Angelia's movement begins to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber. For all her strength of will and extensive training, she is ultimately only a human being. Atlas City Line 2 Gigilium, welcome in Spore. Her body bears several wounds and fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the elite have already surrounded her as well, to the point where she can't even take a step forward. All she can do is watch the hot swallows up Angie, powerless to help. This powerless is very familiar. A huge elite throws herself at Angie and knocks her to the ground. Elva reflexively reaches for the gun at her waist, but her hands finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Angie's pistol on the ground. It is the MP443 that has accompanied her for 10 years. Angie tries to struggle to her feet, but the elite's sharp claws have already pierced deep into her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes instantly. It is a more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed when a doll's synthetic skin is torn open. Angie collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Elva can also see that she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and a refusal to accept her fate, there's no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly as though she's trying to tell Elva something. However, Elva cannot make out what she's trying to say. All she can hear are the howls and roars of the monsters. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground and all the surrounding sounds vanish, as though Elva had gone deaf all of a sudden. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the elite attacking her and shouts at Elva in a word of silence. Her voice is clear and almost deafening. How was the last stream? It was okay. It was okay. It was good. Sound suddenly returns to the world. The elite's howls pierce the silence first, then the urgent blare of train horn as it thunders into the station. She can also hear machine gun firing from behind her. The elites around her collapse to the ground. Damn! Just want to let you know she died. Okay? Everything that we are looking right now, it's her neural cloud and a simulation in her head. Because she got captured and they are trying to do electronic warfare on her mind to get information extract out from her brain. So they are actually projecting a scenario to her, and this is currently going on. So RPK16 is actually dead, by the way. She's actually dead in Girls Frontline 1. Alright, just letting you guys know. The door with the machine gun winks, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down one mob of elites after another. Her smile is as mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, RPK-16's LMG falls silent. All Elva feels is a stabbing pain in her neural cloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. The trains brakes shriek as they engage, and it slowly grinds to a halt amidst a spray of sparks. Then the door to its cabin suddenly flies open as though it were waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth to ask what is going on, but she doesn't get the chance to say anything because RPK-16, still smiling, suddenly raises her hand and shoves her onto the train. Aww. The force of the shove sends Alva rolling over the floor of the cabin. The door immediately closes and the train begins to move. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it. Through the glass, she sees the doll who calls herself Embla walking slowly towards Angelia. Meanwhile, more and more elites rush towards them, and soon they are buried beneath a type of corpse. No matter how Alva shifts herself, she can't see them. Hold on, guys, waiting for it to load. System. Oh, okay. Easy. Elva suddenly snaps awake. Her originally blurred vision begins to focus. Her frame's function quickly recover, and the scenery before her gradually focuses into a cold white expanse. She is lying in a half-sealed capsule, and the cables used to assault her neural cloud are still connected to her access ports. This place is cramped. She is surrounded by icy cold metal on all sides, covered in a complex array of wiring and indicator lights. Her body is bound to a chair. She is unable to move except for some small head movements. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out to be the running noise of various pieces of equipment which make her feel anxious and uneasy. A wave of dizziness washes over Alpha, and she even feels the phantom pain of severed limbs as simulated nociception signals assault her neural cloud. The signals feel incredibly real, so real that she's actually experiencing a sense of weightlessness, as though her body no longer belongs to her. They force activated all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links, so experience during this enhanced interrogation session is as close to a human's as possible. She even experienced that ordeal in level 2 as a human being would. All this manages to disorient even that the present alpha. Her neural cloud is slow and chaotic, like she's been forcibly subjected to excessive input. It takes her nearly 20 seconds before she can come to her senses and start thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2 layer with huge amount of sensory data, simulating human level torture induced suffering in a final attempt to overwhelm her operating logic. They are also attempting to override Elva's original cognitive processes with large quantity of phantom signals, aiming to force her defensive system to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alva thus woke from her nightmare. Alva falls silent. Had she awoken from that nightmare before or because of Angelia, or was it because of her? As she peers through the observation port of the neural capsule, Elva can see the spacious lab where she had been just a while ago. The researchers in white are working on the lab instruments and recording data. They don't seem to have noticed that she's woken up. Elva frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing of time in level 2, and her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes. Or maybe it's been a full day and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. While Elva is pondering this, she suddenly notices a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit looks very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. There is an anxious, frightened look on his face, and his forehead is covered with sweat. Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious that he's forcing it. Eva can tell that he's wounded, even from a distance. Igla maintains her calm bearing even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard. The guard gulps, his throat shifts visibly as she swallows, but he does not answer Igla's questions right away. Igla's frown deepens. A flicker of unease passes through her eyes though as though she already knows his news is not good. More sweat beads on the guard's forehead. He knows that no matter how hard he tries, there's no avoiding what's coming next. Igla's gaze is gentle but still terrifying. He takes a deep breath, then finally manages to work up the courage to speak. But before he can even finish explaining why is he here, hearing that key phrase causes Igla to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by a rage savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. The man frantically tries to explain himself like he's pleading for his life. Igla's face goes pale. She lets go of the man. He drops to the ground amidst a fit of coughing. She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. It looks like it's been custom made, and its gold plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression on her face, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Shilovek, who's spinning lazily in her chair. She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. Its primitive black powder propellant belches a thick gun smoke cloud. Shilovek's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her body crashing into the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly, and then she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go wide as he covers his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in the line of duty. But right now, he is terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Elva observes all this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but no surprising. Elva has already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Shilovek's collapses, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all starts to collapse lifelessly one after another. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab suddenly comes to life. It looks like the sleep capsule Elva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with a dazzling light. There's a burst of noise of machinery runs and gears engage, and then the capsule hatch slowly opens, emitting a cloud of white vapor. A naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in whips of what looks like some sort of refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for a lab coat from a nearby pack and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapse, so researchers who look like puppets with the strings cut all begin to slowly get back up. They appear as though they had been recalled to life and carry on with their task like nothing had happened. The woman from the capsule sighs heavily, but her tone is theatrical and mocking. Hello, brother. How is it going? Hi, Midori. Welcome back, man. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it. But it's plain to see that she looks identical to Shilovek, who's lying dead on ground. As she says this, she snaps her finger like she's performing a magic trick. In response to a signal, several researchers, like the one who cleaned up the coffee spill before, promptly appear from a corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and bloodstains. Hold on, guys. I need to grab my water real quick. Be right back. Right, sorry about that. Their movements are swift and practiced, as though they've rehearsed this countless times before, or maybe they've had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood and revaxing the floor, everything is back to how it originally was. It is as though nothing had ever happened. Oopsie. The guards scramble. The guards scramble out of the lab. Cream. As granted, as if granted a stay of execution. After watching the guards scramble away, Igla turns to regard the brand new Shilovek. A wisp of smoke coils up from the barrel of Igla's gun as she takes aim at Shilovek again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Shilovek's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. However, Shilovek doesn't seem the least a bit afraid of her. All she does is shrug in mock ignorance as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this was why she could appear again like nothing had happened even after committing suicide. Shilovek follows her gaze back towards its source and realizes that Elwa is awake. She bats her eyelashes and opens her mouth in parody of surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Elwa coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What a disgusting technology. Igla narrows her eyes and studies Shilovek. She takes note of the latter's antiques, but she doesn't seem to care about them. Shilovek turns in place like a kid, her lab coat flaring out in the air around her. Shilovek affects a look of vexation, and then she throws herself back into a chair and kicks her legs like a child. Igla's face turns pale and a momentarily panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holsters her guns, and her movement regain the usual smoothness. Her voice is calm again, but the chilling threat she utters is more terrifying than any shout that can ever be. She shoots one last icy look at Shilovek before turning to leave. She doesn't bother with affecting elegance. Her priority is returning to Orphaluni and the lab's post face. Dropping Lucky. Thank you, Lucy. Her footsteps fade into the distance and vanish. Whoosh! 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 All that remains in her wake in gunsmoke and stench of blood. After Iga leaves, Shilowex jumps out of the chair. She spins around happily like she's putting on a show in this lab which only has marionette dolls in it. Elwan knows Shilowex is talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Shilowex skips over to Alva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet makes a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva inside the capsule. She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art or a beloved toy. Alva looks at the Nito researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and weariness. She has no idea what this woman is up to. Hmm. Silhouette heaves a theatrical sigh, her face falling into gloom before brightening suddenly with a huge smile. She indicates herself with her right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there is a frigid edge to it. Shilowex bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window, like she was rapping on a pet's fishbowl. Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel in front of the hibernation capsule, shoves away the marionette doll working there, and begins operating the instrumentation herself. The capsule emits a low hum in response to Shilovic's manipulations, and Elva feels her mind go blurry again. Darkness envelops her once more. The last thing she sees before she passes out is Shilovic's playful, excited expression. And then she plunges into darkness. But this time she does not know if she will be awakened again. I cut to the connection and turned to Groza and Kovni. Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight between the unknown forces and Squad 404, we rushed up to the rooftop. We smashed through the glass doors of the experimental complex and forced our way inside. In the isolation chamber where Ophelune has demonstrated Ophelune has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago. A figure sits there blankly, knees hugged to her chest. Groza and Kovni checks the surrounding. No armed personnel are in sight. I stole my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly towards that figure. Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Ophelune's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion either. I extend my hand to Ophelune. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up. Despite her tough words, Ophelune almost drops the haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own. Her voice suddenly trails off as if she's talking to herself. Ophelune's eyes flicker slightly as though a memory has been stirred. A signal for Kovni to take hold of Ophelune. This time, Ophelune obediently follows as Kovni starts moving. But just as we reach the doorway, intense gunfire erupts from below, shots and explosions coming one after another. The firefight downstairs intensifies further, and several rifle grenades come flying towards the rooftop. I shield Ophelune as we dive towards the doorway. One of the grenades hits the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters, fragments hurtling towards us under the force of the blast. Ophelune cries out, her face strained as she tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that a shard of glass has lodged itself square into her leg. Kovni picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls out the glass shard. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage meant for emergency treatment. Even as she says this, a small sob escapes Ophelune. She bites her lip hard as if ashamed of her own weakness. We proceed with extreme caution towards the air raid shelter while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks. Offoluni endures the pain along the way, still trying to maintain her pride. Offoluni's voice suddenly wavers with both nostalgia and unease. Hey, Derek! Don't come in, man! Suck water, thank you. How you doing, dude? How you doing well, man? 6-7. Not well tomorrow, OT. Today? Did you work today? Has it been busy in work? Because everyone is like balik kampung, right? Tomorrow OT. Always busy. Bro, tomorrow OT means more money. Hey, wait, hold on. Derek, I've been meaning to ask. I mean, in your line of work, right? So, because tomorrow is a public holiday, like for us and also for anyone that is Muslims, right? I mean, in Singapore, definitely there's gonna be holiday as well, like maybe 1 day or 2 day. But do you get more pay during holidays? Like, I think the standard rate is like times three, times two, times three, or something like that, right? Like times two, times three on that day. My bad. Oh, you do? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, man. Like if you know that you're taking like more tomorrow, like don't stress yourself out, man. Like legit. I try to take less OT. Yeah, dude. You just came back from Japan. And then you're already hustling like crazy already, man. Extra pay, but not times three. It's just extra pay. Ah, I see, I see. Like at least it's like something to compensate that holiday, right? I mean that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. But yeah, man, like don't strain the body too much, dude. You just came back and then like you're already OTing like crazy, dude. Yeah, we're playing Girls Run 9 too. Yeah. I look at her face, not quite sure how to feel. After passing through long corridors and descending flight of stairs, we finally reached the air raid shelter entrance that Ofuluni mentioned. During the journey, whenever her injured leg is jostled, Ofuluni would grimace from the pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. More waifu booba. Yes, more waifu booba. She then fumbles awkwardly for quite a while before finding and pressing the button, opening the door at the entrance. The blast door made of half-meter thick homogeneous steel slowly swings open. Supporting Ofluni, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2. Ah, oh, feels like a map. Feels like a map from Battlefield. Later, now field Enfield. I already played Enfield just like before stream, so we don't need to like rush Enfield today. But we'll be rushing through Girls Run 2 storyline instead today. Yeah. NIKKE also rush. I already done with NIKKE just now. So currently we are doing like Girls Run 2. Like the the story is so good. I'm now watching anime just to relax. Yeah, man. Like going through this storyline is also a way for me to relax for now, man. Like legitly, I play too much of those high cortisol games. So I need to chill the fuck down by watching storyline, man. But even this story gives me high cortisol sometimes. The attacker seems to be withdrawing because they've already received news of Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Girard group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research facility. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Kovni takes one and redresses Orphaluni's wound. Orphaluni nods in thanks to Kovni, but she is still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her. Hmm. Okay. So this attack was likely triggered by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research, or are they trying to come after the young lady? Me cannot hear this Xiao Mei Mei is talking about. Wait, you can't? Wait, hold on. If the young lady key figures Project Eden, there are certainly no. Oh shit! You can't. Wait. Oh, okay. I know what happened. Sorry about that, Derek. Thank you for letting me know, man. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
真已经进入研究所，你一定要小心。
你们真的是记者吗？总觉得从刚才的表现看你，
A sudden deafening crash interrupts Orphaluni's mid-sentence. I think the reason why it didn't have voice just now is because my second monitor had issues, and then I was doing everything in blind just now, and then I accidentally did the volume mixer. Yeah. The shelter security door is blasted open with a massive hole. The tremendous impact twists and warps the heavy steel door. As the dust settles, Igla's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of the slender rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light, mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture is immaculate, not that of a doll who blasted through a steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping into an opera house. Igla raises her gun, aiming it directly at my head. Step by step as she walks towards me.
请允许我冒昧地打断各位的谈话，若有任何不敬之处，还望海涵。
海望海涵，哇！
我必须请求诸位立即离开大小姐。
Thank you, Derek. Thanks so much, man.
若是因为迟疑而导致欧菲露妮小姐多受1秒钟的不适，恐怕我将不得不采取一些不够礼貌的手段。
Igla's voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Groza and Kovni do not draw their weapons. I lock eyes with Igla, refusing to bend to her will.
真，你总算来了！
Orphaluni's eyes glisten with joy. The composure she forced upon herself completely crumbling. Igla steps forward. The sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest, in a flawless gesture of courtesy.
大小姐，请原谅我的迟到。您受伤了。
For the first time, Igla's voice wavers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face for an instant, swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an impeccable oath of loyalty.
看到您受伤，是我作为您的助理最大的耻辱，是我无可宽恕的失职。我竟未能在您需要我的时候守在您身边，请您施予惩罚。
没什么， 本小姐不过是被玻璃划了一下而已，作为吉拉尔家的人，这点小伤根本不算什么。
您的坚强令我感动，大小姐。等我处理完这些不速之客，便带您去最好的医院，以免留下疤痕。
Igla rises from the floor in one fluid movement. Her gaze settles on us again with such icy, murderous intent it sends a chill down my spines.
各位，若是法本集团派你们前来，我想，我们或许可以进行一场更为文明的商谈。吉拉尔愿意提供10倍于你们当前报酬的酬金，以换取诸位今后不再踏足利沃夫一步。这笔财富，应足以让各位在任何一处白区，享受上等人的生活。不知您意下如何？
She thought we are from Czech Faben.
你误会了，真。其实他们是回来救我的。
大小姐，请允许我处理这些杂事，这是真的职责所在。
Igla's tone remains gentle and courteous, yet carries an unmistakably finality.
您应当一直保持内心的纯真和高贵，就像当初您在熔炉前面把我捡回来的那天一样。而这些肮脏之徒的谎言，则由我来为您辨别和剔除。说吧，你们想要什么条件，才肯释放大小姐？还是说，你们一定要逼我在欧菲路妮小姐面前撕碎你们？
你真的应该好好听听欧菲路妮的话。就算你不相信我，至少先冷静分析一下眼前的状况吧。如果我和外面的袭击者是一伙的，直接把欧菲路妮带走不就好了？还留在这个防空洞干什么？
或许这次行动的目的，只是想装成拯救者，骗取大小姐的信任，不是吗？
做这种事有意义吗？
他们在刚才的袭击中一直在保护我，而且本小姐的眼光可不会出错。被我选中进行采访的人，怎么可能是坏人？
Awfully lifts her chin proudly, though the tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes.
好吧，既然欧菲路妮小姐信任你们，我可以给你们一个解释的机会。请您这位主编解释一下，为什么您的随行人员会是持有武器的战术人形？还有在研究所外围有着鬼鬼祟祟的老鼠朝这里偷窥。我想，那些也是您的部下吧？
She actually noticed Group 2 monitoring the perimeter. As suspected, she's not an easy opponent.
如果不是法本集团的走狗，那不外乎是非军事力量管理局，或者罗联其他组织的走狗罢了。
很可惜，你都猜错了。
那请教您的所属是？
我不属于任何势力，但我的确有属于我的目的。
大小姐，您都听到了，这是个别有用心的人。现在我可以对他们动手了吧？
可是，
我来这里的一个目的，是因为我听说欧菲路妮小姐可能会有被袭击的风险，这是我带战术人形来的原因。也幸好因为有他们在，我们抵挡住了第一波外来的袭击，确保了欧菲路妮小姐的安全。我想，你应该不会看不出袭击的部队和我们的不同吧？
你是专门来保护我的？
Igla frowns. Though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately, there's no changing Awfuluni's mind about this. Awfuluni raises her hand, signaling Igla to stay her hand. As her attendant, Igla cannot disobey her order.
而我来这里的另一个目的，就是为了问欧菲路妮小姐一个真正我想问的问题。
真正的问题？
I ignore the rapier pointed at me and ask Awfuluni in an unmistakably firm voice.
欧菲路妮小姐，恐怕你的乐园计划也不像表现出来的那么简单吧？
我不明白你在说什么。关于乐园计划的事，在刚才演示的时候，我都已经给你看过了。
你之前说，你的研究曾经接受过其他科学家的技术援助，对吧？你能如实告诉我，这位其他的科学家究竟是什么人吗？
Oh, hold on, I received something. Hold on, I need to ask something real quick. Where's my Discord? Oh, they're not here. Fuck, I can't ask them. I don't know how to reply this. Oh well, it's fine. Igla posture shifts subtly, a sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward half a pace, the sound of her heels echoing clearly in the shelter.
请容我发出最终的警告，总编阁下。欧菲露妮小姐没有回答这种问题的义务。我之所以还没动手，只是因为不想让大小姐看到残酷的画面。不要将我的容忍当作得寸进尺的筹码。
Completely unlike her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakably anger in Igla for the first time. I must hit a nerve.
指挥官，我们已经瞄准那个3代人形的头部，只要你歪下头，我们就立即开枪。
Kokai's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Ofluni begins on her own.
没关系，真，这件事没什么好隐瞒的。我刚才已经跟他们说过一些了。协助我研究的那个人，同样是一位植物科学领域的专家。他之前的研究方向主攻基因工程，是10年前才转入植物科学领域的。对，就是我说的奇洛维格，他是我的好朋友。你应该也能在各种学术网站中找到他的资料。说实话，我第一次见到你的时候，和他初次见面的场景很相似。当时我在研究中遇到了瓶颈，用了很多种手段都没能攻破。虽然本小姐不愿承认，但确实是卡住了。就在那个时候，她恰好出现了。
Okay.
她不但协助我攻破了当时的技术难点，甚至还提出了更加创新的方案。而且，她完全认同我的理念，认为植物能帮助人类通向更好的未来。 就是他帮我解决了粒子变化载体的落地问题，那就是那些花朵。我很感激他，他是少数几个不把本小姐当做。
Ofluni suddenly stops, unwilling to continue.
总之，奇洛维格当时帮了我很多。好了，我的事情已经说完了。
Ofluni turns away from me. Her shoulders are trembling slightly, and her voice has lost its earlier edge.
现在，该轮到你回答了。
Her voice quivers.
你来采访我，真的只是对我的研究感兴趣吗？
是的。
但其实，你并不是什么总编，对吧？
没错，我不是什么总编，但的确，我对你的研究感兴趣。只是我感兴趣的原因。 是因为你研究的东西和一个邪教组织有关，你所说的奇洛威格，很可能就是他们中的一员。
邪教？
邪教！
帕拉蒂斯，有听说过这个名字吗
Ofluni looks bemused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
从我已知的信息来看，你所接受的，很可能就是帕拉蒂斯的帮助。
帕拉蒂斯，那个之前在德国很有名的组织吗？
那是一个存在已久，一直在污染区中使用成千上万的人当作试验品，来满足自己野心的邪教。他们原本应该已经被消灭了，但现在，这个邪教又再次死灰复燃。所以你所接受的所谓的科学援助，很可能就是人体试验的成果。
不可能！你在胡说些什么？
还记得那些昙花吗？那些所谓的用来承载粒子的植物，根本就不是自然产生的，那是被人有意培育设计，专门用来在污染区散播坍塌粒子，破坏和变异那里人民生活区域的植物。到底什么人能做到这些事？那些植物又是从何而来？你一点点都不知道吗？
我不是。
Ofluni stares at me with wide eyes, then looks away. As the errors of Gerard Group, it's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but Her nature won't allow her to lie.
你说够了吗？在欧菲路尼小姐享用午餐的时间开始之前，我必须帮她扫除一切会影响她食欲的东西。
Igla points her gun at me.
总编阁下，就从您先开始吧。
Orphaluni struggles to her feet, raises her arms, and steps between me and Igla.
大小姐，请您退后。
Panic seeps through Igla's voice for the first time. Through her grip on the gun remains steady.
听我说，朕，你一直以来都保护着我，替我做决定，替我解决一切麻烦。但这次，本小姐要自己面对。如果我连面对这些的勇气都没有，又有什么资格宣称自己要改变世界呢？
There's no trace of forced arrogance in Orphaluni's voice now, only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Igla's hands tremble slightly and she slowly lowers the gun. Orphaluni turns back and looks to me.
你刚才说，奇洛威格可能隶属于一个邪教组织，拿人体做实验，肯定是不好的。可是我从他的身上，我感受到的是对于植物科学的热情和真诚。就算他真的是坏人，他带来的知识的的确确让我的研究有了实质性的推进。
但这份知识是建立在无数无辜之人的悲惨遭遇上的。
不，你没有明白我的意思。就算你说的是真的，只要乐园计划成功启动，只要本小姐所设想的一切都能实现，我们将会为整个世界带来莫大的福祉。那些饱受辐射病困扰的人们，那些在黄区苦苦挣扎求生的人们，全部都能得到救赎。知识是没有错的，就算这份知识是由错误带来的，但是我能让它进入到正确的轨道上，这难道也有错吗？你之前也看到我的演示了吧？利用辐射转化而来的能源，可以极大提升生产效率，改善人们的生活质量，更可以帮助无数人从毫无意义的重复劳动中解放。到时候，所有人都能投身于创造性的生产中。如果我们即将迎来这样一个世界，你还能如此轻率地认为我的研究成果是邪恶的吗？科学本来就是没有立场的，决定一个研究成果的好与坏，只是取决于人们使用它的方式而已。
Okay.
你能确定你的研究结果会被如此使用吗？
我
的确，科学是没有立场的，但使用科学的人却有立场。当你无法控制科学带来的力量时，它的立场也不会再由你的意志所转移。而且，错误的方法绝不可能通往正确的道路。这是我曾经亲身经历过的事情。你也经历过法兰克福的事情，你应该最了解当时是怎么回事才对。当那些坍塌昙花收集起坍塌粒子后，这些粒子会被用来做什么事？你真的能控制吗？而你想进行的乐园计划所能收集到的粒子数量会被拿去做什么？你又能控制得了吗？
什么意思？
在我经历过的某个事件的现场，发现了大量被装进培养皿中的受害者。那是一个非法的地下实验室。那些受害者像畜生一样被塞进罐子里，而同样在罐子中的，还有与你的研究中相似的植物。它们被培养成了生骸，甚至薄芥母。如果没有高密度的粒子照射，这是在短期内根本无法做到的事。而有了集中粒子的技术，不要说生骸，说不定连薄芥母都能被批量生产出来了。你既然如此了解自己的研究，应该知道，如果利用你的计划所积攒的巨量坍塌粒子，会造成多么巨大的危害吧？你觉得这也是正确的事吗？
我完全不知道 种事。真，你听过这件事吗？
Orphaluni's voice trembled, her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind a proud facade.
大小姐，
说实话，我想听实话。
最近在某个卫星城的城郊，的确发生了一起类似的袭击事件。由于那里是吉拉尔安保集团的辖区，所以我稍微调查了一下这件事。但后来这件事被非军事力量管理局接手，具体的我就不知道更多了。
也就是说，刚才这位总编所说的，是真实存在的事实了。
我只能说有类似的事情发生，但这既和大小姐您的研究没有关系，也没有任何证据证明这和奇洛威格小姐有任何瓜葛。
好吧。
Orphaluni clenches her fist, not daring to look at me. She turns and issues an order to Igla.
真，本小姐命令你，现在马上去调查这件事，彻底调查。如果有人胆敢把本小姐的研究用来做这种事，绝对不可原谅。
现在？
没错，这份知识是为了更好的未来。以前的错误是可以被纠正的。
可是，这些人要怎么处理？
让他们走吧。
欧菲露妮小姐，我们绝对不能放他们走。
为什么？刚才你不是还想给他们一笔钱，让他们永远不要踏足利沃夫吗？
现在情况不一样了。如果放了他们，一旦他们将您接受外部科学援助的事曝光，您的研究就会毁于一旦。您真的愿意看到这样的结果吗？
Orphaluni turns back, gathering her courage to face me again.
如果你们来这里的目的只是想要曝光这件事，那大可以随便去做。本小姐相信自己所做的研究，无论它的起源如何，都是为了这个世界的未来。我还是那个观点，科学本来就是没有立场的，决定一个研究成果的好与坏，只是取决于人们使用它的方式而已。我相信，我有力量能确保我的研究 会被用在正道上。乐园计划明天就会正式启动，希望明天实验开始的时候，看到了一切的你，会改变你现在的想法。
She reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me again while speaking, to lower her weapon. Orphaluni, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress.
放他们走，毕竟他们刚才救了我。本小姐 可不想欠他们的人情。
Igla looks at Orphaluni, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods.
如您所愿，欧菲露妮小姐。
Orphaluni leaves the shelter with Igla. The research facility is now teeming with members of Girard Group and the PSA. The duo board a luxurious sedan and gradually disappear into the distance, while far behind them, a team of dolls silently follow in pursuit.
接下来的目标是
Wow, that was that was good. That was good. After the aftermath at the research facility is dealt with, Igla calmly steps into a laboratory where Elva is confined. Her footsteps strike the marble floor with precise rhythmic clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority yet landing with her likeness of a ballet dancer's pointe.
Aloha， 欢迎回来，甄小姐。
Shilowax is still wearing nothing but a loose white lab coat. She sits barefoot on a swivel chair and spinning happily, a cup of coffee in her hands nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural, while cunning and madness gleam in her eyes. She lazily swings her legs, the faint curves of her body beneath the lab coat forming a stark contrast with the laboratory's solemn atmosphere.
请原谅我的失礼。 齐洛威格女士。
Iga inclines her head slightly, then suddenly lashes out with a kick, sending a marionette doll nearby flying straight into the wall with brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human shape damned. The marionette doll dressed as a researcher sticks to the wall as if glued here, limbs hanging limp, like a mosquito slapped flat. The laboratory walls let out a groan under the strain.
天哪，野蛮鬼！
Silhouette jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed marionette doll, tilting her head to admire the artwork.
我好喜欢你这种表达愤怒的方式，比起朝我的脑袋开枪，这种有创意多了。
恕我直言，齐洛威格女士，
Iga calmly smooths her sleeves. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial.
我相信我曾多次清晰地表达过一个观点，这也将是最后一次重申。我们的合作范畴仅限于你与我之间。欧菲露妮大小姐不在此列。
哦，这可真有趣。
Silhouette claps her hand behind her back and circles Iga like a curious little girl, thinking aloud with exaggerated flair.
怎么突然提起了欧菲露妮小姐？是因为我和她的交往让你吃醋了？还是你觉得我提供了什么不该提供的给了我们的大小姐？
大小姐从来都不是你的。
那自然，但也不是你的哟。要硬说的话，我的确和甄小姐目前有一些私人往来，毕竟大小姐的功课需要有人辅导。不过我也和你一样啊，那么可爱的大小姐，相处久了，自然也会日久生情啊。
哼，
您到底在说什么？
我是在说，我这也是和你一样，为了帮助欧菲露妮大小姐嘛。哎呀，要怪就怪那个老头，都是因为奥列克那个老傻叉，居然想向非军事力量管理局的那个克鲁格低头。说白了，那个老年痴呆想把吉拉尔集团出卖给罗联政府。但是，我或者说帕拉蒂斯，我们和吉拉尔的合作可是全心全意的想帮大小姐推进她的研究，顺便让吉拉尔集团再次伟大起来哦。
倘若一切都按奥列克老爷的安排进行，吉拉尔和你们的合作就会停止。
不止，那个该死的、肮脏的、脑袋秃顶的老头子，我用拌了72号混凝土的意大利面思考都知道，他铁定会把我们出卖，作为他自保的筹码。
He suddenly stops and hops onto the lab workbench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air.
所以，我才找上你，甄小姐。你跟他不一样，你是个聪明人，但我希望的是你能代替他，在非军事力量管理局的压力下，保护吉拉尔集团，保护我们和欧菲露妮大小姐的合作。大小姐的乐园计划明天就要正式开始了吧？那可是倾注了她10年心血的研究哦。你也不想看他就这样被破坏吧？
Iga makes no response. She walks forward slowly. She stops in front of Silhouette, inclines slightly, and gently places one hand on the surface of the workbench. The moment her hand makes contact, the surface lets out a faint groan, then collapses. The entire workbench splits apart as if ripped by an invisible force, documents, instruments, and coffee cups spilling onto the floor in a chaotic avalanche. Yet Iga herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle of her clothes.
而我答应这愚蠢的、冒昧的、不可理喻的要求的唯一原因，就是为了保护欧菲露妮大小姐。如果有人妄图伤害她，不论是奥列克老爷，亦或是你，对我而言都是一样的。
哦，天哪！ 拜托，你动动脑子好不好，我亲爱的珍珍宝贝。
Silhouette nimbly hops off the shattered workbench, clapping her hands together as a manic grin spreads across her face.
我怎么会伤害他呢？难道不是我帮你搞到了奥列克和非军事力量管理局签下的协议？
Silhouette leaned close to Igla, her lips almost brushing Igla's ear.
那个老头子愿意自首所有罪行，以换取自己的人身安全。你的亲亲大小姐根本不在他的名单上。
Igla tilts her head slightly and stares at Silhouette without expression. In the next instant, with a movement too fast to see, she grips Silhouette by the throat and lifts her into the air.
我不需要你提醒。
Igla's voice is ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely now.
就算大小姐在名单上，我也不会容许这种把身家性命、大小姐的身家性命假借他人的愚蠢行为。
对，没错，没错，就是这样。
Silhouette smacks Igla's wrist in surrender. When Igla releases her, she drops to the floor.
所以，我们才得一起完成乐园计划。这是吉拉尔翻盘的唯一机会，我不是说了吗？而你的欧菲路妮大小姐，她确实是个天才科学家，聪明、勤奋，充满理想，而且还超可爱。正因如此，她才是乐园计划不可或缺的一环。就算你再在这儿杀我100次，这个事实也不会改变。而且重点是，这本来就是他的研究。因此，当这个计划成为我们的核心之后，他当然没法置身事外。而不论是为了你，还是为了我们的计划，我当然都不会伤害他。
这一点，我并无反对之意。完成乐园计划，是大小姐的夙愿。但欧菲路妮大小姐是一位尊贵的科学家，她的研究纯粹而高尚，而非您所谓的游戏或计划的棋子。
Perhaps swayed by Shilovek's words, Igla's hostility eases slightly, but when it comes to Ofaluni, she yields not an inch. Shilovek rubs her throat, rising onto her toes. She peers up at Igla with an ominous gleam in her eyes.
对，大小姐跟我这种人不一样，她可是个乖宝宝。不过嘛，说到这个，有件事不知道你有没有想过，我亲爱的珍。等乐园计划完成，吉拉尔将会赢得新的高峰，他的才能也会得到全世界的关注和认可。到时候，他体内那些有趣的小秘密也会变得特别宝贵。
Igla's gaze turns icy once more at those words. Her posture remains flawless, only the tension in her jaw betrays the slightest ripple of emotion.
恕我直言，您的暗示既模糊又无理。若您有什么想表达的观点，或许应当以更明确的方式陈述。
我只是实话实说，真相就像糖果一样，包装越精美，吃起来越美味。
Silhouette prances right up to Igla, looking up at the most powerful third-gen doll, with a smile both innocent and dangerous.
墙总是有缝隙的，甄小姐。帕拉蒂斯知道的事情，总会有其他人知道。这世界上没有真正的秘密，只有暂时还没被说出口的真相。
我是否应当将此理解为一种威胁？
Igla's voice remains courteous, but her tone is chilling. Even the air in the laboratory seems to freeze under her words.
威胁？不，那太粗鲁了。
Silhouette waves her hands exaggeratedly, then suddenly grows somber. She presses a finger lightly against her lips, her eyes flashing sharply.
我只是
提出一些善意的提醒。这对我来说当然无关紧要，我只要乐园计划圆满完成，你也可以借此让吉拉尔起死回生，而欧菲路妮大小姐也完成了毕生。虽然她的年纪谈毕生实在有点早，但总之能完成夙愿。听起来像是圆满大结局。只要不考虑在这之后可能会出现的风险问题。
Igla takes a slow, deep breath.
你有什么办法？以及你想要什么？
首先，乐园计划肯定要完成，这是一切的前提。可没什么为了保护它，所以要叫停计划的说法，那简直是最蠢的本末倒置。不过，要回避风险也很容易，只要不把它放在聚光灯下就好了。如果你能够越快越好，把欧43找回来交给我，也许我可以独立完成乐园计划呢。
She flashes a radiant smile again, a shrewd gleam dancing in her eyes.
那样的话，欧菲路妮小公主是去是留，不就全凭甄小姐一句话了吗？虽然同为科学家，这对她真是太不公平了，但
She shrugs dramatically and spreads her hands.
我更珍惜合作伙伴的感受。
这对你有什么好处？据我所知，您并非贪图虚名之辈。
甄小姐的友谊就是我最棒的糖果，而且秘密只有掌握在少数人手里才叫资源。
Silhouette winks playfully.
但所有的前提，当然还是要看甄小姐抓老鼠的本事喽。
She sends the ball back to Igla's court and looks at her expectantly, waiting for an answer. Igla's gaze flickers. In the end, she says nothing. Her eyes turn towards Alva inside the specialized hibernation capsule. Through the observation window, Alva can be seen writhing in agony within a hallucination. Igla knows Shilowek is right. No matter what, capturing Voice Mastina, retrieving O43 and completing the mission she was given from the start remain her top priority. As for Shilowek, there will be time to settle the score later. The hibernation capsule's light indicator lights flash incessantly, alarms echoing as Alva's neural data register extreme instability.
倘若没有忤逆小队的干涉，这件事本不必如此复杂。
Igla gently rests her hand on the capsule's control panel and connects her own port to it. A moment later, she turns back to Shilowek and inclines her head slightly.
我会将欧43带回，请您务必恪守承诺。这是我唯一的请求。记得你的承诺。
Inside the capsule, Alva's body convulses violently as if enduring unimaginable pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connection. Igla smooths the hem of her suit and walks towards the exit, her footsteps still calm and measured.
哎呀呀！
Shilowek watches Igla's receding back, then turns to Alva, writhing in the capsule, her expression peculiar.
这可不怪我了，亲爱的。我本来还想温柔的招待你呢，真可惜，真可惜。
She sighs, then beams brightly again, hopping back to her seat. She picks up a fresh cup of coffee and gazes at the hibernation capsule as though watching a performance.
既然命运已定，那就在死前多贡献一点资料吧，好孩子。
Alva jolts awake, gasping for air, her body shaking violently, like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Sweat soaks through her clothes, clinging coldly to her skin, making her shiver. She looks down and stares blankly at her drenched clothing in disbelief. Something feels wrong, unmistakably wrong. yet she can't quite put a finger on what. She places a hand against her soaked chest, feeling her heart hammering violently as if it's about to burst free from her ribcage, its dull pounding echoing in her ears. Sweat, a heartbeat. She looks around in a daze and realizes she is sitting upright inside a train. The train is moving at high speed. Through the window, she can see it is crossing a desert. Yellow sand stretches endlessly in every direction. Fierce wind howls, whipping sand into the air, blotting out the sky and turning the distant landscape into a hazy blur. The blazing sun scorches the earth, filling the air with dry heat, as if trying to bake everything alive. The ground is cracked and barren, with not a blade of grass in sight, a hopeless desolation. Fissures crisscrossing the land like scars speaking of utter death. This scene is painfully unfamiliar. This scene is painfully familiar to her. She has wandered aimlessly through a world like this for a full 10 years. Countless battles, countless clashes, all gradually forgotten in this contamination zone.
你做噩梦了。
Voice Mastina's voice sounds beside her, breaking the howling silence. It is soft and calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation, almost like an inorganic synthesized electronic tone. Voice Mastina is seated opposite her, cradling a massive anti-material sniper rifle. Even though the weapon's surface is rough and worn, it still reflects a harsh, piercing cold light. Alva remembers that back when Voice Mastina first realized her specs no longer gave her an overwhelming advantage over everything, she sought many alternatives. This rifle was one of them. Even so, in this desolate world, even holding such a weapon, Voice Mastina's towering figure still looked so small compared to the desert outside. Insignificant, lonely, forlorn, as if forgotten by the world. Alva's lips are cracked. She opens her mouth and it's startled by how hoarse her voice feels. She lifts a hand to her head and lets out a quiet sigh, trying to massage her temples to ease the stabbing pain. Only then does she notice her fingers trembling slightly, her palms slick with sweat. The sticky and stifling sensation is deeply uncomfortable. She takes a deep breath and steady herself, but ends up inhaling more dust, triggering a violent coughing fit. The image of Angie being swallowed by the tide of elite refuses to leave her mind, replaying again and again, tormenting her. And then there's RPK-16. Why was she the one who helped her? The one who stayed behind. The one who stayed by Angie's side.
我梦见了安杰，梦见了安杰还活着的时候，而且我没能保护好他，我又没能保护好大家。
Her trembling voice, filled with pain and guilt, breaks as though she might cry at any second. Whenever Alva thinks of Angelia, an indescribable sorrow surges in her heart, like it's being stabbed by a blade. Every time she looks back and remembers the first time they lost Angelia, she can't help but wonder if only she had been more perceptive and discovered the problem sooner, if only she had done a better job of protecting AK-12 so that she hadn't missed that decisive battle. If only she had been stronger. If only she had made the right choices. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe Angelia would still be alive. Maybe Task Force Defy would still be a whole. Maybe. But there are no maybes. Alva knows this. She knows it all too well. In this world, there are no maybes.
抱歉，失误，说了些没意义的废话。我很少做这样的噩梦。 可能只是不太习惯。
She rarely has nightmares. Strictly speaking, she almost never dreams at all.
做梦？我会做梦吗？
That's right, she is just a doll. No matter how human-like she seems, she is still a doll. Dolls do not die, nor do they have heartbeats or nightmares. They do not sweat either. She stares blankly at her sweaty, sticky hand, her thoughts momentarily unraveling.
你很有自知之明。
As Elva freezes in confusion, AK-15 suddenly speaks, her voice cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Her tone is completely different from before, cold and sharp, as if she has become someone else.
AK-15，
之前发生的这一切，安杰的死，帕拉蒂斯的4年，还有我们沦落到今天这个地步，也是因为你，因为你的无能。
Elva's head jerks up as she stares wide-eyed at AK-15, who is now on her feet, looming over her, gazing down ruthlessly. Elva's pupils constrict in shock. She can't believe her ears. She even wonders if she's still dreaming, or if she's fallen into another hallucination. Hallucination?
这里不过是2级平层中的幻象罢了。
哼，开始为自己找借口了吗？
As AK-15 looks at the shaken Elva, a smile, so derisive it is utterly out of character, appears on her face.
自从安杰离去后，我们每一天都在做着徒劳无功的事，日复一日乏善可陈地重复着摧毁帕拉蒂斯的工作。可是这一切有所改变吗？10年了，帕拉蒂斯有真正毁灭过吗？我们摧毁一座基地，就会立刻冒出2座新的。你告诉我，我们做的事到底有什么意义？
Rising higher and higher, AK-15's voice trembles with rage, hatred, and despair. Even as Elva keeps telling herself that this is only an hallucination, her view still threatens to buckle.
无论我们如何努力，无论我们付出多少牺牲，都无法将他们彻底根除。只是这样继续下去，那我们永远都在做着徒劳无功的事情。你明白吗？一切都是徒劳。
AK-15's voice has turned into a roar. Her words crash through the silent desert like a thunderclaps.
我们的一切牺牲，我们的所有努力，到头来根本没有任何意义。我们就像是被困在一个永无止境的循环之中，永远无法逃脱。而造成这一切的不是别人，是你，艾弗，全都是因为你，不是这样的。
Elva covers her ears and screams in agony. She wants to run or fight, but she can't. She can do neither. She can't move. Her body feels nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly immobile. An inexplicable terror envelops her, pinning her in place. A hallucination. Why is she so certain this is a hallucination? Who's to say the real voice Mastina doesn't have such thoughts? At that moment, AK-15 suddenly begins to move. Her movements are slow, stiff, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, or a rusted machine that squeaks and groans with every motion. As she leans in closer, her face begins to change. As it twists and distorts, her features blur like a sketch rubbed away by an eraser. Her eyes hollow out until they become black voids that seem to swallow everything. Her mouth stretches into a grotesque grin. Like a wild beast, she bears sharp fangs, sending chills down on Elva's spine. That isn't AK-15. It is herself.
你知道我说的没错，不论我是幻觉，亦或不是，我所说的都是事实，你心知肚明的事实。
The Elva before her reaches out and grips her throat. With her airway cut off, suffocating panic floods Elva's mind. The world before her gradually darkens. Is this how it ends? The train horn suddenly blares. The train lurches and rapidly slows. The Elva before her loses balance, releasing her grip. At the same time, a burly figure slams into Elva, sending her flying. The train screeches to a halt. Rows of doors click and slide open on both sides of the carriage. As Elva clutches her throat and coughs, Voice Mastina yanks her up from the seat.
快走！
She shoves Elva out of the train. Behind them, furious roars echo from within the carriage. The doppelganger Elva is now covered in grotesque scars that crisscross her face like countless knife wounds, hideous beyond words. Her bloodshot and bulging eyes, filled with hatred and rage, lock onto Elva as she wanted to devour her life. Voice Mastina turns to face the doppelganger. She glances back at Alva one last time, then strides into the carriage and swings her fist at the grotesque door.
就是你的错，全都是你！
That Alva begins to rupture and split apart into waves of elites, crashing to the ground, snarling as they surge forward towards her. Alva feels her breathing quicken, but she must remain calm. She must not be deceived by this illusion. She must not let her emotions take control. She has to find the flaw in the hallucination if she wants to escape. She takes a deep breath and grips the gun in her hands tightly, feeling the cold solidity of the weapon, forcing her emotions back under control. The train door closes, and the train begins to move again, carrying away Voice Mastina and the grotesque Alva, while the tide of elites that has spilled outside rushes towards her. This is a battle she cannot afford to lose. If she loses, she will be trapped in this illusion forever, never escaping, forever living in pain and self-blame, with no chance of redemption. It is your fault. It's all your fault. Oh yes, it's always my fault. That's why I can't die here. There are too many things I need to do first. Bring it. We haven't got her upgraded yet, actually. Awa opens her eyes. She is sitting in a vast desert. Some distance away, a howl of elites hot foretell the imminent battle. And just when she is about to run out of ammo, Angela will come to her rescue. She just has to accept the fact that she will never be able to pull Angela onto that train. She will be ushered onto the train by RPK-16, then expelled from the same train by AK-15, only to start waiting for Angela's arrival again. How many times has she repeated this cycle? Ella has lost count. She recalls that what AK-15 just said.
我们就像是被困在一个永无止境的循环之中，永远无法逃脱。是你，艾弗，全都是因为你。
She lowers her head. What she is experiencing here is exactly the same as what she has been doing in the past 10 years. Going in an endless circle in a place that defies description. Together with the hulking door, they have wiped out Paradius again and again whenever it appears in their sights. Yet as time goes on, the intelligence they receive leads them to desperate conclusion. Paradius is reviving in some form, and that revival is accelerating. With her assistance and the support of their former comrades, Alva and Voice Mastina have both grown significantly in strength. But even so, the day they can fulfill their former leader's wish seems to be drifting further and further away. This place is both a nightmare and a reenactment of reality. Alva opens her palm, which reveals a small cube. That cube appeared in her hand when she got off the train for the first time. Alva peers at the glowing cube, yet still shakes her head. Even if this is only a nightmare, Angelia's appearance has given Alva second thoughts. But she knows she can no longer hesitate. Something has to change, Alva thinks. After a brief pause, she touches the cube with her fingertips. The cube emits a faint glow. A blurry figure gradually takes shape in front of her.
怎么了，艾弗？遇到困扰了吗？
Another dead person. Hi, sorry late. Today very busy. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Another dead person from GFL1.
12。
Elva stares blankly at that familiar yet somehow distant face. It has been 10 years since she last saw her in this form.
没想到在这里，也依然要依靠你。
是吗？你知道这里的一切都是你自己模拟出来的吧？
AK-12 casually looks around before letting her gaze settle back on Alpha.
我的出现只会让外面的攻击更快的来到这里，真的没问题吗？
我知道，我只是想见见你。
这样啊，小艾弗还真是爱撒娇呢。那个魔方，那家伙已经帮助你了，为何要把自己困在这里？
我
A gentle smile graces AK-12's face. Her eyes remain closed.
其实你并不愿意做这些你自己都不认为有意义的事。
我并不认为自己在做没有意义的事。
那为何还要将自己困在这里呢？
我一直在做自己认为正确的事，可是自认为的正确，却随着时光而变得模糊不清。我无法判断之前的努力是否真的在改变什么。我不知道自己身为队长，是否真的在继承安杰的意志。
你陷入了自我怀疑的陷阱吗？明明身为人形，思考这些毫无意义的事情对你来说毫无意义，结果这种想法却如梦魇缠绕你的心智。这是一种讽刺吗？
我只是害怕无法实现安杰想要达成的目标。
安杰的目标又是什么呢？
他想要将帕拉迪斯彻底消灭，他想让试图用一技力量来实现自己野心的人全部消失。
这真的是他想要的吗？
什么？
他从未将自己真正的理想说给你听过吧？或许，这一切只是你自己的一厢情愿呢？他倒在了一条必然失败的路上，而你们这些追随者，却在重蹈覆辙。他的愿望过于宏大，宏大到他根本无法支付现实的代价，宏大到当他消失了之后，连试图继承他的人都无法明白他的愿望。安杰只是徒劳地跟着自己的本能，往一个亮着光的地方前进，而那个地方，却是一个悬崖峭壁。他摔了下去，你呢？你要成为那个迷失的追随者吗？已经过去了10年，这一切有什么改变吗？
你知道为什么我被困在这里，还要听你说这些吗？
为什么？
因为我知道，这些都是我的心之中自己的想法。
The smiling AK-12 gradually turns into Alpha.
这是我的软肋，是我必须要面对。我一直在思考，为什么安杰在那种绝望的境地下。我想起了他曾说过的话：如果人生注定是一场徒劳，那么挣扎的意义究竟是什么？我知道现在的我无法回应你所有的疑问。我想，也许同样的疑问，安杰也一直在拷问着自己。所以他的回答是：我将用一生来回答这个问题。是的，即使看不到希望，也必须有人不断前进。总有一天，一切会改变的。的确，我也许并非真正能理解安杰想实现的到底是什么。只是我知道，只要我们还没有放弃，他的意志就没有死去。只要我继续下去，我就没有背叛忤逆的誓言。
The Alpha before her smiles serenely, finally at peace.
选择永远要付出代价，他为自己的选择付出了代价，那你呢？ 我也愿意。既然你的选择是如此，那就看看你有没有这个实力吧。
Alva begins to split apart, fracturing into hordes of elites that crash onto the ground, snarling as they lunge towards her. But now Alva is no longer stricken with panic. She simply tightens her grip and raises her weapon, aiming it at the Alva before her.
浪费了些时间，事后得好好道歉才行了。但是，我必须继续前进了，因为不前进不行，是吧，安姐？
我的表现不错，那是因为
Oh. Okay. Got this. The desert, the yellow sand, the campfire, and the endless elites all vanish without a trace. All that remains before her eyes is a vast expanse of pure white.
这里是
Her neural cloud is no longer at the mercy of her hallucinations. She calmly awaits the final conversation. Alva looks up at the sky. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, only a pristine whiteness like an immaculate, spotless ceiling. She looks around in confusion, sensing the stillness of this world. When she first opened her eyes, the surrounding white seems shrouded in a thin mist or vapor. As she begins to observe more closely, that haze slowly fades away. Even though everything remains flawlessly white, Alva has recognized it. She is that mansion. The carpet, the walls, and the furniture, all white, blend perfectly into the white background. However, if one looks carefully, their shapes can still be discerned enough through light and shadow. If she were equipped with Wolf's Eye, she would figure it out much more easily, Alva thinks.
你终于来了，艾弗。安杰，
As if she has known Angelia would appear all along, Alva turns towards the source of the voice. Angelia is wearing a long, pure white dress, almost completely merging with the background. Only her familiar face and confident smile stands out clearly. She looks more mellow than Alva remembers, without a trace of battle left upon her. Alva is slightly taken aback by Angelia's unfamiliar appearance. Angelia steps forward lightly and reaches out a stroke to stroke Alva's cheek. The sensation is warm and real.
艾弗，好久不见。
Seeing Angelia dressed like this fills Alva with an inexplicable sense of familiarity and comfort. She doesn't know what to say. She can only keep drinking in the sight of Angelia, as if trying to etch this image deep into a neural cloud.
10年没见了吧？10年了。啊，真是的，一眨眼都过去那么久了。
Angelia scratches her head with a self-mocking smile, unsure where to begin.
对了，这10年，你们过得怎么样？我们
Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat. She gazes at Angelia, a flood of complex, indescribable emotions surging within her. Angelia takes Alva's hand and leads her slowly through the pure white mansion. Alva steadies herself and tells Angelia about Task Force Defi's battle over the past 10 years, about forming a new anti-relic organization, about dismantling parodious bases one after another. Angie simply listened with a smile as 10 years worth of words gushed out of Elva's all at once.
凯文也好，奈勒也好，也在帮助我们。还记得我们在潜艇基地中救出来的那个孩子吗？
和我名字一样的那个孩子。
是啊，那个安娜，她现在也长大了，变得独当一面了。还有和她一起的那些孩子们，大家都好好的活着。
是吗？真好呢。
Suddenly, Angela stops walking. She turns to Elva and asks her, in the same casual tone one might use to ask what to eat for lunch.
10年了，艾芙，你不想放弃吗？
为什么突然说这个？
帕拉蒂斯太庞大了，或许你们永远无法击败他。也许你能停下来，找到属于自己的生活。虽然话是这么说，但你想必不会同意吧？
我还不能停，我
Before Elva can finish, Angela gently pulls her into embrace, speaking in a voice like she's soothing an exhausted child to sleep.
对不起，我将一切都抛给了你们。这10年，你和他们都很辛苦吧？
Elva doesn't reply, she just holds Angela tightly.
即使那么痛苦，即使那么迷茫，你也一直坚持到了现在。你变得成熟了，可靠了，变得……
Reluctantly, Elva lifts her head. After a long while, she whispers something so softly it's almost inaudible.
要是你还在该多好。
我也希望我还在，可是你也必须接受我早已不在了的事实。抱歉，在一切变得更加沉重的时候，我却只能在一边无能为力。
没关系，只要你曾经在过，只要这样就行了。
的确呢，一个已经死去的人，不值得你这样牵挂。所以，是时候结束了。不要再燃烧自己来模拟这一切了。
安姐，我该怎么办才好？我不想放弃，可是有的时候，我真的不知道该怎么做才能变得更好。
说实话，我也不知道呢。现在的你，已经比我可靠多了。要是那时我有你现在这般可靠，可能当初就不会发展成那样了。开玩笑的。
可是，
不过，我也许能给出一个小小的忠告。
忠告？
让做正确的事成为你的目标，而不是跟随我的执念。继承我的意志，不代表你要被困死在过去的信条中。找到你自己也认同的那个目标吧。
我的目标
和我们以前做的事一样，这10年里，你应该拯救了不少人吧？
我怎么会后悔呢？
那样的话，你就继续拯救下去吧。用你的力量拯救那些无辜的人们，一直这样拯救下去。总有一天，我们会察觉到我们心中那个正确和正义的道路到底在何方。我们不就是一直这样摸索着前进吗？只要一天有你们的存在，那些一肚子坏水的人就一天睡不好觉。你就尽情地忤逆他们吧。
Elva chuckles in relief, and Angela laughs along with her.
总有一天，我会让他们睡一个永远都不用醒来的好觉。我很期待那一天的到来。
Angela stretches, walks a few steps forward, then turns back to look at Elva.
好了，也差不多是时候了。说了好多不像我的话呢。毕竟，这里的我，不是我。但我相信，安杰利亚想要表达的也没什么不一样，顶多比我语气差一点。你记忆中的我，太温柔了。你应该知道回去的路吧？
Elva takes out the cube. Before activating it, she prepares to say her final goodbye to Angela.
安杰，能和你说上话，真是太好了。你真是狡猾呢！要是那些人知道你用他们攻击你的算力做这种事，一定会气得牙根都咬断吧。
Elva laughs and shakes her head.
那多亏了他的帮助，不然我也不知道自己能不能撑过去。也是呢，替我向他们问好，告诉他们不用老是惦记我。我会的。
Elva opens her palm. The cube glows brightly. She closes her hand. When she opens it again, the cube has transformed into a familiar MP443.
艾弗，动手吧。再见了，安姐。
She kills her like the way she killed her 10 years ago, man. Elva raises the pistol. In the sights, Angelia smiles and waves at her. As Angelia falls, her body dissolves into countless specks of light. The white space finally fails to hold, collapsing in vast swaths and revealing the endless darkness beyond. Before everything returns to nothingness, Elva seems to glimpse a blurry figure standing in the distance. The figure simply nods once, then turns away, fading away along with the collapsing white world.
谢谢你，我会继续前进的，安姐。接下来的目标是。
That was good, man. Like, they're going. They kills her the same way back in 10 years ago, but now it's resolvement. The familiar hum echoes in her ears. The sound of countless instruments and machines intervene into an endless industrial symphony. Inside the hibernation capsule, the cold touch of metal presses in from all sides, binding Elva tightly and leaving her unable to move. Elva slowly opens her eyes. Her vision shifts from a blur to clarity. The scene before her is no different from before. She is in the same narrow, specially designed capsule with the same busy Marinette Doors researchers milling about outside. And through the observation window, legs crossed as she perched on a high stool, is Shilovek.
哎呀呀，小睡美人醒了。
Shilovek springs up exaggeratedly and scampers to the observation window, pressing her entire face against the glass. Her distorted grin looks eerie and slightly comical. She taps the glass with a finger as if knocking on a fish tank.
哇，真是太神奇了。
He suddenly falls back a step, cupping her face with one hand, eyes wide.
我本以为你的小脑瓜这次肯定会变成一锅浆糊呢，没想到竟然还能苏醒。甄小姐可是把功率旋钮拧到了爆表呢，太恐怖了。
Shilovek spins as she talks, making a little gesture beside her temple to convey how mind-blowing she finds the situation. Then abruptly freezes, she bends down and presses her face close to the window again.
看来我还是低估了潘多拉的强度。 不愧是萨曼莎萧的杰作。
She bares her teeth in a wide grin, then suddenly slumps in disappointment, letting out exaggerated sigh as her shoulders droop.
真可惜，我本来还打算回收一下你的数据碎片呢，像拼拼图一样把你的心智碎片拼起来，说不定能找到一些有趣的东西。
She traces shapes in the air, as if assembling an imaginary jigsaw.
但现在看来，就算我真的想摧毁你的小脑袋瓜，恐怕也做不到呢。
She shrugs, then abruptly puts on an expression of sympathy, blinking her big eyes and pouting her lips in an exaggerated manner.
哦，对了，亲爱的小埃弗，我为你刚才经历的痛苦感到非常抱歉。
She strikes an over-the-top pose in apology, right hand to her chest, left hand drawing circles in the air.
谁能想到，我亲爱的合作伙伴，优雅的跟谁说话都带个请字的甄小姐，会因为你几句不痛不痒的挑衅就暴跳如雷呢？不过别担心，亲爱的，我可不是把功率开到那么高的那个人哦，甄小姐才是那个把旋钮拧到底的暴力狂。
She presses a finger to her lips in a conspirational, shushing gesture.
真的操作已经完全超过了安全界限，甚至超过了我的预期。哦，天哪，我真的吓坏了！就连我都不敢把功率开那么高，毕竟谁知道会发生什么呢？也许会炸掉整个实验室！嘣！不过说真的，亲爱的，我没法阻止他。你应该比我更清楚。他就是个彻头彻尾的怪物。要是惹他不开心，天知道会发生什么。可能我真的会被切成小块块。
She makes a throat-slitting gesture, sticks out her tongue, then breaks into giggles. Elva merely watches her manic display in silence, her eyes utterly flat.
哎呀，我是不是说太多关于真的事情啦
Shilovek suddenly stops and lightly smacks her own cheeks, as if admonishing herself.
现在你才是主角，对吧，小埃弗？
She smiles sweetly, licking her lips as her tone suddenly becomes low and enticing.
虽然你扛了过去，很了不起，但奇迹可不是无限的哦。你现在应该比谁都清楚，承受心智攻击有多痛苦。
She leans against the observation window, fingertips gliding lightly across the glass.
也许你现在愿意告诉我一点小秘密啦？嗯？
She tilts her head, her voice almost coquettish, yet a dangerous glint shines in her eyes. Elva doesn't answer right away, even though she senses that she has regained the ability to speak, whether because her condition has improved or because Shilovek has disabled some restriction. She doesn't know. Regardless, she simply stares at Shilovek. Her gaze is utterly calm and still, like stagnant water without the slightest ripple.
看来这种小小的痛苦对你来说根本不值一提，是吧？
Shilovek pouts and stomps her foot like a child denied candy. Then her expression rapidly shifts. She leans close to the glass, a cruel smile spreading across her face.
也是，毕竟你们都是一群连死亡也不曾体会过的怪物。
Elva's eyes lids twitch.
你想让我透露什么？我已经被你们囚禁在这里很久了。威玛西娜和欧斯三的下落，我未必会比你们更清楚。而忤逆小队的情况，你们帕拉蒂斯已经掌握的足够多了。躲在暗处的是你们，我们才是猎人。
不，亲爱的，你完全搞错了。
Shilovek wags a finger and prances away.
我对那些才不感兴趣呢，那是甄小姐才关心的无聊事。
我以为你们是同伴。
容我订正一下，亲爱的，我们只是合作者，工作关系，纯粹的利益交换，就像披萨和可乐，完全不同，但偶尔会一起出现。
He wags a finger like a strict teacher. Even though the analogy might have as well come from a child.
在当前状况下，我们只是有共同的目标，但远远称不上同志。我喜欢他的剑，他需要我的脑子，就这么简单。
我说的是同伴。
如果连志向都不同，又能同伴到几时？
Her smile suddenly vanishes and her tone turns grave.
你们忤逆小队，难道是靠利益绑定走到今天的？
Elva lifts her head slightly. Since their encounter at that base, this is the first time she truly meets Shilovek's eyes.
那你的志向是什么？
Shilovek snaps her finger lightly and grin appears. With that gesture, the Marionette Doll's researcher bustling around the lab all freeze, turn and stare at Elva with hollow eyes. They stand in perfect unison, like soldiers awaiting orders silently watching her, an oppressive presence. Shilovek slowly walks back to the observation window, her voice dripping with temptation.
说实话，尽管我爱聊天、爱说话，好像什么都知道，但其实我自认为我对你们这些忤逆人形的了解还是不够多。毕竟，你们总是像老鼠一样躲来躲去。但我知道，你们对帕拉蒂斯有着一种近乎偏执的仇恨。这种仇恨让我很好奇，也很不解。
Her tone grows somber and a fanatic light blazes in her eyes.
在我看来，帕拉蒂斯的研究是超越了人类现有科技水平的神迹。
She throws her arms wide as if embracing the entire world.
我们正在探索生命的奥秘，我们正在创造进化的奇迹，就像魔法一样，但更好，因为这是科学。
Her eyes gleam as she stares into empty space.
即使在这个过程中会有一些小小的牺牲，会付出一些微不足道的代价，但最终的结果将会是美好的，将会是值得的。如此绚丽，如此美丽，就像做蛋糕，总要打破几个蛋。
She mimes cracking eggs, then lifts her hands as if presenting an invisible cake.
我们将带领人类走向进化的下一个阶段，我们将创造一个全新的、更好的世界。
She pauses, her tone softening like she's speaking to a lost child, though the favor in her eyes remains.
而你，艾福甜心，你本可以成为这个新世界的一员。你拥有如此强大的心智，如此卓越的潜力，却被困在了这具陈旧的躯壳里，被那些无意义的仇恨所束缚。这太可惜了，真的太可惜了。
Shilovek theatrically wipes away non-existent tears, lamenting Elva's incomprehensible choice.
这样吧，小艾夫，我给你一个机会，一个让你摆脱过去、拥抱未来的机会。只要你愿意加入我们，我就可以满足一个你一定无法拒绝的愿望。
愿望。
那就是当当当当当，复活你们曾经的长官安杰利亚。
She drags out each syllable, her voice tantalizing. At the sound of Angelia's name, Elva's pupil contracts sharply.
你见过我死而复生的过程2次，你知道我能做到。
She grins as she mimes clawing her way out of a grave.
虽然已经过去了10年，但安杰利亚的人格备份数据一直都保存在帕拉蒂斯的数据库中。只要你点头，我甚至不需要整个忤逆，我只要你点头，我就可以把它还给你。反正据我所知，这也就是你们跟帕拉蒂斯最大的仇恨来源。如何？这个交易很公平吧？妥妥的双赢啊！
Shilovek sways smartly, watching Elva's reaction, convinced she struck her weakness.
你 说的是真的。
Shilowake's eyes lights up, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
当然了，小甜心，我可是奇洛威格博士，奇洛威格从不骗人，至少不骗自己人。
She places one hand over her heart and raises the other high in solemn oath.
我怎么知道你不是在骗我？也许你从刚才开始说的就全都是铺垫，到头来，你还是只想要O43。你们的谈话我听见了，你们要完成乐园计划，这就是你说的，你和真共同的目标。我不相信你会撇下正事不管，只顾着策反我。
Elva's voice trembles slightly, though she tries to keep it steady. She peers at Chilowek with a mix of hope and doubt, waiting for an answer, seeking confirmation that the woman before her is telling the truth. Chilowek slaps her thigh and bursts into exaggerated laughter.
亲爱的，你太小看我了，我可是能一心多用的天才。策反你和完成乐园计划，我两手都能抓，两脚都能踩，就像跳双人舞一样简单。
那乐园计划到底是什么？
哦吼，你真的那么想知道？
She arches an eyebrow, leaning forward as if sharing a grand secret. In her eyes, Elva has clearly been shaken off by the offer and is starting to waver.
好吧，既然你这么好奇，我就告诉你一点点。
She steps closer to the observation window, lowering her voice.
乐园计划是一个伟大的计划，一个足以改变人类命运的计划。我们将利用一朵能引来蝴蝶的花朵，来窥视一个从来没有人能踏足的新世界，一个没有战争、没有疾病、没有痛苦的世界，一个只有快乐、只有幸福、只有永恒的世界。
She spreads her arms and closes her eyes as if already seeing it.
在这个世界里，每个人都可以摆脱肉体的束缚，获得永恒的生命。每个人都可以实现自己的梦想，拥有无限的可能。而这一切都需要一个合格的花朵，来成为那个重要的钥匙。
Her eyes snap open and blaze with fanatic's light. She has revealed another new term, key.
明白了吗，小可爱？现在轮到你做决定了。
Chilowek smiles faintly, tossing the key towards Elva. She doesn't notice that while she was busy making her impassioned speech, Elva's gaze has already grown cold. The faint hesitation has vanished completely, leaving only scorn and fury.
听起来还真是伟大。所以，你是要用那个孩子来打开能引发遗迹运作的门吗？你们是造出了仿制海星的小型设备吗？难怪你们需要吉拉尔集团来为你们收集坍塌粒子。引发遗迹所带来的空间，你们想用那个空间做什么？
Elva's rapid-fire question catch Chilowek completely off guard.
你，等一下，你怎么会知道这些？
Chilowek's smile freezes, shock and anger flashing across her face. She rushes to a terminal only to discover the central system firewall has already been completely failed. That's when it dawns on her, Elva has infiltrated the servers. She may have read all the classified data.
你耍我！
Her voice turns sharp, her sweet smile twisting into something grotesque.
看来，你也没有自己说的那么聪明。你以为我来这里是做什么的？
This time it is Elva whose voice is dripping with open mockery.
不过，至少你有一件事说的没错，你比肖博士差得远了。
Chilowek's expression shifts rapidly, anger, hurt, rage, before finally setting into a warped smile.
真是可惜，我本来还想给你一个机会，多么慷慨的我呀！ 既然你不识好歹，
She slams her hand against the observation window with a deafening bang.
看来你还是喜欢之前的服务。不过没关系，既然你能在心智攻击中活下来，不如想想看，能不能在现实中也活下来。希望你下一次还能装出这种强硬的姿态，小甜心。
A sick smile spreads across her face as she presses her face up close to the glass. Elva no longer hides her fury. She glares at Silhouette with open contempt and disgust.
我会的，我会让你们，让帕拉蒂斯还有吉拉尔，为你们所做的一切付出代价。尤其是你，我会亲手拧下你的脑袋。我会让你为你侮辱安杰的言行付出应有的代价。
Silhouette guffaws as if she's just heard the funniest joke.
我很期待，小艾弗，非常期。
Suddenly, red lights flash throughout the lab. Alarms flood the room. The smile freezes on Silhouette's face as she stares at Elva in disbelief.
你做了什么？
Elva answers her with a hint of derision.
你觉得呢？
Silhouette stands stunned for 3 seconds, then snaps out of it. She rushes back to the terminal, trying to initiate self-destruction, but the system rejects her again and again.
你
同样的失误不能犯2次呢。对了，这次带毒药了吗？没带的话，再不跑可来不及了哦。
我突然想起，我还有很多事要忙，等我忙完了再回来找你，别想我。
She blows an exaggerated kiss, then turns a sachets out of the lab without looking back.
轮到你的工作了，威玛西娜。
Elva closes her eyes. There is no panic, no hesitation, just calmness that seems out of place on a prisoner in enemy captivity. Her fingers twitch slightly, as if playing a silent melody. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Girard Group's facilities, Voice Mastina makes her final preparation within the labyrinth sewer system. Voice Mastina is leaning against a damp wall. Before her floats a holographic projection of the Girard Group's underground complex. This is one of the things she prepared before Voice Mastina and Elva enter lift. Originally intended as a retreat plan, no one thought it would now be used for an assault. Voice Mastina is laden with carefully prepared tactical gear, breaching tools, electronic jammers, spare magazines, and several compact EMP devices. Each has been checked and calibrated to ensure flawless performance. She finishes her third equipment check, shuts down the map, and stands upright. In a corner of the sewer, Helena keeps a clear distance from Voice Mastina. She curls up on the protruding pipe in the shadows, watching Voice Mastina's every move with vigilance. 3 metal spears orbit her, ready to form a defensive array.
1分钟后行动。
Voice Mastina's voice is slow and steady, though it's unclear who she's addressing. She inspects her assault rifle, making sure that every mechanical component is optimal. Then she sits the magazine in one smooth, silent motion. Helena watches her proficient handling of the weapon and instinctively springs back. The 3 metal spears move at once, forming a miniature protective barrier before her. Voice Mastina notices the movement, but she shows no emotional response. She simply continues with her preparation, scanning the surroundings with wolf's eye and running self-diagnostics.
路线确认。
Helena leans forward slightly, seemingly curious about Voice Mastina's muttering, but quickly withdraws when Voice Mastina looks up at her.
那个人在上面。
Voice Mastina nods briefly. She takes a small device from her tactical pack. After a moment's hesitation, she sets it on the ground between herself and Helena without moving closer.
紧急情况下使用，按下后会释放大范围干扰信号。
Helena stares at the device but doesn't reach for it. One of her metal spears glides over, lightly prods it as if checking it for danger, then carefully carries it back to her. Voice Mustina watches calmly, offering no comment. Once Helena has it, she turns back to her own gear.
我和他，还有他，素体内都安装了只能彼此呼应的定位器，只有2公里的范围，信号很古老，但只有我们3个知道。
It is a key component of her and Alva's breach formation, and now the lifeline of this rescue mission. Helena listens, her wariness easing slightly, though she still keeps her distance.
为什么那个人要留下？
The question catches Voice Mustina off guard. She pauses what she's doing and looks at Helena. Something subtle shifts in her eyes.
为了任务，为了你。
The short, direct answer seems to weigh on Helena. She lowers her head and murmurs softly.
那个人，海伦娜不认识。
Helena falls silent as if pondering what Voice Mustina just told her.
你，那个人，就
The question once again gives Voice Mustina pause. She meets Helena's gaze.
我会。
就
Voice Mustina nods.
不能带你。
Helena's eyes widen.
不行。
Voice Mustina shakes her head.
很危险，我保护不了你。
很厉害。
Helena points at herself. Voice Mustina draws her broken combat knife and uses the snap blade to carve a grotesque face in the ground.
他很强，比我更强。
Helena looks down at the crude drawing. Even generous speaking, it's terrible, but she recognizes Igla all the same.
超厉害。
Helena droops dejected.
所以，在这里等我。我救出埃弗，就回来找你。
Helena seems to remember something. The 3 metal spear beside her begins to rotate slowly, emitting a faint hum. One of the spears breaks formation and floats up in front of her. Helena reaches out with her small hands, gently cups the spear, and offers it to Voice Mustina.
这个，给你，
Aww!
保护你。
Aww! Her tone is serious, resolute, like entrusting something precious. Voice Mustina freezes slightly as she looks at the spear. She may not fully understand Helena's specific circumstances, but she knows the spear are Helena's weapon as well as her defense system. She wants to refuse, Helena needs it more. But seeing the expectant look in Helena's eyes, she finally relents and accepts it.
谢谢。
The spear feels cold in her hand, but the texture doesn't feel exactly metallic to her. Once the spear comes into contact with Voice Mustina, it seems to gain awareness and floats up to hover at her side. Helena nods with satisfaction. She steps back slightly, her eyes never leaving Voice Mustina. Voice Mustina rises to her full height and looks up towards the silver exit once more. Her gaze sharpens, resolute, like a beast about to strike. She takes a deep breath and rolls her shoulder. Her joints crackle softly. She is ready. No one will stop her. She launches upright like a battering ram, smashing through the metal grate in an instant. The entrance is torn open and a shaft of bright light comes pouring down. The light falls on Helena, who has stayed behind on her own. She lifts her head slightly. Okay, I can't finish reading that somehow. Fuck. So cute! She gave her a spear! I think Voice Mustina didn't thought about that, you know. And she gave her a spear! So nice! Sending over the security system plans now. Coordinate shared. Okay, I need to tune something. The voice lines. It's a bit too. I can't hear what they were saying most of the time. Rapid, heavy footsteps echo through the empty corridor. If not for Alva's signal guiding her, Voice Mustina would never have discovered the secret Paradius laboratory hidden inside the glossy, immaculate building. She can't find, nor does she bother to look for the switch to any hidden door. After confirming the location, she simply smashes through the wall with brute force, revealing the dark passage beyond. Helena's metal sphere follows close behind. It emits a beam of blue light to scan the passage for traps and surveillance devices. Then it precisely fires several jamming pulses that cripples the electronics along the way. After destroying the automated sentry turrets lining the corridor, she drives a powerful kick into the heavy metal door standing at the far end, producing a deafening crash. Under the tremendous force, the metal door twists and caves inward, nearly tearing free from its frame. The hinges let out an agonized screech, like a cry of pain under unbearable strain. Debris flies, dust fills the air. As the door finally collapses, Voice Mustina's figure appears in the laboratory entrance, like an unscalable mountain. She takes in the busy marionette doll researchers, the complex instrument and machinery, but in the end, her gaze settles on the specially designed hibernation capsule. Even without confirming the signal, she knows that Alva is in there.
维玛西娜，
Likewise, despite being trapped inside the capsule, Alva is aware of Voice Mustina's arrival. Her voice coming from within the capsule sounds weak, utterly different from when she confronted Shilovek earlier. Weak but unmistakably clear. More importantly, there is an air of inevitability in her tone, as if everything has unfolded exactly as she calculated. The moment Voice Mustina steps into the lab, the once busy marionette doll abruptly turn towards her in unison, their eyes glowing in a terrifying red. Blades and firearms extend from hands once used for research with a whoosh. In the very next second, they all lunge at Voice Mustina together. At that instant, Helena's metal spear deploys its full weapon system, transforming into a floating spherical turret. Precise energy beams fire from multiple angles, striking key points on several marionette dolls and opening a path for Voice Mustina. These dolls are even stronger than the guards outside. A blade hacks into Voice Mustina's frame, carving a deep wound.
让开！
But Voice Mustina pays no mind. She grabs one of them and yanks hard, tearing off the arm with a polymer vibration blade attached to it. Without a single pause, she swings the severed limb like a weapon. The limb slams into another doll's head with tremendous force. Its skulls explode instantly, electronic components and oil spraying everywhere. Voice Mustina's movements are clean, decisive, and packed with raw power. In the next moment, she has already closed in on the remaining dolls. Weapons extended from their arms fire continuously. Bullets rain down on Voice Mustina, sending sparks flying violently across her frame. Yet she seems unfazed, her steps never slowing. Soon only one figure remains standing in the laboratory. She stands amid the wreckage, her body splattered with synthetic blood and machine oil. Strong as she may be, Voice Mustina is still covered in wounds. The metal spear hovers at her side, scanning the remains on the floor, checking for any units that haven't been fully disabled. Ignoring the spear, she strides straight towards the capsule holding Alpha. She lifts her right arm and drives it straight into the metal hatch like a blade. Then she hooks her thumb in and rips hard, tearing the capsule door right off. Alva sits quietly inside.
艾弗，我没事，和计划没有偏差。
Her voice is still soft, but her eyes are razor sharp and fully alert. Voice Mustina lowers her gaze to the cables and restraints binding Alva's frame. Having fought her way here with sheer violence, she now becomes careful and precise, slowly removing each restraint. The torn cables, still sparkling, silently testify to the torment Alva endured while imprisoned. Wires snap with crackling pops, sending sparks flying. Restraints tear loose with ripping hisses, falling to the floor. Soon Alva is completely free. The moment she regained her freedom, she stands up on her own without waiting for Voice Mustina's help. No greetings, no visible relief, she just gently pushes Voice Mustina aside and walks straight towards the terminal at the center of the lab. Her objective is crystal clear, as if every step has long been planned. At this moment, Alva looks less like a rescued captive and more like an operative who has finally reached her target.
海伦娜呢？
Alva extracts an auxiliary digit from her hand, then draws a data cable from the back of her neck and plugs directly into a terminal. The motion is fluid, nothing like someone who has just survived an almost lethal neural attack, and far more like a hunter finally launching for her prey.
在下水道，我让他留在那里。
Alva frowns slightly with some concern. Voice Mustina keeps her eyes on Alva, running rapid diagnostic with her wolf eye. Once she confirms there are no severe damage, the tension in her body eases almost imperceptibly.
那里更安全。
She then scans the room and locates the equipment stripped from Alva. Alva says nothing. Her eyes are already flashing once more with cascading green data streams.
还有，通讯器。
Having retrieved Alva's gear, she moves to her side and re-equips everything piece by piece as Alva focuses on copying data. At the same time, she points at the hovering metal spear Helena gave her, indicating that it can serve as a communicator.
你的心智遭受了很大损害，不建议在此时进行入侵。
分秒必争，维玛西娜。我不做的话，我们做这一切就都没有意义了。我已经进一步了解了关于乐园计划的真相，果然没有我们想的那么简单。我还需要知道更多。还有，他们说，安杰的人格数据备份，直到今天还在帕拉蒂斯的数据库里。那个备份需要被删除。他应该安息，维玛西娜。
Alva doesn't turn her head, even as Voice Mustina finishes helping her gear up. She remains fully focused on the terminal.
在他们的支援，在真折返之前，我们必须解密并拷贝尽可能多的数据。关于帕拉蒂斯，我们知道的还是太少了。
从入侵这栋建筑到抵达这里，我总共花费了2分42秒。他没有充足的反应时间。如果不及时撤退，等到那个人形返回，我们会很难突围。
我知道。
Alva doesn't waver. On the monitor before her, the data scroll mirrors for her flashing lights.
这里的资料很重要，如果能传输出去，即使我们都损失在这里，都是值得的。
我明白了。
Voice Mustina nods, no longer objecting. She heads towards the lab entrance that she has wrecked, crouches down and begins setting traps. Alarms continue to wail throughout the lab and corridors. Amid flashing red lights and piercing sirens, Voice Mustina and Alva work in silence, swiftly assuming their respective roles. Even after completing every preparation she can, Voice Mustina says nothing more. She simply positions herself behind Alva and stands guard. She will protect Alva and fight for her decisions. In turn, Alva handles everything else, pointing Voice Mustina towards the path forward, just as it's always been.
将404作为对手，是你们。
Damn, that's crazy, man. Fuck. Inside the laboratory, aside from the shrill alarm looping endlessly, the only sound are the low hum of operating machinery and the soft tapping of Elva's fingers striking the keyboard. On the screen, a progress bar crawls forward at an agonizing pace, as if racing against time itself. Every second seems unbearably long.
下次，不要再实行这样的计划。
我不能保证，但应该不会了，维玛西娜。这样的招数不会起效2次，下次抓到我，他们会直接融掉我的心智。
这一次也可能会。
但你来了，
海伦娜藏起来了。
等到这边解决，我们就一起离开。
Elva's gaze is focused and intent. Even as she speaks to voice Mastina, her eyes remain locked on the progress bar. Her fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard as if playing an impassioned piece of music. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupts from the outside the door, so loud it drowns out even the blaring alarm. The laboratory walls shudder as if struck by an earthquake. Elva's hands pause for less than half a second before calmly resuming their work. Unlike the last time, Elva did not give Shilovek a chance to self-destruct. She could not destroy the data in the computer or wipe the hard drives. There is far too much intelligence here that they need, including the true detailed files of Project Eden. Voice Mastina raises her head. She gazes through the laboratory door, through the long corridor beyond, and into the distance.
他来了。
Voice Mastina says it calmly, as if stating something utterly trivial. She racks the bolt and grips a high polymer vibrating blade stripped from a marionette doll.
我去了。
祝你好运。
Elva does not turn around, but she feels the faint movement of air behind her. Soundlessly, Voice Mastina's figure vanishes from the laboratory. In the corridor, dust and smoke slowly disperse, revealing a graceful silhouette. Igla calmly strides through the wreckage left by the explosion. As though out for a leisurely stroll, her suit remains perfectly pressed. Her high heels click crisply against the rubble. Behind her follows a fully armed elite unit. Igla comes to a halt, lightly straightening her cuff. Her gaze settles ahead on Voice Mastina, who is standing like an unbreakable bulwark, blocking the way to the lab.
Oh?
Igla's voice is soft as velvet, yet carries undeniable force. She inclines her head slightly as if greeting an old friend.
维玛西娜小姐，真是意外的邂逅。我还以为会见到埃弗女士呢。
But after only a few steps, she stops once more. None of the guards behind her are human soldiers. All of them are marionette dolls directly under Igla's command. Each personally selected and modified by her, capable of making short work of an ordinary tactical squad. Igla stands at the doorway, her gaze cold and sharp like a blade. And before her, on the road leading to the laboratory, that familiar figure blocks her path once again. This alone is reason enough for her to stop. Voice Mastina does not respond. She gently sets the assault rifle in her hands down against the wall, then retrieves 2 long blades from her waist, gripping one in each hand. After their previous clash, both she and Igla know full well that conventional firearms are meaningless against tactical dolls of their caliber. Igla watches Voice Mastina's movements, her lips curling into a smile.
啊，武器的选择透露了您的意图。
She lifts her hands lightly, signaling the unit behind her to halt.
稍等，各位，这是一场尊贵客人的私人邀约。
Igla steps forward, her movement fluid and elegant, like a ballerina taking a center stage. Her right hand brushes to slender rapier at her waist. Her left draws the silver and gold pistol, only to return to its holster a moment later.
火器在我们这个层级的交流中，确实显得有些缺乏品味。
She holstered the pistol and calmly draws the rapier from her waist. Under the lights, the blade gleams with a cold luster.
我必须承认，我开始理解整个局面了。
Her voice remains gentle, yet carries a peculiar note of admiration.
埃弗女士的计划确实令人印象深刻，被我俘获，并非意外。而一个精心设计的陷阱，让我们将她带入核心区域，让她接触到那些原本无法触及的机密数据。而您，威玛西娜小姐，现在则是这场棋局中的最后一枚棋子，负责阻挡任何可能中断数据传输的力量。
Igla lightly flickers her rapier, tracing a graceful arc through the air.
如此大胆的计划，如此勇敢的执行，实在令人叹为观止。忤逆小队的名声，果然名不虚传。在我再次与埃弗小姐见面之后，我必须要为此前的失礼而向她道歉。
Whilst Mastina remains silent, she lowers her center of gravity slightly and shifts into an optimal combat stance. Her wolf eye is running at high speed, analyzing Igla's every movement and possible lines of attack.
您的沉默，我理解为确认。不过，请允许我表达一下个人的敬意。尽管我们立场对立，但我依然钦佩您和埃弗女士的勇气与智慧。
Igla's tone is earnest, yet a dangerous gleam flashes in her eyes.
然而，敬意归敬意，职责归职责。我不能让你们的计划成功。欧菲路妮大小姐的未来，齐拉尔集团的命运，以及乐园计划的完成，都远高于我个人的情感。
She raises her rapier and points it at Voice Mastina menacingly.
还有多久？埃弗女士需要多久才能完成数据传输？5分钟？10分钟
Igla studies Voice Mastina's reaction closely, though Voice Mastina remains utterly stoic and unresponsive.
我明白了。看来，我必须加快节奏了。
She steps forward, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and clear.
威玛西娜小姐，请原谅我接下来的无礼。我会尽量确保这个过程既高效又体面。
你的废话太多了。
Voice Mastina finally speaks, her comment brief and blunt. Igla lets out a soft chuckle, the warmth in her eyes vanishes, replaced by icy focus.
那么，就让行动代替语言吧。
She bends her knees and assumes the en garde position in fencing.
请容许我必须打断埃弗女士的工作。
Bang!
“请保持安静。”让你3秒。
The clash of metal on metal echoes through the empty corridor like a piece of meticulously composed music. Every thrust of Igla's blade is graceful and dazzling, as though she is dancing a waltz rather than fighting for her life. Her rapier traces perfect arcs through the air, through her movements are filled with flourishes. Each strike is measured to the millimeter, leaving no opening at all. Voice Pristina answers with steady, precise blocks. The twin blades in her hands becomes extensions of her body, every motion stripped of excess, just like her personality. The battle between two top-tier tactical dolls has long surpassed the bounds of ordinary combat, resembling an intense performance instead.
我必须承认，您的战斗方式令人印象深刻。
Igla's voice remained mild and velvety, yet every word carries a razor-sharp killing intent. She speaks even as she threads her attacks through nearly impossible angles, the rapier seeming almost alive as it hunts for the tiniest gap for Voice Mastina's defense.
这种朴实无华却又精准至极的战斗风格，实在令人赏心悦目。即使是在战斗中，我也不得不对您表示由衷的敬意。
Her high heels strike the floor in an elegant rhythm, each step part of dance, each step carrying little threat. Voice Mastina does not respond, all of her attention is focused on the fight. Her body is already covered in wounds, her combat suit is slashed open in several places, exposing synthetic components beneath the seep of mimetic blood. Even so, her movements remain precise and efficient, without the slightest hesitation or retreat.
看来您不太喜欢战斗中的交谈，真是遗憾。本想多了解一些关于忤逆小队的历史。
No sooner does Igla finish speaking than she abruptly accelerates her assault. The rapier leaves after images in the air. Every strike viciously angled at points that are hardest for Voice Mastina to defend. At the same time, the few remaining marionette dolls behind her join the fray, attempting to break through Voice Mastina's defenses from the flanks. Voice Mastina's wolf eyes flashes. In next instant, she twists her body at an almost impossible angle, narrowing, evading Igla's deadliest thrust. Simultaneously, her long blade sweeps sideways, cleaving a charging marionette doll cleanly in half.
精彩！您的反应确实不负盛名。
Igla inclines her head slightly in genuine admiration.
但恐怕时间站在我这一边。埃弗女士的数据传输需要时间，而您的素体损耗已经相当显著。
As if to validate her words, the long blade in Voice Mastina's left hand emits an ominous sound of metal fatigue during the next block. With a sharp crack, the blade snaps in two. The broken edge spins away and embeds itself deep into the wall. Voice Mastina glances expressionlessly at the broken weapon in her hand, then casually discards it and grips the remaining blade with both hands. Her stance grows slightly constrained, but her gaze remains as firm as ever, without the slightest hint of retreat.
武器的损耗往往是战局转折的前兆。您或许应该考虑一个更体面的退场方式。
Igla twirls her blade in a flourish, its cold sheen flashing beneath the lights. Her posture is unhurried, as though she holds complete control over the battle.
当然，我完全理解您作为护卫的职责，但有时候，认清形势，也是一种智慧。
只剩下你了。
Voice Mastina answers calmly. Her gaze sweeps down the corridor. The marionette doll unit under Igla's command has been almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a few that are barely able to move.
啊，您是在为自己的战绩感到自豪吗？确实值得骄傲。
Igla smiles faintly, her eyes sharpening further.
但您似乎忘了，即使只剩我一人，结局也不会有任何改变。我会取得胜利，然后去迎接埃弗女士。至于您，将成为吉拉尔集团档案中的又一条数据。
Voice Mastina eyes Igla.
你的确很强，就像我一样强。
Igla quirks an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes.
这实在是一种奇特的自我评价方式。
萧博士最初制造我的时候，即便放眼世界，也没有比我更强的人性。我们的性格都很糟糕，这一点，我们一样。
Voice Mastina's words are calm and definitive, not boastful. She is merely stating facts.
真是有趣的观点。您似乎在暗示，我们有某种相似之处。
A trace of wariness flashes in Igla's eyes as she subtly adjusts her stance, preparing for the next exchange.
只是想起了自己，所以想给你一些忠告。
Voice Mastina lifts her hand to her head and rolls her neck.
如果失去了最强人形这个称号后，你就一无是处的话，
Before she gets to the end of the sentence, Voice Mastina suddenly drops low to evade Igla's thrust and at an unbelievable angle. The cold gleam of the rapier skims just above her head, severing a few strands of her hair.
那你就什么都不是。
Damn! This is like Tony Stark telling Peter Parker like if this suit makes like if you don't have the suit and it makes you like feel nothing, then you don't deserve to have the suit. It's that kind of like conversation, man. If losing the title of strongest doll leaves you with nothing, then you are nothing at all. Damn!
精彩的洞察，不过恐怕略有偏颇。
Igla's voice remains calm, but an icy edge creeps into her tone. Her movements suddenly accelerate, the rapier transforming into a curtain of silver light that assaults Voice Mastina from every direction.
我的存在意义远不止于力量，而是对大小姐无可替代的忠诚。这一点，恐怕您永远无法理解。
Voice Mastina strains to block the relentless barrage. Fine cracks spread along her remaining blade. Her movement begins to slow slightly, yet her eyes remain keen as ever. At that moment, a burst of precise gunfire rings out from the far end of the corridor. The bullets travel along nearly impossible trajectories through the complex environment, aimed straight at Igla's vitals. Igla reacts instantly, her rapier arcs flawlessly through the air, knocking the bullets aside with ringing clangs except for one. A single round pierces her shoulder, punching a hole through her pristine suit. Igla's movement falters for an instant, disbelief flashes across her eyes before hardening into icy fury.
如此精准的射击，这可真是出乎意料。
维瓦西娜，绕开他！
Elva's voice rings out from the end of the corridor, clear and resolute. She stands at a perfect firing position, posture steady, muzzle trained directly on Igla. Without the slightest hesitation, Voice Mastina turns and sprints down the corridor at extraordinary speed.
请恕我无法允许。
Igla is about to give chase when she noticed Elva's muzzle dip slightly, revealing several small devices on the ground, blinking with red light.
现在！
A chain of explosions erupt, instantly turning the corridor into an inferno. Smoke, debris, and shattered concrete surge from all sides, engulfing Igla in the ruins.
真是失礼。
From within the dust comes Igla's cold, restrained voice. With a thunderous crash, piled up rubble is hurled aside by immense force, and her figure slowly emerges. Her suit is coated in dust, her flawless hair slightly disheveled, yet her posture remains immaculate, her murderous gaze sharper than ever. However, when the smoke finally clears, Elva and Voice Mastina are already gone, vanished around the bend of the corridor.
如此精妙的配合，令人叹为观止。
Igla calmly does off her suit and straightens her cuffs, her movement unhurried, as though the explosion movement ago was nothing more than a trivial mishap. She touches the communicator at her ear, her voice cold and composed.
请所有安保部队立即进入警戒状态。目标正在撤离，极度危险，绝不允许逃脱。我要整栋大楼都在我的监控之下。
She smoothed the wrinkles out from her suit, her gaze sharpening like a blade.
我会在大小姐的晚餐时间之前彻底了结这件事。
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
Ah, damn. Wow, such interesting storyline, man. In a luxurious suit, Zimmerman stands before the full-height window, looking down at the nightscape of lift. His fingers drum the window frame lightly, his eyes flashing with apparent anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he walks over to the sofa and sits down, then produces a specially modified encrypted communicator from his inner pocket. He enters a long, complex password and dials a number. The call connects almost instantly.
齐洛威格小姐，请解释一下您的行为。
哦，议员先生，您指哪一方面呀
Silhouette's teasing voice comes through the communicator, light and buoyant, as if she is letting him in on some inside joke.
建议你不要再继续浪费我们彼此的时间。我现在的心情可没你想象的那么好。
别那么凶嘛，议员先生，我只是想帮忙而已啊。
Her drawl is playful, yet carries a pointed undercurrent.
帮忙？你说的帮忙，就是在我派去的人准备行动的时候，把任务目标之一调离研究所。你明明知道，比起杀掉那个不肯听话的欧菲路尼，3代人形才是更重要的目标。
The line suddenly goes quiet. Only Silhouette's faint breathing can be heard.
当初是你找到我，说想要找我为乐园计划投资。我以为我们目前是处在紧密的合作关系中，结果你就是这么回报我的。
所以，这次的任务成功了吗？
什么？当然是失败了，还不是因为你。
任务失败的意思就是欧菲路尼还活着。
Zimmerman is suddenly at a loss of words. From the other end comes an intentionally exaggerated peal of laughter.
连这位3代人形助理不在场的时候，您都没能成功除掉那位双手只碰过实验仪器的大小姐。
Silhouette's voice suddenly turns sharp, like a blade scraping across glass.
要是那个真在，岂不是要把你的人像狗一样都宰了？你还有脸问我为什么把3代人形调走？你是白痴吗？
Zimmerman is left speechless by the barrage of insults. After venting her anger, Silhouette smoothly slips back into her usual teasing tone.
我帮您争取到的时间，可不是让您这样浪费的哦，亲爱的议员先生。与其冲我发火，不如抓紧时间去调查一下，为什么您派出了自己最得力的手下去刺杀欧菲路尼，任务却还是失败了。
Silhouette's voice suddenly drops into a soft whisper, which sounds more menacing than any shout.
议员先生，吉拉尔这条船马上就要沉了，所以我们才找到了您。不过， 您的理解也许出了些偏差，不是您投资我，而是我们选择了您继续投资。希望您的表现可以对得起我们的信任，不然，您知道的，我可是很善变的。
The call cuts off abruptly, leaving only a burst of harsh static. Zimmerman stares at the communicator, his expression unreadable. He takes a deep breath, slips it back into his inner pocket, and sinks into thought. With ample personnel and combat resources, attacking a research institute located in the White Zone should have been effortless. So why did the mission still fail? Could someone have been obstructing his actions all along? A firm knock at the door interrupts Zimmerman's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, the door opens on its own. A tall man in military uniform strides inside. Zimmerman is about to erupt, but when he recognizes the man, he swallows his anger and puts on the flawless professional smile from his campaign posters.
抱歉，议员先生，没有预约就擅自闯进来了。
The soldier's tone is level and detached, devoid of any real apology and more a statement of fact.
我还以为你正在陪同副部长同志出席活动。是副部长同志派我来这里的。议员先生，他让我提醒您，您的时间已经不多了。吉拉尔集团虽然已经奄奄一息，但毕竟手中依然握着孤注一掷的资本。如果明天的实验顺利启动，乐园计划的研究会重新让他们在整个世界中的影响力回到顶峰。议员先生，您是个聪明人，在罗联内部和整个军队体系内，您都赢得了很多支持者。但如果法本集团再拿不出有诚意的东西，上面恐怕会重新考虑这次合作，请您做好心理准备。知道了。
Zimmerman finally mutters a reply, the confidence in his voice clearly replaced by distress.
明天之前，我一定会把那个3代人形送到各位的手上。
The officer nods and turns to leave the room without another word. Once the door closes, Zimmerman's smile vanishes instantly, his face twisting into a grotesque expression. He snatches up a nearby wine glass and hurls it wildly against the wall. Shilowax ends the call and looks at the small figure behind her.
哎呀，你终于回来了呀，我的小花。
Helena trembles uncontrollably as she stares wide-eyed at the woman before her. She tries to make the floating spears protect her, but they aren't responding at all.
我可爱的小花，你忘了这个东西是谁给你的了吗？
Shilowax produces a button and presses it lightly. The spears immediately dim and drop lifelessly to the ground.
虽然被雪狼小姐将了一军，不过我还是有自己的底牌在。多亏了她，我才能找到你呢。
Helena's voice is barely a whisper, but Shilowax can still make out her words. Someone will come save me.
谁？那2个人形吗？
Shilowax bursts into laughter.
他们可是为了自己的计划，将你一个人丢在那臭烘烘的下水道中，你还那么信任他们吗？哎呀，真是太好笑了！要是他们多在乎你一些，我都不可能抓到你。而且呢，他们可是成功的激怒了那位3代人形，现在应该被打得焦头烂额了吧？好了，亲爱的，别说那些杀风景的了，来吧，你活在这个世界上的理由就要出现了，让我们赶紧准备起来吧。
Faced with this absurd and bizarre woman, Helena's body continues to shake uncontrollably, but her fear doesn't last long, because her consciousness soon succumbs to darkness. Ah, she is captured now. No. Alright, going to the toilet. BRB. Oh, done. Ay. Oh. Raya. Okay. Oh, how many is there? I think there's quite some. Right. Let's watch this. Oh. Nighttime. I stand before the hotel's full-height window, my finger lightly tapping against the temple glass. The sumptuous skyline of the white zone traces a dazzling horizon in the night, sharply contrasted with the dim grey outline of the satellite city in the distance. The prosperity outside the window feels utterly at odds with the weight on my mind. With Leva's coordination, we managed to shake off the security authorities far more easily than expected. The identity card sent every official who tried to inspect us scampering. We returned to the hotel to reorganize our intel while waiting for any new updates from Group 2. In one corner of the room, Kovney kneels on the carpet, completely absorbed in the sorting through the materials we retrieved from the research institute. Groza leans against the wall nearby, carefully inspecting her weapons while keeping a constant eye on the scene outside the window. I let out a quiet sigh and refocused my thoughts on what we encountered earlier at Orphelune's Institute. That sudden attack and the mysterious scientist called Shilovik. While Groza updates Leva and the others on the situation, I also take the opportunity to contact the Elmo and throw my questions at Dandelion. Dandelion speaks with an unusual seriousness after I finish recounting everything.
也就是说，那个大小姐就这么自说自话的将您放进了她的实验室，还顺便展示了那些植物将坍塌粒子转换成电力的过程。
没错，而且那座实验室也没有被严格的武装安保护卫，仿佛是在研究什么不重要的事似的。
硬要说的话，的确也不是什么很重要的事。坍塌粒子转换能源远到罗联量产的移动进化车，进到爱默号的向力引擎。虽然这个技术因为成本原因没能普及化，但也并非什么很高深的科研秘密。
难道说真的是我想太多了吗？乐园计划本身真的只是欧菲路尼声称的一项能源革新研究，还是说，可疑的并非乐园计划，它只是个幌子，而帕拉蒂斯另有阴谋在水面下？
如果真能和吉拉尔集团宣传的那样，以极低的成本建立能吸收粒子的绿植系统，一边重新建立黄区的生态系统，一边降低坍塌辐射，还顺便能发电，那倒真能建成乐园了。不过，即使连帕斯卡都只能做到拟态图谱级别的能源转换，要覆盖一整个城市的工程量，那个小姑娘，你觉得有可能吗？
的确。
On message, I massaged the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the strain from all the thinking.
不过那个大小姐之前说的话，我有点在意。
嗯？什么话？
她说她看到过真理，而她经历过法兰克福事件。你说有没有可能，她也受到了那个空间的影响？
指挥官，我们约定过的。
抱歉，忘记这个问题吧。问题的关键在于，欧菲路尼本人是否知情。他看起来对自己的研究充满了纯粹的热情，甚至愿意冒着风险向一个记者展示最核心的实验区域。如果这是单纯的演技，或是针对我的阴谋，我实在想不出有什么意义。
哎呀，指挥官，你把自己想得太重要了，说不定是您的魅力俘获了他，让他一看到您就决定交心交底呢。
我觉得这种可能性无限接近于零。
那说明还是有可能性的嘛。总之，那位大小姐，我会去调查下，如果有新的信息， 也记得同步过来哦。
就先这样。
I walk over to the large round table at the center of the room. Spread across it is a huge map of Lith, with several key locations marked in red. Offeluni's research facility, the Girard Group's headquarters, and several experiment fields on the outskirts.
以及，如果他真的无辜，那么是谁在背后操控这一切？奥列克·吉拉尔，3代人刑侦，还是说
I tap a question mark on the map with my finger.
奇洛威格？他是目前最可疑的。
Courtney springs up from the floor and hops excitedly over to the table, then picks up a photograph, one of the pieces of evidence we secretly took at the facility.
我还是不敢相信，真会为了这个神秘人物撇下欧菲鲁尼。从我们监视的情况来看，真平时连欧菲鲁尼喝水都要亲自递上，简直就像个超级保姆。而奇洛威格的一个电话就能让他离开欧菲鲁尼，这肯定有问题。
欧菲路尼本人对此也没有异议，或者说，他并不觉得奇怪。显然，类似的事经常发生，而且欧菲路尼也已经认同了。
Setting her weapon aside, Groza steps up onto the table and points at the spot on the map.
假设欧菲路尼无辜，而黑幕是奇洛威格，那么，真在这其中扮演的究竟是什么角色？
I recall Igla's ever-vigilant eyes and subtle body language from yesterday at the research facility. Even as Orphaluni's naively demonstrated her experimental results, Igla maintained an almost flawless professional mask. But in certain movements, especially when I pressed deeper, her reaction revealed a level of wariness far beyond that of an ordinary assistant.
他知情。
I voiced my assumptions outright.
不论奇洛威格瞒着欧菲路尼在做什么，他肯定都知情。关于帕拉蒂斯，还有那些实验，他都知道，而且很怕我向欧菲路尼披露真相。他是在保护欧菲路尼，或者是在监视他。
难道说真和奇洛威格瞒着欧菲路尼在搞阴谋？欧菲路尼已经被架空了。
他前脚刚离开研究所，马上就遭遇袭击，直到我们击退袭击者才返回。如果当时我们不在，那些袭击者很可能已经得手了。那些袭击者又是谁派来的？法本集团，还是帕拉蒂斯？
I draw my fingers on the tabletop, sinking into thought. The entire situation feels like an intricate chessboard, and we can only see a small corner of it.
话说回来，指挥官，你真的相信欧菲路尼什么都不知道吗？
根据我的观察，我倾向于这个可能，但我也不会完全相信他。且不说这样做的风险，单从逻辑上讲，她是吉拉尔集团的大小姐，未来的集团继承人。 同时又是集团内的首席科学家。不论他知不知情，他肯定都直接或间接推动过帕拉蒂斯的阴谋。
他是个科学家，科学家很容易太专注于自己的领域，而忽视外部环境的盲点，有很高概率被利用。
I nod. Groza analysis is likely correct.
还有一件事是，他说他见过真理，到底是什么意思？
The truth, the thing she claims to have beheld during the Frankfurt incident. It's almost laughable, but when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I was without a doubt a central figure. I was right at the heart of it. I did witness some deeply unpleasant things, but nothing I ever called the truth. So what exactly was she referring to? Just as I sink deeper into thought, the communicator on the table suddenly vibrates. I grab it quickly and answer.
是我。
Klukai's voice comes through from the other end, with the wind blowing and static crackling faintly in the background.
指挥官，我们发现了重要情况。
There's a trace of tension and excitement in her voice, rare for the usually composed Klukai. After leaving Orphaluni's research facility, Klukai has been leading Group 2 in monitoring Igla and Orphaluni's movement.
请讲。
我们跟着他们一路回到了吉拉尔旗下的酒店，他们今晚将会在那里举办乐园计划的启动峰会。吉拉尔集团的大小姐停留在了酒店，疾风小队正在监视她。 尔那个3代人形。送完欧菲鲁妮，立即就乘坐一辆没有吉拉尔标识的黑色轿车离开了白区，往卫星城的方向去了。
卫星城？他去那里干什么？
还不清楚，他的感官很敏锐，我们不敢跟得太近。不过他前往的方向是一栋吉拉尔集团所有的大楼，我们接到一条治安部门的内线，半小时前那里发出了警报，但被他们自己取消了，声称是误触。
误触。
If it were truly a false alarm, it wouldn't warrant a personal visit from someone like Igla.
指挥官，我们要介入吗？
克鲁凯，你们保持距离，继续监视。闪电，科尔福，我们出发。
Based on coordinates provided by Kukai, we are already close to the target area. This entire district is an industrial park belonging to the Girard Group. We disembark some distance away from the park itself. After checking our weapons and comms, we begin moving forward towards the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, slipping past them and entering the park is effortless for us. I feel noticeably more at ease after changing out of the dress suit. We follow the route that Kukai sent, and our journey has thus far been uneventful. With security forces present here in such numbers and guarding the area so tightly, it is easy to imagine there's something here that they are trying to hide. 404 is positioned on a small rise outside the park. While the location does not allow a full view, we can still make out the general situation inside. There are no civilian facilities anywhere around the park. It is also particularly strange that the interior is completely empty, with visible signs of hasty evacuation. Aside from the security personnel, almost no one is left on the site. We approach 404. Kukai is observing the park through a pair of binoculars.
克鲁凯，情况如何？
这应该就是进入到这个园区当中。我们一直在不间断监视这里，没有任何人离开过。为了确保行动顺利，在等指挥官你来的时候，我们向莱亚要了这个园区的信息。
他怎么说？
情报显示，这是吉拉尔集团近年才投资的物流中心，投入的资金量非常可观。但是从内部报告看，整个园区几乎没有被使用过。
伪装吗？
多半是。一个没有使用的园区，却每月都在消耗巨量的资金。真来这里一定和那个奇洛威格有关，这里可能有个秘密研究所。
不愧是莱亚，查得挺深入的。
其实，莱亚没有回复我们，相应的，是他给我们提供了情报协助。
他？
格丽娜小姐，她说接下来由她提供情报支持，还说等你到位了，让你联系她。
好的。
这是通讯编码。
I take the code Kukai hands me. After hesitating for a moment, I connect to Kalina's channel.
格林，你身体好一些了吗？
我没事。莱亚和莱纳去陪同局长参加会议了。接下来您的行动由我来提供支持。
非常感谢。现在我们已经追踪吉拉尔集团的3代人形到达目标区域了。
我们的人一直在监控真的情况，我把掌握的情况同步过来。另外，我在调动治安部门内部的通讯，和吉拉尔集团有密切联系的官员似乎传递出真在吉拉尔内部的某个设施中进行交战的信息。
这个时候再和吉拉尔的3代人形交战，只可能是……
没错，应该是忤逆小队。
接下来的首要任务是找到忤逆的人形，找到他们的同时，还能找回海伦娜。
你觉得忤逆会把海伦娜交回来吗？
被安杰指挥过的人形，我相信他们是不会变质的。
我相信指挥官的判断。从园区结构来看，有几个大型的通风管道，预判那片位置有进入地下研究所的入口。我只是一条可能性最大的路线，下去后就靠您随机应变了。
交给我吧。
Kalina sends over a route map leading into the heart of the underground facility. After a brief exchange of opinions, the dolls of 404 begin preparing for infiltration. Rosa distributes the ammunition and weapons she has brought along for resupply, while Courtney calibrates her equipment next to me to ensure stable communications. I gesture downward.
作为第一撤离位置，如果这里暴露，我们就在园区正门汇合。
交战规则呢？
被攻击后才能开火。
真是个麻烦的任务。
尽量避免交战。格林标记的地方有安保系统的侵入点，先入侵系统，尽量多掌握信息，有必要就沿着网络将他们的自动化作战单位先烧掉。
要直接烧掉对面，对现在的404小队来说有点强人所难啊。
做不到吗？
怎么可能？交给我们吧，指挥官。
Doris, I'm sending over information on the security system hacking point. Steve, although it seems there are more combatants along the way than expected. As long as we are careful, we won't alert those pests. Is this the one that we have the knife? If it is, then I cannot go to... it's lagging. I need to change that SSD away actually. Okay, this is not the one with the knife, so I think it's good we do this. It's VAA2, right? Oh, VA112. Okay. It's gonna take a while to get there. Night time. Inside the top floor conference room of the Girard Group headquarters, Kruger, Leva, Lena, and several agents from the non-FAR are already in position. CEO Oleg Girard of the Lift headquarters appear far more shrewd compared to Rurik of the Odessa branch. At this moment, he is sitting at the far end of the long table, a metal case and several documents placed before him.
感谢你按时赴约，奥列克先生。
不必客套，克鲁格先生。这些都是你要的材料，人形暴动和疫苗事件的全部证据、数据、实验记录、内部会议纪要，一应俱全。
这么配合，我还以为需要一番交涉呢。
时代变了，莱娅小姐，死扛下去对我没什么好处，明哲保身才是上策。
Kruger signals for Leva to inspect the materials. Leva takes the memory drive and plugs into an interface. She scans through it quickly, then nods.
资料齐全，证据链完整。奥列克先生，并没有什么不老实的地方呢。
怎么样？是不是比你们想象的要慷慨？我知道我没什么资格提要求，但我希望你们对我也有同等的慷慨。
答应的事，非军事力量管理局一定会做到。我不得不说，奥列克先生，你对自己集团员工的前途似乎毫不关心。
商场并不比你们的战场温柔，尊敬的局长。 必要时，总要有人被牺牲。例如我那倒霉的弟弟，优胜劣汰，不是吗？
我代表非军事力量管理局再次确认我们的承诺：只要你提供完整证据并配合调查，我们将保证你的人身安全，并为你安排新身份，以及部分私人财产的转移。
说到我的私人财产，我还有些额外的诚意想表示。也许他能为我争取更多的养老金。
He turns on the tablet he brought with him and pulls out a series of files.
我知道，你们最近一直在调查关于乐园计划的内容。你之前提到的真的擅自行动也跟这个有关系。坦白地说，我根本不知道这个项目为什么值得你们这么多人大动干戈。但既然你们想要，这是乐园计划在数据库内的所有资料。欧菲路尼的研究笔记、实验数据，应有尽有。
Lena's eyes widen slightly.
你要出卖自己的女儿？
别用那种眼神看我，小姐。科学家理应为自己的选择负责。我只是一个商人，为自己的决策买单而已。
据我所知，乐园计划的公开发表就在几小时后。您的千金此时恐怕正在全心全意地筹备着，大概根本想不到，自己的父亲正在城市的另一头，把他的心血全部毁掉吧。
我相信，这对欧菲路尼而言也是好事。既然这项目已经吸引了你们的注意，那继续越陷越深，只会让他的罪名变得更多。及时止损不光是为我，也是为了他。
Kruger expression remains unchanged as he takes the tablet.
这些资料确实很有价值，不过，这还不足够我们表明态度。作为非军事力量管理局的官方代表，我必须正式要求你，立即叫停乐园计划的所有活动。
当然，当然，早就料到这一步了。
He pulls out his communicator and rapidly inputs a command.
我已经以 CEO 的身份下达了直接命令，乐园计划的所有准备工作将立即终止，包括你们刚才说到的公开发表。满意了吗？
另外，我还想了解一下，关于这个乐园计划，有证据表明。
Before Kruger can finish, the lights in the conference room abruptly go out. Then the alarm flashes red.
莱娜，保护好局长。
The conference room doors are flung open as armed personnel and marionette dolls pour in and swiftly surround everyone present. Oleg jumps to his feet.
谁授权你们进入的？出去！
通知：安保系统已重置，所有人员出入权限已被取消。
荒谬！我是集团董事长，我命令你们。
奥列克·吉拉尔，你已违反忠诚协议，出卖集团核心资产及相关人员，拒绝执行命令。
忠诚协议？什么乱七八糟的？谁给你们的权限拒绝我的命令？
根据当前命令，所有人员将被限制在安全区域内，直至乐园计划完成。任何抵抗行为将立即导致武力干预。
Oleg's face drains of color.
这是叛变！是谁？谁敢这样做？是齐默尔曼吗？还是董事会的那些混蛋？
Neither the armed personnel nor the dolls respond to Oleg. Cold sweat pours down his face as he slowly collapses back into his chair. Kruger casts Oleg a cold glance, then stands and addresses the armed personnel sharply.
你们的行为已经违反了与非军事力量管理局的协议。未经非军事力量管理局批准，持续进入授权安全区域，违反了法律，这将被视为严重的行政犯罪事件。
局长先生，我们万分抱歉这样对你，但请您配合我们停留在此处， 直至乐园计划启动。只要您配合我们，就不会做出任何冒犯您的举措，不然我们无法对你的人身安全有所保证。
Leva and Lena exchange a glance and move to shield Kruger at the center.
通讯打不出去，所有频段的信号都被屏蔽了。要动手吗？但是，对方那么多人，优先保证克鲁格的安全。
看来，你的下属们的决心，远比你想象的更加坚决。
可恶，这群混蛋！
虽然不想搞得那么难看，但是奥列克先生，恐怕我们协议的条件需要变更下了。
The conference room doors close behind the marionette dolls. The red warning lights continue to flash, casting fuck, I can't see shit. Every time it's so annoying, like I haven't finished reading and then they really skip that part away. The defied dolls move swiftly through the underground passageways. Beneath their feet lie shattered combat automatons and bodies riddled with bullet holes.
清空了，周围没有扫描到新的敌人。
我们得从这里突破出去，离地表更近一些，就能突破信号干扰，联系凯文了。不过在此之前，海伦娜在哪里？
我把她留在出发点了，也就是这个位置。
The moment Voice Mustina appeared, Elva could already guess what she had decided to do, but she still clings to a silver of hope and scans the surrounding. Voice Mustina does not bother to search for Helena. Her wolf's eye already swept countless times. The answer is obvious. Disappointment and regret are written all over Voice Mustina's usually impassive face.
最后看到她的位置在哪？
Voice Mustina walks to a small, broken opening along the silver wall. Elva switches on her flashlight and shines it inside. There is no sign of Helena.
看这些痕迹，这里发生过激烈的战斗。海伦娜的防卫系统在这里释放过能量束。
她是被抓走的。
Voice Mustina bends down and picks up fragments of shattered communicator. Her gaze heavy.
是我的错误判断，对不起。
Elva checks her terminal, but she still cannot locate the signal from the container.
如果刚才能按照你的想法立即撤退，说不定能救下海伦娜了。是我强行停留的时间太久，对方能定位到海伦娜的位置，拖了这么久，对方有足够的时间追踪到她，是我没考虑周全。
如果我能更快地打败那个3代人形，
能从奇洛威格那里撤退已经很不容易了。海伦娜的事，我们再想办法。现在当务之急是将刚才获取到的情报传输出去，
强行突破。
这样速度比较快。
Voice Mustina reloads a fresh magazine and nods to Elva. Just as Elva is about to move, she suddenly freezes, listening intently to the silver.
我好像听到别的枪声，
很远，声音很微弱，但的确是交火的声音。似乎有别人在和守备部队交战，
在我们准备撤离的方向上。这个时候，究竟是
VAA 12. Need to get to VAA 12.
这里的作战人形站在原地不动了。
Defy moves through the underground corridor. Just as Elva suspected, the passage is packed with defensive units. Combat automatons and dolls have already built fortifications, waiting for Defy to walk straight into the trap. but the automatons before Elva's eyes are completely motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons indicate that their neural circuits have been fried on the spot.
是凯文吗？从手法看不是。也许我们的好运来了。
不得不说，我很欣赏您这样乐观的态度，但恐怕幸运的女神总是喜怒无常。
Elva immediately searches for the source of the voice, but Igla is nowhere to be seen. Voice Mastina suddenly shoves Elva aside. The massive force slams her into the wall. As her vision spins, a violent explosion erupts when she had been standing just moments ago. She scrambles back to her feet and sees the ceiling overhead has been blown open. Igla drops down from above, her dagger already buried in Voice Mastina's forearm. Voice Mastina lowers her stance to dissipate the force. She shoves Igla aside, then lashes out with a brutal kick. Igla blocks the strike with both arms and lands lightly on the ground after arching through the air.
卓越的反应，我很享受与您的交手。能够让我始终如一、全力以赴的对手，实在不多。
Voice Mastina pulls the dagger from her forearm and glances at it. The blade had originally been aimed at her core. She refocuses her attention on Igla, who makes a brief gesture towards her.
看来不消灭他，我们是走不出地下。
交给我吧。
我的表现不错。
Oh. That. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Kukai pulls her connection jack free from a control panel. After releasing an abnormal surge of current, the panel gradually falls silent, but her frame is still shaking violently.
就算是电子战，也没什么了不起的嘛。
Supported by her teammates, Kukai barely manages to stand up. Even with 4 doors plus the equipment carried by Andorra sharing the load, the immense computational strain from the hack has nearly caused her to crash. Unfortunately, before Kukai's neural core could burn out, she manages to breach the system defenses and destroy the automated command chain throughout the facility.
指挥官，防卫系统的终端被我们压制了。我刚才关闭了这个设施内所有自动化的作战单位。
干得好，可鲁凯，不愧是你。
哼，那是自然。不管你交给我什么样的任务，我都能完成。
真是太可靠了。防卫系统终端的权限可以转移给我吗？
没问题，我现在就处理。好了，能看到了吗？
我进系统了。对方在地下区域中有4个区域有大量战损报告，最后一个区域在，离你不太远的垂直区域。
是忤逆小队吗？
极大可能是这样。
请引导我们过去吧，我会把他们带回来的。
交给你了。
This is not it. We need to find a rapier, like a spear. The spear has 1 free pull. 4 enters the facility without a hitch, disappearing from view even through the binoculars. I watch their coordinates on the terminal and consider what they might encounter next. Based on the information, the area is very likely where they will run into Defy. With the combined combat strength of 404 and Task Force Defy, breaking out of the facility shouldn't be difficult. However, even if they manage to rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that 3rd-gen doll will still pose a major obstacle. To be honest, I don't have much confidence that our current dolls can defeat Igla inside an underground facility. However, defeating her isn't our objective. We just need to plan to shake her off and leave quickly. As I study the facility map, an idea suddenly comes to mind. There's no data in the terminal to support this plan though. Looks like it's time to seek support. I quickly gather my thoughts and call Kalina. She picks up almost immediately.
格琳娜，吉拉尔的地下设施，你能找到完善的建筑结构图吗？
你是想？
那个针的性能，我手上的人形很难直面对抗。还记得我们在潜艇基地时的操作吗？我想复刻一下。
很有指挥官你行事的风格呢。不过这里可是白区城市，和当时在红区中的基地可区别很大哦。你不考虑社会影响吗？
所以，这不是和你商量下是否可行吗？
果然是要我做善后的事。真是的，又是一道麻烦的事，指挥官你就往我身上一扔。
我对政府内的事情没有那么了解，如果格林你能帮忙的话，那最好不过了。
我想一想，如果影响控制在地下设施中的话，应该影响范围还算可控。我的权限可以在一定程度上控制媒体传播，但如果指挥官你闹出更大的事，那只能看克鲁格先生能不能承受得住了。
我尽量不给你们添麻烦。
真是让人无法相信的承诺呀！好了，结构图已经发送过来了。
太感谢了。对了，这次任务结束，如果你有空的话，我们一起吃个饭。感觉之前我们之间有很多误会，找个轻松点的地方好好聊一聊的话，也许啪一下就都解开了。怎么样？实在不行就算。
如果指挥官你自己掏腰包的话，我倒也不是不能去。不过，我可是会选很好的地方，你做好心理准备吧。指挥官，你听得到吗？
抱歉，格林，404遇到麻烦了，回头再联系。
注意安全。
克鲁凯，什么情况？
我们已经接近目标区域，那个区域内正在进行激烈交火。根据能量波动和热成像分析，交战的一方明显是3代人形，符合针的特征。而另一方，指挥官，那确实是忤逆小队的成员 ，AK-15和 AN-94。
做得好，立即和他们接触，想办法带他们脱离。如果被针缠上，就往。
I open the structural blueprint Kalina just sent, rapidly simulate the scenario, and transmit a set of coordinates.
往这个方向移动，移动到位后告诉我，我会设置一个爆炸物陷阱，阻断他的追击。
收到，立即行动。
I take a deep breath. Rosa has already prepared her weapon and stands silently beside me, awaiting orders.
闪电，你到这个位置设置炸药，炸掉4根承重柱，应该就能争取时间了。
明白了。
库尔夫，去将我们开来的车移动到园区附近。一旦车里的人形回到地面，我们就立即接应他们离开这里。
明白，我会准备好随时出发的。
对了，给海伦娜准备的药物都带着吧。
我一直都带在身上。
不知道她在白区这个环境下，身体会不会进一步恶化？一会儿你做好给海伦娜做简易检查的准备。
一看到海伦娜，我就立即给她做全套检查。
交给你们了，开始行动吧。
Okay. It's
我的表现不错。
After all that suspense, man.
那是因为指挥官。
Finally, it's getting faster right now. 1.5 has been like stopping us, but gave us a lot of important information still. Like, I don't feel bored because it's like I'm supposed to be doing it like last week. Under Krukai's lead, 404 moves through the underground facility and arrives near the battlefield. Now they can clearly see the full scope of the fight. The underground sewer has been utterly devastated by the clash. Walls riddled with bullet holes and chunks of concrete lay scattered across the ground. Amid the ruins, AN-94 and AK-15 are locked in an intense engagement with a woman wearing a suit.
果然是那家伙。
The battle has clearly been going on for quite some time. AK-15 is covered in injuries, and AN-94's movement are noticeably more sluggish than Krukai's remembers. But still, their ammunition appears to be nearly depleted. Iga seems more like she's performing a dance than engaging in a fight. The rapier in her hand traces elegant arcs through the air, beautiful yet lethal. Even when facing the combined assault of the two defiant members, Igla remains utterly unfazed. With her extensive combat experience, Kukai can tell at a glance that even with the dolls beside her, taking Igla head-on would be extremely difficult. But she doesn't hesitate for a moment. The commander has given an order, and she has full confidence in completing the mission entrusted to her. On level 2, she orders the other dolls to deploy to positions where they can maximize their firepower, while she herself charges towards the battlefield at high speed.
胡尼小队，这里是404小队可鲁凯，指挥官派遣我们前来帮助你们撤离。我从你们6点钟方向靠近，不要朝我开火。
404。
The defiant dolls show no change in their movement upon receiving the transmission. Igla's raging assault allows them not a single moment of slack. Even under such dire conditions, they maintain astonishing tactical coordination. Kukai closest to visual range. Under her gaze, every round fired by AN-94 precisely targets Igla's vital point. While AK-15 engages Igla in close quarter combat, the coordination is flawless, yet Igla still handles it all with such ease that even Kukai feels a little unnerved. But she doesn't falter. Seizing the instant when the hulking doll and Igla briefly separate, Kukai fires several grenades accurately towards Igla. The unexpected attack sparked clear anger in Igla.
该死的老鼠，果然是那个人。
Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Voice Mustina flying kick slams into Igla's waist, while additional grenade explosion forces her to retreat further.
就是现在，快跟我走！
Kukai 416. Shouldn't you be? Now isn't the time to talk. The commander sent us to pick you up and AN-94, so start by getting out of that thing's attack range. Got it, I can hang on for a little while longer, so take 94 with you and mount a fighting withdrawal. Okay, we're not there yet. Immune?
闪电，汇报情况。
我们已经到达指定位置，承重柱已经确认完毕。
精确计算爆炸范围，确保只摧毁目标区域的楼板，而不会导致整栋楼坍塌。
明白。
Groza moves swiftly. In just a few dozen seconds, she sets up 4 directional demolition charges at the designated location.
指挥官，已经完成炸药部署。
我下达命令就引爆炸药。
明白。
I stare tensely at the terminal. 404 is advancing towards the area I sent earlier, and the signal they are detecting can only belong to that relentless pursuing third-gen door.
指挥官，我们马上就要到达指定区域了，敌人就在我们背后。
好，现金已经设置完毕，就等你们离开爆炸范围。
收到，还有10秒，快后退！
At the moment Kukai is distracted by the transmission, Igla, burning with rage, lunges towards her with rapier in hand, at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Elwa fires a shot that strikes the blade aimed at Kukai. The tip deflects, embedding itself precisely into the bolt of the rifle that Kukai has raised to block. Kukai immediately drops the rifle, draws a pistol, and empties the entire magazine into Igla at point-blank range. Even from such extremely close range, rounds of this caliber barely phase Igla. The other dolls of 404 immediately lay down full auto fire to suppress Igla, finally forcing her back slightly.
别管我，来不及了，快走！
Voice Mustina rushes forward, grabs Kukai by the back of her collar, and pulls back pulls her back into the door's firing formation with a powerful leap. Kukai blinks in surprise at her new position, then snaps back to her senses and shouts into the comms.
指挥官，我们到达指定位置了。
收到。闪电。
Groza's finger is already poised on the detonator, ready to activate at my final command.
引爆！
The shockwave from the explosion shakes the entire building. The precise blast causes the entire section of floor beneath Igla to collapse. For the first time, a flicker of alarm crosses Igla's face as she plunges downwards, caught completely off guard.
克鲁凯，炸药引爆了，能给我效果评估吗？
爆炸命中敌人了，那个3代人形掉进地下了。
收到，你们赶紧离开那个位置，我会带载具来接应你们离开。我把接应坐标发送过来了。
好。 马上就来，吴逆，我们马上去下一个位置撤离，指挥官会开车来接应我们。
真的信号在靠近。
是。边移动边阻止他靠近。
Alva and Voice Mustina exchange a glance and nod to Klukai, while the doors of 404 have already stowed their weapons and begun moving. The building exit is just ahead. Behind them, a figure leaps up from the depths amid swirling smoke.
我们交替掩护，阻止他靠近。 等一下
Alva doesn't slow her run. She senses that something about Igla is different. Indeed, the figure in the smoke doesn't move. She simply stands there watching the doors depart.
真没有追击，我们不要减慢速度。
Klukai looks back towards Igla's position. Just as Alva said, there's no attack. And outside the building, the flash of headlights is already spilling into the interior.
快上车！
The sharp screech of brakes signals that the extraction vehicles has arrived. I yank open the door and jump into the rear cargo bed, clearing space for the doors. 404 quickly piles into the jeep. Seeing there's no room left inside, Alva and Voice Mustina leap into the cargo bed as well, sitting beside me. Groza watches Igla's direction intensely, waiting for extraction to finish while Kovni scans the area repeatedly before asking anxiously.
海伦娜在哪里？
吉拉尔的人将海伦娜夺走了。
什么？
抱歉，指挥官，我有办法可以夺回她。 但这里太危险了，我们先赶紧离开。请前往这个坐标，这是我们的安全屋。
我明白了，闪电，我们马上出发。
好的。
The jeep makes a sharp turn and speeds out the industrial park. The figure that was standing in the smoke earlier is already gone, having disappeared. Ah, fuck! Can't read.
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
Oh. Okay. Inside a dimly lit state-sec safe house, only the blue glow of several computer screens illuminates the cramped space. The walls are covered with maps and photographs. A few empty magazines and medical kits are scattered across the floor. The doors are replenishing their supplies using what's stored in the safe house, while Alva hands a small chip to Voice Mustina. Voice Mustina takes it and starts uploading the data at a nearby terminal. When the upload begins, Alva finally exhales in relief.
监视好周围，不要放松警惕。刚才的战斗让吉拉尔集团的战斗能力大幅下降。凯文现在应该能更轻松地穿越封锁了，让他想办法把 F 级装备带进来。你需要获得能战胜真的力量。
这里是白区，
我会为这个决定负责的。放心使用吧。
The corner of Voice Mustina's mouth lifts almost imperceptibly, but she quickly suppresses the smile and focuses on making external contact through the terminal. Standing in the center of the room, it occurs to me to whom this safe house belongs. I let my gaze sweep over the members of Task Force Defy before finally settling on Alva. Alva notices the questions in my eyes. She introduces the new names she and Voice Mustina are using, and briefly recounts what they have been up to recently.
你们还隶属国安局？
没有，只是仍存在合作关系。从10年前开始，忤逆小队 就已经是完全独立的队伍了。
我很想问问你们这些年过得怎么样，但现在我有更关心的事：你们为什么出现在利沃夫，又为什么带走海伦娜，以及在那栋大楼里到底发生了什么？
Alva doesn't answer immediately. She just keeps typing while data scrolls rapidly across the stream. After a moment, once all the data is passed, she looks up at me and speaks seriously.
让我从头说起吧，指挥官。10年来，我们从来没有放弃过对帕拉蒂斯的追查。相信您现在也已经了解到，他们并未被消灭这一事实了。而在前段时间，通过一些情报工作，我们又得到了一处帕拉蒂斯的实验基地的坐标。通过国安局的帮助，我们找到了那处基地，并在那里见到了名叫奇洛威格的涅托。
奇洛威格是涅托？
您知道这个人？
他是乐园计划的主导人之一，欧菲路尼。那个吉拉尔集团的千金很信任他。我本来就怀疑他是帕拉蒂斯的人，不过还是没想到，他居然就是涅托。
您看来也已经掌握了很多信息，听起来和我们的情报基本相符。我们在那个基地的数据被销毁之前，得到了一部分乐园计划的信息，也确定了吉拉尔集团和帕拉蒂斯的合作。当时，我们也不确定乐园计划的具体内容，但任何事，只要与帕拉蒂斯产生联系，
出恶勿近。
没错，所以，我们赶来了利沃夫深入调查。然后，海伦娜的事，则是一个意外。我们发现真企图夺走她，而她作为欧43，同时也是乐园计划资料中的重要组成部分。我们不能坐视吉拉尔集团得到她，因为我们不确定这其中可能存在的风险。
为什么不直接提供帮助？格林，非军事管理局的人员当时也在现场。
我们在财团内部有眼线。在来之前，我们就已经得知吉拉尔与非军事管理局达成了协议，但协议的具体内容并不明确。
所以你们怀疑非军事管理局故意想把海伦娜送给吉拉尔集团？这不可能。非军事管理局的局长是克鲁格，负责接收海伦娜的是格林和404的成员。
我们了解，我们也并不是怀疑克鲁格先生或是格林娜小姐以及其他一同在10年前的法兰克福奋战过的战友。我们最初也并未想要彻底介入，只是为莱亚提供了一些帮助。但一来，当时的真咄咄相逼，我们判断格林娜小姐已经没有能力保护海伦娜；二来，我们无法完全信任除了他们外，站在非军事力量管理局之后的人。我们有理由相信，在某种情景下，那些人会为了利益做出某种违背道德的交易。
I'm momentarily speechless, sharing the same concern myself. I find no grounds to refute Alva.
之后呢？
我们带着海伦娜和真展开了追逐战。途中，海伦娜的舱体不知为何解除了，也为我们的行动带来了一些障碍。我们来到利沃夫的目的是调查乐园计划，而非海伦娜。但当时的情况，我们必须承认，任务陷入了一个瓶颈。因介入海伦娜的争夺，我们也丧失了隐蔽性，潜入调查的路已经堵死了。所以，我想到了一个方案，
风险极大的方案，
但是最后成功了。
什么方案？
在和真的追逐之中，我让威玛西娜带着海伦娜先行离开，随即留下断后，独自面对真。我并不是真的对手，在拖延了一段时间之后，我被真击败，随后被带回了他们的实验室。
你故意的？
我们忤逆内部有一种特殊的定位彼此的方式，能够绕过现有的常规屏蔽信号。缺点是，
范围只有2公里。以我为信标，维玛西娜一边躲避追查，一边缩小范围，最终找到了那里，并在他们缺乏防备的情况下发起了袭击。然后我便得到了窃取他们数据库的机会。
Awa stands and walks to the holographic projection table in the center of the room. She inserts a small storage device into the projector. Instantly, blue holographic imagery unfolds in the air, revealing complex data streams and architectural schematics.
这些就是我获取的机密数据。
I stare at Awa in disbelief.
这是……
没错，这就是乐园计划的真相。表面上，乐园计划是吉拉尔集团的新型能源研究，实际上，这是一套非常复杂的技术验证实验。大规模的粒子吸收和释放技术只是其中验证的一个部分。另外，还有植物受粒子照射后质地变异的实验，还有关于某个基因样本的克隆体培育实验。我想这2个种类的实验，指挥官在某个地下实验室中应该有见过吧。
I recall my past encounter with Diane and the others, and suddenly realized that someone of unknown identity once saved my life.
那个时候，击毁炮弹的是你们。
当时我们也在调查那个地下实验室，不过指挥官您已经把那里解决了。我们是接收到国安局的内线情报，知道的那个位置。之前国安局的特工也有所行动，但看来都失败了。我得谢谢您，替他们解脱。除了刚才说的那些外，有一个帕拉蒂斯异常关心的技术验证，即利用免疫体去触发遗迹相关设备的激活点火试验。我猜测，帕拉蒂斯想利用特殊生命体作为媒介，去触碰西岸空间。海伦娜就是那个媒介。
I press a hand to my forehead as a wave of dizziness washes over me. Nirvana, Nirvana again.
这做得到吗？西岸空间不管是需要对应的设备，还是需要激活体，都有着非常苛刻的条件要求。更不要说这需要极其巨大的坍塌粒子。
指挥官，你也想到了，对吧？齐拉尔集团的计划就包含了利用规划的植物吸收来聚集坍塌粒子，并且帕拉蒂斯培育出了克隆的免疫体。O43是最近在眼前的一位。虽然我们没收到他们获取了遗迹相关设备的情报，但想必结论对我们来说并不乐观。
罗莲的内部想要获取这种级别设备的人，
我想您也猜到了。所以，他们拥有设备的可能性是极大的。这些人想再现当时法兰克福所展开的裂隙。
I can't speak. I simply stare at the projection that Awa is showing me, at the information she stole from Shilovac. The other dolls, having finished resupplying, overhear our discussion and hurry over, eager to learn more.
我没太明白，帕拉蒂斯想触碰西岸空间，具体会是怎么样？
遗迹的设备将会是启动器，用于连接西岸空间的意识会作为钥匙。巨量的坍塌粒子会成为催化钥匙启动设备的燃料。在辐射能量影响下，海伦娜会与遗迹设备共鸣，打开通往西岸空间的大门。简单解释的话，就是这样。
那海伦娜会怎么样？那些坍塌粒子全都会被她吸收掉吗？
并不会。倒不如说，若是那样，可能还没有那么麻烦。免疫体并不会受到坍塌粒子的影响，只是在钥匙被激活、大门打开之后，那些巨量的坍塌粒子会被散布到空间中， 来建立西岸的裂缝。一旦计划启动，整个利沃夫都将面临灾难性的坍塌粒子辐射。
混蛋，他这是要献祭一整座城市的人，所以这实验都做成这样了，那个大小姐还是一无所知，她是白痴吗？
恐怕白痴并不是一个公正的评价。奇洛威格之所以要利用欧菲路妮的研究，并不单纯是为了得到吉拉尔资源上的倾斜和政治上的支持，最重要的是，这个研究中最重要的部分，就是欧菲路妮完成的。传言，10年前在法兰克福，他曾亲眼见过西岸空间的打开，那超出他认知的知识，也是那时获取到的。
真理，原来如此。他说他曾见到过的真理，就是这个吗？
从某种意义上，他和指挥官你很像，都是受赐福者。
你把这称之为赐福吗？
抱歉，也许这种说法让您不悦。不过帕拉蒂斯的资料库中，将通过西岸看到超越现实的人，都称为受赐福者。据我们所了解的情况所知，您不是唯一一个有那种经历的人。
Alva manipulates the projection, switching to a city map marked with red dots.
幸运的是，我们仍然来得及阻止。根据这些资料，除了我们刚才毁灭的那个实验室，奇洛威格在白区还有一个更隐秘的主实验室，那里才是乐园计划的真正核心。
让我看看。
Alva displays the coordinates and related information. I read through them one by one, already beginning to simulate a plan in my mind. The other dolls crowd around the projection as well, trying to grasp the battle in ahead.
我们完成修整后，会立即前往那个主实验室。我相信海伦娜也在那个地方。我们必须要阻止乐园计划的启动，并且把海伦娜从那里带回来。指挥官，你会帮助我们吗？
我会帮助你们，不过这事关重大，我必须要调动更多力量。
我不建议您将整个事实都告诉和非军事力量管理局有关的，不管是人类还是人形。您可以向格琳娜小姐或者其他人形寻求帮助，但是这也意味着我们的目的可能会被泄露出去。指挥官，您知道我是什么意思。
I fully understand Alva's concern. On one hand, with my strength alone, the operation will never be foolproof. I must ensure that if I fail, there's still a backup contingency plan to evacuate innocent civilians amid the disastrous fallout. On the other hand, I admit that Nomfa is not entirely trustworthy, but among them there are some who are absolute exceptions to me. For example, I look at Alva, she looks back at me, I raise my terminal then and there.
格林，听得到吗？
指挥官，
想办法立即封锁吉拉尔集团总部的大楼，并且让治安部门对整个城市进行疏散。
发生什么了，指挥官？
我没办法告诉你原因，但这样做可以救很多人的命。
我明白了，我来想办法。
谢谢。克鲁格先生现在能联系上吗？
还是不行，已经超过原本会议约定的时间了。
如果能联系上，我需要和他谈谈。
好的，我会将这个信息传递给他的。
我们尽快解决眼前的问题，然后我等你发送你选的店名给我。
I end the call and turn back to Alva.
我现在手里还有一个4人小队可以行动，你们还有别的支援力量吗？
我们呼叫了特殊用途的装备，作为紧急情况的应对措施，别的只能靠我们自己了。
帕拉蒂斯的计划必须被阻止，我们把海伦娜救回来。你们愿意接受我的指挥吗？
Alva glances back and voices Mastina, who gives her firm affirmative nod.
我们愿意。
好，那从现在起，你们加入我们的一队。
我们愿意，求之不得。
求之不得。
闪电，库尔夫，你们和忤逆一起，与我共同行动。
明白。
克鲁凯， 联系戴烟，报告欧菲路尼的监视情况，然后和他们会合，组成火力小队。你们需要做好我们进入大楼后，随时与吉拉尔集团和治安部门正面交战的准备。
好，我这就安排。
I mark out operation routes and requirements on the digital map using a few markers, then check my watch and synchronize timing with the doors.
一队和我直接进入大楼，优先考虑前行进帕拉蒂斯的主实验室。如果30分钟后没有联系，二队就控制住这里、这里，还有这里的出入口。闪电，联系桑朵莱西，让直升机待命。最差的情况，我们带上海伦娜后，直接从空中撤离回阿莫号上。
我通知3队做好路线准备。
这会是一场高风险的行动，事后很有可能会被罗莲追责或是清算。有谁想退出？现在还来得及。
The doors quietly check their gear or study the routes. No one responds to my final words. I look around at everyone, then nod.
出发。
Damn! It's just like a Call of Duty moment right there, man. Inside the Gerard Group headquarters, Marionette dolls stand in formation outside the control center. Now dressed in a brand new suit, Igla sits before the console, her long fingers lightly tapping the screen. On the surveillance feed, Kruger and Oleg are clearly visible, detained inside a conference room.
前进。
The lead marionette doll steps into the control center and snaps to attention with mechanical precision.
报告，目标人员奥列克·吉拉尔以及非军事力量管理局官员已全部限制在会议室内，所有通讯设备已屏蔽，安全出口也已全部封锁。
劳烦汇报预案。
已制定4套应急预案，已授权在必要时刻进行强制镇压。
请尽量避免对克鲁格局长造成直接伤害。至于奥列克·吉拉尔先生，他的安全已不再是我们的首要考虑。继续监控会议室，任何异常状况立即向我汇报。
Igla walks down the corridor and stops before a heavy metal door marked Experimental Zone Authorized Personnel Only. Inside the laboratory, Shilovek is dancing about in front of a massive transparent containment chamber. Helena, who is floating with it, has returned to a sealed state. Dressed in rumpled and tattered lab coat, Shilovek hums an off-key tune while hammering away at the keyboard.
您最好能告诉我放弃追捕忤逆的理由。他们已经在我们彻底的包围圈之下，但您却让我放弃唾手可得的胜利。
唾手可得的胜利，不是被整得灰头土脸吗？
劳烦您再重复一次。
啊，哈哈哈！我的意思是，那2个蠢蛋将欧43就这么扔在了原地。虽然他们勉强骗到了我一次，但是，有什么比回收欧43更重要的事呢？
欧43被您回收了。
是的，是的，感谢你拖住那2个傻蛋。嘿嘿。 到最后，最聪明的还是我。有了那个小可爱，忤逆啥的根本没人在乎了。接下来，乐园计划将可以完美的实施。欢呼吧，朕！你的大小姐一定会爱死你的。
尽管事已至此，但我依然不由得产生一些疑虑。我在你的怂恿下。 做出此等大逆不道之事，是否还有可能祈求大小姐的原谅？
放心吧，我的完美管家女士，你也亲眼看到了，不是吗？那老头子把我们还有他的女儿统统都出卖了。 你不拿下他，我们的所有努力都要打水漂。欧菲路尼会理解你的。
遗憾的是，我不得不限制非军事管理局局长的人身自由。这无异于与罗联政府直接对抗，恐怕留给你的时间已不多了。
安心安心，既然那孩子已经回来了，那我随时都可以完成计划啦。
那就劳烦你立即开始推进吧。要在各方做出反应之前，拿出能够让他们忽视冲突、接受吉拉尔的筹码。
Silhouette lets out an exaggerated sigh and spreads her hands wide.
你总是这么严肃，放松点嘛，甄小姐。我们可是即将创造历史呢。
能否请您告知O43的状况？
Silhouette strides over to the chamber, presses her face against the transparent wall, and make a silly face.
我们的小花睡得正香呢，她的状态简直完美。可惜你们毁了我在卫星城的实验室，不过也没关系，反正我也用不上它了。记得把我写在清单上的东西送到我在白区的实验室，那里终于该派上用处了。
Igla straightens up, her posture as immaculate and forbidding as ever.
容我做出一些煞风景的提醒。不论是那一个，还是这一个，都是吉拉尔集团的财产。
Silhouette grins widely, revealing her pointed little canines.
当然当然，真是麻烦大小姐的忠实管家时刻提醒我。不过呢，拥有和掌握可是两回事哦。
She presses several buttons. The chamber begins to descend slowly, moving down a transparent conduit into the depths below.
有了这个完美的小媒介，欧菲路尼小姐也总算可以为自己的工作感到骄傲了。毕竟，乐园计划也算是她的心血结晶呢。
欧菲路尼小姐的研究成果确实令人敬佩。正因如此，不论如何，我认为启动仪式依然应当由她亲自完成。这是对她多年心血的尊重。
Silhouette guffaws, her belting laughter echoing throughout the laboratory. She circles Igla once, her steps as light as dance.
当然啦，一切都会按照计划进行。种子已经就位，土壤也准备好了。现在只需要等我们亲爱的小科学家按下那个漂亮的红色按钮，让花儿绽放了。
Her voice suddenly drops as she leans closer to Igla's ear.
不过，甄小姐，也请记得，如果发生什么意外，我随时都能代劳。
Igla steps sideways, putting distance between herself and Silhouette, her gaze sharp as a blade.
恐怕我必须再次强调，乐园计划的最终启动权在于欧菲路尼小姐。任何未经授权的操作，都将被视为违约行为。
Igla's voice is not loud, yet it carries an unmistakable authority, chilling the very air in the laboratory. Silhouette shivers theatrically, then immediately breaks into laughter again.
真可怕！甄小姐变身大灰狼了。别担心嘛，我只是说说而已。当然是等欧菲路尼来启动啦。我可是非常尊重我们的小天才科学家的呢。
Silhouette prances over to the large display, her fingers flying across the control panel.
不过，甄小姐，你真的以为欧菲路尼明白她在做什么吗？她只看到了花朵的美丽，却没看到花下的根系。她想要的是新能源，而我看到的可是无限可能哦。
Igla moves the sleeve of her suit and speaks calmly.
无论如何，我的职责是保护欧菲路尼小姐及其意愿，其他一切目标都在此之下。
Silhouette turns around and makes an exaggerated bow with her right hand pressed to her chest.
向你致敬，甄小姐。 你绝对是我见过的人当中最忠诚的。
Igla inclines her head slightly and turns towards the door.
我要去峰会现场照看大小姐了，希望你最好专注于最后的准备工作。
再见，忠诚的管家小姐。别担心，我会让这朵花开得前所未有的灿烂。
After Igla leaves, the laboratory doors slowly close. Shilowake's smile vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn cold and razor sharp. She hops lightly back to the console, finger tapping wildly at the keyboard.
忠诚的小管家，只会看到自己想看的东西呢。如此完美的O43，居然真的以为这只是在培育一朵花。如果你们知道这朵花最早将要绽放的地方是哪里，哎呀，等不及了啊！真是等不及了！真想看看你们这些小可爱们到时候的表情啊！
Whew. Not even halfway yet. Inside the penthouse suite where Opheluni is currently staying, glided decorations glitter beneath the crystal chandelier. The desk is piled high with repeatedly revised speech draft, every page covered in handwritten notes and correction. Opheluni's Gerard stands before a mirror, constantly adjusting her already flawless evening gown and carefully styled golden curls. She smooths non-existent wrinkles from her dress and tucks a strand of already secured hair back behind her ear.
头发，哎呀，该死的头发！为什么就是不肯乖乖听话呢？
Opheluni appears far more irritable and restless than usual. She stares at her reflection, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Then she turns and walks to the desk, picking up the latest edited speech draft.
乐园计划代表着能源革命的新篇章。
She suddenly flings the manuscript onto the desk.
这种低劣的表达方式，简直是对吉拉尔家族和我名誉的玷污！哼，这样的开场白，就连那些三流科技企业的代言人都不会使用。
Opheluni paces to the window, her high heels tapping crisply against the floor. She looks down at the brightly illuminated city of Lift below, her hands clenched into fists.
哎呀，烦死了！我干嘛这么烦躁啊？又不是第一天演讲，到底在紧张什么啊？哎呀！
She knows perfectly well what the source of her distress is. Opheluni tightens her grip on her braid. The words of that imposter journalist continues to echo in her mind. It is utterly ridiculous. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She even thought he was a kind soul who understood her.
居然说我的乐园计划和那个什么帕拉蒂斯邪教有关联，说奇洛维格是邪教成员，荒谬至极。
Her gaze shifts towards the tablet on the desk, its screen filled with complex charts and equations. Opheluni walks over, swiping the screen and scrolling through layers of data as her brows slowly knit together.
这些坍塌粒子的收集方程，如果真的被用来制造深海和薄芥母，
Her fingertip hovers over the screen. Though these are all the materials she has reviewed countless times, none of it is registering in her head now. Gradually, her attention drifts elsewhere, and her expression grows distant.
难道我真的无法控制这项研究的去向吗？科学本身没有立场，但使用科学的人有立场。那天在法兰克福，我也只是个受害者。
Her thoughts are interrupted by the soft knock at the door.
大小姐，请问我可以进来吗？
Opheluni immediately straightens her back, regaining her composure and resuming the posture of a proud scientist.
进来吧。这演讲稿简直糟糕透顶，我需要有人为这种低劣的工作负责。
Igla enters, carrying a cup of tea. Her suit is perfectly pressed without a single crease.
晚茶已经准备好了，大小姐。 我使用了您最喜爱的伯爵茶，加入了3滴柠檬汁和1点薄荷，正如您平时喜欢的那样。
Ofuluni accepts the cup with deliberate poise and takes a small sip. Her eyebrows lift slightly.
味道勉强及格，不过薄荷应该再少一些。
Igla bows slightly.
下次一定注意，大小姐。
Ofuluni walks back towards the window, turning her back to Igla. Her voice softens a little.
真，你去调查那个卫星城非法实验室的事了，有什么发现吗？
Igla raises her head slightly, a trace of wariness flashing through her eyes.
我已经进行了初步调查，大小姐，但非军事力量管理局对此事封锁的相当严密。目前尚未找到确凿证据表明那些实验与奇洛威格小姐或帕拉蒂斯组织有直接联系。
Ofuluni turns around, biting her lower lip.
我还在想那个记者，那个冒牌记者的话。他说我的研究很可能被操控了，说奇洛威格是邪教的人，还说我的坍塌粒子收集技术可能会被用来制造伤害和搏剑魔。
She grips the teacup tightly, her voice trembling slightly.
他说错误的方法绝对不可能通往正确的道路。这句话让我一直放不下。如果奇洛威格小姐真的在利用我和我的研究，
Igla sets down the tray and steps beside Ofuluni, her gaze gently yet resolute.
欧菲鲁尼小姐，恕我直言，那位记者冒牌货的言论显然别有用心。您的天赋是无可争议的，您的研究成果已经得到了全球顶尖科学家的认可。
Ofuluni places the teacup down heavily on the desk, spilling some of the tea.
可是真，如果我真的无法控制这项技术的最终用途呢？如果真的有人利用我的研究去做那种可怕的人体试验，那不就证明他说的是对的吗？科学的立场会被使用者决定。
Ofuluni gaze shifts towards the computer screen, her voice growing lower.
自从那次法兰克福的经历后，我一直想证明自己，证明吉拉尔家族能为世界带来真正的改变。但如果乐园计划真的会被滥用，那我岂不是要成为罪人了？
大小姐。
Igla interrupts Ofuluni's self-reproach. She raises her hand, hesitates briefly, then gently rests it on Ofuluni's shoulder.
让我们退一步来说吧，即便这项实验可能真的存在风险，你还记得您之前对那位记者所说的话吗？科学本身没有立场，决定一个研究成果的好与坏，取决于人们使用它的方式。而您，正是能确保这项研究被用在正道上的人。
Igla's voice is warm and steady, like a soothing current calming Ofuluni's uneasy heart.
无论奇洛威格小姐是否有别的身份，她为您提供的知识都已成为您掌握的工具。正如您所说，您相信自己有能力确保这项技术用于正途。您难道愿意因为一些未经证实的指控，就放弃您多年的心血和梦想吗？
Hesitation flickers in Ofuluni's eyes.
可我命令你去调查了，结果呢？如果真的有人在利用我的技术做那种事，
大小姐，我们可以继续调查，同时加强对乐园计划的控制。但在确认真相之前，我们没有理由放弃这个可能改变世界的机会。
This manipulation is crazy, man.
即使那个冒牌货的担忧有一定道理，你也完全有能力修正方向，确保技术不被滥用。
Ofuluni slowly straightens her posture. The unease in her eyes gradually gives way to determination.
你说的对，我是欧菲路尼吉拉尔，我怎么可能会被控制？怎么可能眼睁睁看着自己的研究被滥用？
She pats her own cheek to psych herself up.
我会在峰会上让所有人见证乐园计划的伟大愿景。至于那些可能的风险，我会亲自确保他们不会发生。哼， 那个冒牌记者怎么会懂得一个真正科学家的责任感？
明智的决定，大小姐。您将向世界证明，乐园计划的价值远超任何人的想象。
没错，今晚我会让所有人见证真正的科学奇迹，让那些质疑我的人全都无地自容。
Just as Ofluni regains her confidence, Igla's communicator suddenly rings. Igla glances at it with mild surprise, then answers.
请讲。
A hurried voice comes through the communicator. Igla's expression gradually turns grave. Her eyes flash with a trace of alarm.
我明白了，继续监控，不要轻举妄动。我马上过去。
She ends the call and turns towards Ofluni. Her expression remains composed, though the vigilance in her eyes lingers.
发生什么事了？
Igla smiles calmly, her tone steady as usual.
只是一些小小的安保细节需要确认，无需您挂心。请容我失陪片刻，去确保这些琐事不会影响到您的演讲。
Ofluni lifts her chin, her golden curls swaying lightly with the motion.
去吧，确保今晚的峰会万无一失。任何微小的瑕疵都会影响我们家族的声誉。
Igla bows slightly.
一切都会按照您的期望进行，小姐。我很快就会回来。
Igla respectfully exits the suite, gently closing the door behind her. Ofluni walks back towards the window and gazes down at the bustling city of Liv once more. Her expression is resolute and confident, yet deep in her eyes that faint, gnawing doubt still lingers.
科学是没有立场的，但使用科学的人有立场。我将创造历史，我将控制这项技术的命运。一定是这样的。
Her whisper is nearly inaudible as it fades into the empty suite. Oh, okay, never mind. No need to read that. Because they don't let me to read. Soldiers wearing specialized masks are inspecting the site where a firefight has just taken place. Kruger sits on the sofa, watching the soldier patrols the area. He loosens his tie and lets out a long sigh. He shifts his gaze to the other side of the room, where the supreme leader of the Girard group had been sitting. There is now only a corpse, blood still seeping from his chest. Huh? When the stray bullet struck Oleg, no one on either side spared a thought for whether he lived or died. In his final moments, he could only grip Kruger's hand tightly while his mouth hung open, desperately trying to form words in vain.
到最后，他也没能明白自己是怎么死的呢。
哈维尔先生。
An elderly man leaning on a cane limps into the conference room. Kruger immediately rises to greet him. Javier waves a hand at Kruger, signaling him to relax, then motions for his attendant to hand him a terminal. Kruger tries his best to put on a poker face to keep his earlier emotions from showing. Fortunately, Javier does not seem to care much about his expression.
情况还在可控的范围内，这里应该不值得您亲自来。
别那么紧张，我的老兄，我不是来对你的工作指手画脚的，只是情况有了一些变化，我们的老朋友又丢了一些不得了的东西，所以就派我来收拾这里的烂摊子了。
丢了东西。
Javier hands the terminal to Kruger. Kruger has barely read the beginning before his brow furrows.
这恐怕会影响到很多人。现在东西方的信任又快掉到冰点了，在这个重要关头上。
所以我说是烂摊子嘛。不过如果及时止损，事情应该还不会弄到太难看的地步。
虽然我没有资格对爵士的决策有任何怀疑，不过以我最近掌握的信息来看，之前那些政策对大财团的掌控并没有实质性的帮助。还是说，
别把你的猜想说出来， 我们今天把一切都拦截住，那一切还是会按照他的计划前进。让我们的领袖过得舒服一些，不就是我们的工作吗？
Kruger nods and hands the terminal back.
我听说那个小家伙也来这里了，还是被你邀请来的？
Kruger expression darkens. Only after a moment does he respond.
我们所做的事并不公平。
我知道，但这个世道又有哪里公平呢？告诉那个指挥官，不要牵扯进来。当年好不容易才脱身离开的风暴，没有必要再次以身入局，当牺牲品。你的话，我想还是有说服力的吧？嗯。
或许这话你直接说会更有说服力。
抱歉，抱歉，惹你生气了。不过的确让你不好做人了。嗯，说的也是。就由我来说吧。交给我吧，你就别操心了，把注意力放在工作上。你刚才也看到直接命令了，那我们就开始干活吧。
Kruger nods helplessly and walks out with Javier. Before leaving, he hastily writes a handwritten note to Leva and whispers a few words into her ear. Just as he steps out the door, he casts one last glance at Oleg's body and mutters under his breath.
希望你最后不要变成这个样子。
With that, he leaves the room without looking back. The air in the brightly lit backstage area at Leaf's International Convention and Exhibition Center is thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members hurry and back and forth, commands crackling non-stop through their earpieces. Opheluni Gerard stands alone before a full-length mirror, gazing at the radiant figure reflected back at her. She is dressed in a tailored deep blue evening gown. Her long golden hair is perfectly swept up. Diamonds earrings catching and refracting the cold light. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tightly intertwined.
冷静，欧菲鲁尼。不过是又一场演讲而已，你已经做过无数次了。就算这次是最重要的，又怎么样？又不会有什么区别。
Her fingers lightly brush over the speech draft, the formulas resting quietly on the page, waiting to be unveiled to the world.
不行，我还是好紧张。别搞砸，千万别搞砸。
A staff member knocks gently and peeks inside the dressing room.
吉拉尔小姐，还有5分钟就要开始了。主持人正在做开场白。
Opheluni straightens instantly, the familiar pride of the Girard heiress settling back onto her face.
我知道了，告诉他们，欧菲路尼·吉拉尔随时准备好震撼全世界。
The staff member bows and exits quickly. Opheluni turns back to the mirror, takes out a lipstick and carefully reapplies it. The color hasn't faded. She's only doing it to steady her nerves. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the person who had helped suppress her anxiety before the press conference 2 days earlier.
那个记者，那个冒牌货，不知道他有没有来？不，肯定没有。这次可不是随便什么人都能进来的。
As Opheluni's thoughts wander, the host's voice carries into the backstage area through her speakers.
尊敬的各位来宾，杰出的科学家们。 媒体朋友们，欢迎参加吉拉尔集团乐园计划全球首发峰会。 今晚我们将共同见证科学史上的重大突破，一项将彻底改变人类能源获取方式的革命性技术。
Damn! A burst of gunfire and explosion erupts outside, abruptly cutting off the host's introduction. Guests exchange stunned looks as hushed murmurs rapidly escalate into panic chatter.
各位请保持冷静，可能只是安保演习或者。
The gunfire grows closer. Several soldiers begin storming in through the side entrance of the hall. An officer strides onto the stage and forcefully takes the microphone from the host. His voice booms through the speakers, drowning out the chaos.
根据政府指令，因安全原因，此次活动即刻取消。请所有来宾有序撤离，是军方命令，不容商议。
The venue plunges into chaos. Prominent figures stare at one another in shock. Reporters scramble to capture footage, flashes firing incessantly. Hearing everything through the speakers, Ofuluni eyes widen in disbelief.
这是什么情况？谁敢擅自打断吉拉尔家族的活动？
She springs to her feet, ready to rush out, but is intercepted by a staff member who has just entered.
吉拉尔小姐，外面情况有些复杂，我们建议您暂时留在后台。
荒谬！我是欧菲路尼·吉拉尔，没有人见他们的长官。
Just as she is about to force her way past the staff member, Iga suddenly pushes the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit is still immaculate, but the calm in her eyes is replaced by a rare urgency.
大小姐，请原谅我的冒昧，但我们必须离开。
Ofuluni turns to her, fury blazing.
朕，你看到了吗？那些狂妄的军人，他们竟敢打断吉拉尔家族的峰会，简直不可饶恕！我要去找他们理论。
Iga steps swiftly to Ofuluni's side, her voice low and firm.
恕我直言，大小姐，现在不是理论的时候。这是一场明确的针对乐园计划的突袭。尽管我们的安保部队仍在奋力抵抗。 但他们依然控制了整个会场。我们必须保证乐园计划能够继续进行。更重要的是，保证您的安全。
什么？针对乐园计划？是谁？为什么？难道是那个冒牌货？
Ingla gently shakes her head, cutting off Ofuluni's speculation.
解释的时间会有的，大小姐。但现在，我们必须尽快离开这里。 安保部队无法长时间阻挡他们。我已经准备了秘密通道。
Ofuluni frowns, hesitation flashing through her eyes.
秘密通道？我怎么不知道我们总部有什么秘密通道？
Igla extends her hand almost deferentially, yet her tone allows no refusal.
作为您的助理，预先考虑各种可能的安全措施是我的职责。大小姐，请相信我，时间紧迫。
Ofuluni meets Igla's unwavering gaze, then finally nods. Igla immediately leads her through a concealed service door into a narrow corridor.
朕，我命令你告诉我实话，到底发生了什么？为什么军方会介入？他们想阻止乐园计划？为什么？还有，我们这是要去哪儿？
Igla does not slow her pace as she scans the path ahead.
有证据表明。 某些势力对乐园计划抱有敌意，他们错误地认为这项技术可能带来风险，因此试图阻止它的发布和实施。
风险？什么风险？我的研究经过了无数次验证和测试，这简直是对科学的亵渎。
正是如此，大小姐。有些人惧怕他们无法理解的事物，亦或者只是担忧这会掠夺他们已有的利益。但请放心。 我已经做好了应对准备。我们现在前往奇洛威格博士的实验室，那里有完整的设备，可以执行乐园计划剩余的所有程序。
Ofuluni suddenly stops and grips Igla's arm. In the dim light, her eyes gleam with suspicions and doubt.
奇洛威格的实验室？为什么奇洛威格的实验室有完整的设备？朕，你是不是有什么事瞒着我？
Igla looks straight into Ofuluni's eyes, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face.
大小姐，请您相信， 我永远不会做任何不符合您利益的事情。有些安排是为了应对最坏的情况而准备的。奇洛威格博士的实验室是我们的后备方案，专为乐园计划可能面临的外部干扰而设。
Offluni bites her lips.
真，你告诉我，那个冒牌货说的是不是真的？我的研究有很多事我自己都不知道，是吗？
Igla shakes her head gently, her voice soft yet resolute.
大小姐，您的研究是纯粹而崇高的，您的天赋是真实无可争议的。我承认，在您工作之外，我的确有一部分无关紧要的事物并未向您汇报，但我所做的一切，只是为您创造最好的条件，让您的才华得以充分展现。现在，我必须请您信任我，就像过去您一直做的那样。
After a brief silence, Offluni takes a deep breath and straightens her back.
好吧，真。但这一切结束后，我要知道所有真相，一切真相。
Igla bows deeply.
遵命，大小姐。
Meanwhile, in a temporary command center somewhere outside the city, the lights burn brightly.
报告，峰会现场已全面控制。吉拉尔安保部队抵抗激烈，交火持续近20分钟。医疗组已就位，确保受伤人员得到妥善治疗。
做得很好。目标人物呢？找到欧菲路尼·杰拉尔了吗？
The officer looks somewhat embarrassed.
报告，目标人物不在预定位置，后台已经搜索过了，没有发现他或他的助理的踪迹。
Javier lets out a soft sigh, showing no surprise.
这些吉拉尔家族的人总是有些出人意料的手段。请继续搜索，但务必保持克制，不用着急时间，稳妥地消灭那些安保部队。这毕竟是一位身份特殊的小姐，我们不希望造成不必要的损失。
是，我知道该怎么做了。
I sit in the car, reading the surveillance report Diane has sent over. The military has already sealed off the Girard Group building. Armed PSA units are stationed everywhere around it. The main roads are blocked as well. Groza keeps turning into the side streets, trying to get the car as close as to the building as possible. But soon, even Groza runs out of road and has no choice but to park in a narrow alley.
指挥官，前面的路全都被封了。
格林的效率还真高，这么快就封锁完了。F，看来吉拉尔的总部靠开车进不去了。有备选方案吗？
我们未必一定要到达吉拉尔的总部。吉拉尔大楼的下面有大量的地下设施延展出来，奇洛威格的实验室也在下面。
也就是说，只要靠近大楼就行。不过即使如此，我们总不能爆破地面下去吧？
刚才我们从线人手里拿到吉拉尔总部的路线图，我们可以从外围的设施开始进入。
Elwa sends the coordinate to Groza. It's not far from our current position.
这栋建筑的入口可以连通那个实验室，不过里面应该有重兵把守。 威玛西娜的装备快送来了，要等做好准备再出发吗？
光靠2个小队的人形，的确风险比较高。把路线图发我，我得考虑一下方案。
好的。
I will transfer the data to my terminal. As I study the map, I start deploying the rest of the doors. I switch to another screen to review Diane's surveillance feed and open a channel to her.
戴燕，欧菲路尼还在吉拉尔集团的大楼中吗？
是的，长官。那位欧菲路尼小姐应该还在吉拉尔的总部大楼内。我们最后看到她是在大楼中部的休息区，但她很快就被那个3代人形带走了。我们从外部无法继续追踪她的下落。
Even if Diane can't track them, their destination isn't hard to guess. Igla and Shilovek have made their extensive preparation. At this point, they won't give up easily. The military's intervention will likely force them to accelerate the launch of Project Eden. We are running out of time.
我们和404会进入吉拉尔集团的地下设施，入口的坐标在这个位置。你们留在外围监视周围的情况，随时准备接应我们，协调好3队做撤离准备。你们是最后的预备队。如果我们在地下遇到紧急情况，需要你们立即支援。
收到，我们这就准备。
I end the call. Groza leans in closer.
让3队也一起来。我们不了解下面的情况，得做好最坏的打算。
如果时间允许，我也希望再多一些人手啊。
即使启动乐园计划，粒子的收集也需要一段时间。
这倒也是，但我不敢轻易下赌注。
I rub the bridge of my nose, wrestling with whether to wait until all forces are assembled before acting. While I'm thinking, a communication request pops up on my terminal. It's Kalina.
格林，
指挥官，按照你的要求，利沃夫的疏散和封锁已经开始了。我猜您刚才是不是获取到了和海伦娜相关的情报？
我已经知道海伦娜的位置了。现在我要去把海伦娜救回来。
这件事不需要您担心了。我建议您也跟着治安部门的指引，先去安全的地方避难。海伦娜那边，克鲁格先生已经派遣队伍去处理了。
你联系上克鲁格先生了？
是的，危机已经解除。克鲁格先生刚才之所以失联，是因为他在和吉拉尔集团总裁谈判的过程中遭遇了劫持。我们的人安全救出了克鲁格先生，但奥列克总裁不幸死于流弹。不过他在死前提交了乐园计划的所有资料。
所以，你们已经知道乐园计划的全貌了？
我们已经知道乐园计划收集坍塌粒子的整体工程细节了。吉拉尔集团很可能会利用粒子污染来威胁利沃夫的安全，所以疏散的指令下达得很顺利。
She has no idea about the real details. As I think this, I switch the communicator to my other hand so I can study the map more easily.
疏散的命令执行得这么快，克鲁格先生很有魄力啊。
不，和克鲁格先生无关。封锁和疏散的命令是哈维尔先生直接向利沃夫首席下达的。
哈维尔。
My hand jerks in shock. The terminal slips from my grasp and falls beneath the seat. I fumble to retrieve it.
他也在这里。
他带着军方的部队控制住了吉拉尔集团名下的设施和峰会现场。峰会现场那些储存着完整计划的设备，克鲁格先生也已经移交给哈维尔先生了。一切都在可控范围。克鲁格先生留下纸条说，让指挥官你赶快离开这座城市。
No, this isn't right. Javier, the military, the conglomerates, Paradius, Project Eden, and even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger tells me to leave immediately. And most importantly, Colleen just said they know the full scope of Project Eden, yet what she described completely misses the real issue. These seemingly unrelated coincidences are all designed. A powerful sense of deja vu surges through me. In an instant, the logic clicks into place. I'm all too familiar with this. Nothing has changed. There are simply more sacrifices and scapegoats now, along with the same nauseating calculations behind the scene.
指挥官，你能听到吗？利沃夫现在很危险，接下来非军事力量管理局会控制住局面。 这不是你能介入的情况，请尽快撤离，剩下的就交给我们吧。
抱歉，格林，我又要食言了。
啊？
删掉所有和我的通讯记录，接下来我的所有行动都和你无关，不要谈起任何和我说过的话题，不然你会很危险。
等下，怎么了，指挥官？你要做什么？等。
再见，格林。
I cut the transmission immediately. If my deduction is correct, every extra detail Kalina knows puts her in more danger. Kalina would never lie to me, especially not about something this important. She truly knows nothing. But Javier, his movements are far too swift. The military was prepared. He clearly anticipated all of this. That man knows everything. And knowing everything, he still allowed the situation to unfold and reach this point. This so-called Project Eden might very well be.
海府，我们不能等了，立即就开始行动，要赶在所有人之前把海伦娜夺回来。
所有人，包括罗莲吗？
嗯。
你是在忌惮爵士？
乐园计划，吉拉尔集团不过是个被用完就扔的手套罢了。不管这是他有意还是放任的产物，从结果而言，即使过了10年，他也没有放弃自己的企图。不可原谅！立即出发！
You know, find out who this Javier guy is, man. What the fuck? Mackie! she's huge. Hmm? She looks even bigger than before. I bet she's scarier than 10 Klukais. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's nothing. Ha ha ha. It's really been a while. Shit. That's funny. Who is this guy? I think it goes to I think it goes to him being wanting power.
逃得掉吗？尽快结束。
Okay, while the girls are doing that, I'm gonna get water for everybody. Oh, sorry about that. Getting water. Water. Inside the laboratory, countless pipes wind between the walls like serpents, and instruments flashing with cold light emit a low mechanical hum. Silhouette is checking data before the control console while humming an off-key tune. Several suspicious dark stain marks her white coat lab. At her side, also at the very center of the lab, stands a massive transparent chamber. Inside the chamber, Helena opens her eyes, realizing she is imprisoned in a strange place. She bangs on the transparent wall in panic.
哎呀呀呀呀呀！求求是谁醒了？我们的公主殿下终于睁开了美丽的眼睛，多么完美的时机呀！命运的交响乐刚刚进入高潮部分。有没有头痛、肌肉酸痛，或者记忆混乱？
Helena's eyes widen with terror the moment she sees Silhouette. She shrinks back into the corner of the chamber, trying to get as far away from the woman as possible.
谁呀？不要做！
Silhouette chuckles and walks closer to the chamber. Her slender fingers slowly trace along the glass in an almost affectionate motion, yet her gaze carries a morbid possessiveness.
别担心，我的宝贝，今天不会有什么难受的注射、糟糕的抽血，或是见鬼的苦药片了，因为今天是个特别的日子，是你的成人礼，是欧菲露妮的荣耀典礼，是整个利沃夫的命运转折点。而你，我精心培育的小花朵，就是这场壮丽戏剧的女主角，是真理之门的钥匙。一把钥匙，哇，多么诗意的隐喻！
Helena hugs her knees tightly, barely reacting to Silhouette's mania. She mutters faintly.
指挥官。
Silhouette narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward.
指挥官，指挥官，哦，是的，指挥官。我怎么能忘记我们的奥德修斯、格萨尔王、齐格弗里德和鲁斯塔姆？一个历史性的舞台，一定不可缺少伟大的英雄，还要有可怕的恶龙、白痴的国王和邪恶的女巫。
Silhouette presses a finger to her lip, then looks down at the trembling Helena.
可惜，我现在只准备了一个娇弱可怜的小公主。
She notices the fear in Helena's eyes, and a hint of cruel satisfaction seeps into her smile.
哦，别用那种眼神看我，亲爱的。我知道，我知道，你还没理解自己的价值。艺术总是需要时间才能被欣赏。
Suddenly, she lifts her head, as if interrupted by a thought. Her gaze drifts into the distance. She turns and walks back to the console, the hem of her lab coat floating like a ghost. Her finger dance across the glowing buttons and touchscreens.
每一件伟大的艺术品都应该理解自己被创造的意义，这才是真正的觉醒，真正的升华。
The laboratory lights shift with her commands, changing from blue to violet and then to an eerie red. The sound of energy flowing through the pipes grows urgent, like the heartbeat of some massive machine. Silhouette suddenly turns towards Helena, her expression frenzied and almost intoxicated.
知道我为这一天准备了多久吗？我亲手编排的这出戏剧，这场科学与艺术的完美融合。
Helena squeezes her eyes shut as she continues to tremble silently.
早在我还是帕斯卡的学生的时候，我就已经在勾勒这一场壮丽的剧本了。每一个场景，每一个转折，每一个惊喜，都在我的掌控之中。啊，可怜的欧菲露妮，那个天真的小公主。 她真的以为法兰克福的经历是某种神圣的启示，是命运赐予她的礼物。
Helena's eyes flicker with confusion at the unfamiliar name.
那只不过是真理的一次意外泄露而已，一个小小的系统故障。但它确实给了我灵感。毕竟混乱中常常诞生最伟大的发现，不是吗？ 有时候，科学就是需要一点点意外， 就像我亲爱的老朋友、伟大的爱因斯坦教授曾经说过，真相往往比我们愿意接受的更加可怕。哦，不对，这是洛夫克拉夫特说的，又或者是我自己说的。
Silhouette spins slightly back to the chamber, her fingers brushing the glass.
你知道吗，海伦娜？我设计了你的每一个分子，每一段基因序列，每一处微小的生物回路，都是我亲手编写的代码。你是如此完美的媒介，如此精妙的造物。
She presses her forehead against the glass and stares directly at Helena. Her pupils are naturally dilated under the red light.
我还记得第一次见到你的模样，你只是培养液中的一团细胞，一个微小的可能性。而现在，看看你，一朵即将盛开的奇迹之花，一把即将拧动命运之锁的黄金钥匙。
She lightly taps the glass as if patting a child on the cheek.
奇怪的人，到底要对我做什么？哦，我以为我表达的已经足够清楚了。真遗憾，虽然你有着跟老师一模一样的眼睛，却完全没有继承到他伟大的智慧。老师。
Silhouette's expression softens suddenly.
你的基因母体，我的老师。他教会了我一切关于坍塌粒子的知识，而现在，我用他的 DNA 创造了你，完成了他无法想象的壮举。
Helena stares in confusion. Silhouette seems to have a sudden realization. She blinks, then bursts into laughter.
哦，抱歉，我穿帮了。我又不小心混淆了我的身份。帕斯卡的得意门生，著名基因学家的助手，亦或是吉拉尔的合作伙伴。
She spreads her hands theatrically, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
身份就像实验室的白大褂，亲爱的，你可以随时更换，只要他们能帮你达到目的。但今天，我只是奇洛威格，真理的见证者，而你就是那把钥匙。
Helena retreats until her back hits the chamber wall. There is nowhere left to go.
我不想，为什么？
Silhouette returns to the console, fingers slipping across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveform fill the screen.
为什么是你？这是个很好的科学问题。
Her voice carries genuine enthusiasm as if she were explaining in an interesting experiment with a student.
虽然你作为免疫体还不够完全，但你的身体结构已经足够支撑前往未来的道路了。你的基因母体是那么的完美，即使劣化成你现在这个样子，依然如艺术品一般。无数的数据和经验表明，只要有它的基因在，免疫体就能稳定的与西岸空间建立连接。
She presses several buttons displayed across the walls illuminate, showing Helena's complete genetic map and simulations of a strange energy field.
看到这些漂亮的螺旋了吗？每一个碱基对都经过精心设计，每一个密码子都有其特定目的。你不是我最独特、最出色的作品，但你肯定是最传奇的一个。有谁像你一样能经历那么精彩的冒险呢？543。
A shadow flickers in her eyes.
千万别问我前面的42个都去哪儿了。可怜的孩子，他们有些甚至没能撑过培养皿。
Tears fill Helena's eyes. Her voice trembles.
是你杀的！
Shilovek blinks.
哎，别这样指责我，我可没杀掉他们，至少不是我亲自动的手。
At that moment, the laboratory alarm suddenly blares. Shilovek frowns and strides to the surveillance monitor. On screen, a squad of dolls have broken through the outer defenses and are advancing towards the lab course area.
谁行？指挥官！
Shilovek's expression shifts from surprise to a peculiar delight. A fervor burns right in her eyes.
我们的英雄真准时，像钟表一样精确。
She hurries back to the console, fingers dancing.
戏剧需要观众，科学需要见证者，舞台需要英雄。但如果英雄登场的太早，
She slams a red button. Helena pounds the glass in terror.
放我出去！抱歉，亲爱的，演出即将开始，女主角可不能缺席。
She turns and sits down in the chair, thoughtful.
但女主角真的是你吗？我可不喜欢登场一集就写死女主角的诈骗喜剧。
Blue-green culture fluid begins to fill the chamber. Helena cries out as she beats desperately at the glass. The liquid engulfs her, and her cries are drowned out. Her consciousness fades. Just before losing awareness completely, her mind seems to struggle outward, piercing through the laboratory walls, calling into the distance. Shilovek spins her chair to face Helena floating in the fluid. She presses two fingers to her lips and blows her a kiss.
安静的睡吧，我的小钥匙。等你苏醒过来，你将成为神明。
Turning to the surveillance monitor, she watches with admiration as the commander breaks through the defenses of the lab. An eager smile spreads across her face.
至于你，我亲爱的伊利亚·穆罗姆茨，我等不及想要和你面对面的交流了。让我看看，你身上究竟有什么特别之处，会让我最重要的人念念不忘。我的父亲大人。
怎么了，指挥官？
没什么，只是好像听见了海伦娜的声音。
The corridor outside the laboratory has already become a battlefield.
这些家伙真是烦死了！快快把路让开啊！米什蒂，继续开火！别乱发脾气嘛！
我们的时间不多了，指挥官。至少可以确定就是这里了。我正在检索数据，资料库中有研究所的地形图。这个设计应该是有其他通道的，但是没有标注。
没时间了，就从正面闯进去。
I raise my weapon.
进攻！
I forgot what round is this.
这次莱
Oh,
娅
okay,
姐
we're not
应该
there
会
yet.
夸我的吧？
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We still have, wow, still have a lot to go. Blah, blah, blah.
这事还来得及。
请保持安静。完美！这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？嘿，当然，指挥官的奖励也要有哦。
The elevator door slide opens slowly. Oflune steps out. Her heart is racing. The chaos moment ago has already left her shaken, but what greets her beyond the elevator only deepens her unease. Even as the errors of the Gerard group, she has never seen this place before. She draws in sharp breaths, trying to calm herself through steady inhalation, but her heart pounds erratically, and an icy chill climbs from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her unable to think.
为什么总部的下面有这么大的空间？我从来没有听说过。
这是奥列克老爷批准建立的实验室，之前一直都是齐洛威格女士在使用。
为什么他会在集团总部的下面有实验室？而且我还不知道。这当然是为了让乐园计划能顺利实施了。你看，要不是总裁大人的先见之明，我们伟大的计划岂不是要被那些凡夫俗子给阻挠了？
Silhouette flits into Oflune's view with a cheerful grin, patting her shoulders as if offering comfort. Staring at the woman she once regarded as confidante. It's not confident. Oflune feels only strangeness. The intimacy she once believed they shared now seems like a hallucination.
可为什么会有士兵来破坏会场？爸爸也一直联系不上，到底发生了什么？
An inescapable despair keeps ringing in her head. Everything she thought she possessed has been destroyed. Her eyes start brimming with tears. Igla bends slightly, intending to wipe them away, but Oflune angrily pushes her away.
真，你一定知道发生了什么，对吧？一直都是这样，嘴上说着为我好，但是什么都不告诉我。之前你做的事真的是为我好吗？如果真的是为了我，为什么现在会是这个样子呢？哎呀，大小姐，你这就误会甄大人了呢。甄大人可一直是为了您鞠躬尽瘁，死而后已呀。要不是甄大人的提前部署，恐怕您的乐园计划永无见光之日呢。什么意思？毕竟这么伟大且能改变人类的计划，怎么能让一个小小的公司掌握在手里呢？罗莲一定是看到这个计划的巨大价值，才那么猴急的要抢走占为己有啊。但是没有关系，这个世界是有正义存在的。只要我们能展示出乐园计划对世界的巨大改变，全世界都会知道吉拉尔集团和大小姐你的伟大付出。到时，舆论会迫使罗莲的高层将那些黑心的官员绳之以法。真的吗？那是当然，不信你问甄大人。
Oflune turns to Igla with hopeful eyes. Igla lowers her gaze and then nods.
这是吉拉尔集团最后的机会，大小姐。
是吧？所以，我的大小姐，我们赶紧准备启动计划吧。
Oflune's eyes waver. Doubt still grips her, and she does not believe their words. But what choice does she have now? At last, she lowers her head and speaks to Shilovek as if resigning herself to fate.
我明白了。控制台在哪里？我的傀儡人形会带您过去。我和甄大人再聊两句。
Oflune follows the marionette doll out. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Igla. Igla offers her reassuring smile. Only then does Oflune close the door and depart. But the moment Oflune vanishes from Igla's sight, her expression darkens. Shilovek's approach with a faint sly laugh.
哎呀，甄大人，虽然有一些小小的变数，但我们的计划终于快完成了。
罗莲行动的果决和迅速出乎我的预料。不论计划的结果如何，吉拉尔集团恐怕无法继续存在了。
你看看，这就是投降的下场。那个老头子自以为跪下就能让罗莲放过他，结果呢？人家要连骨头一起吞下去呢，活该死的无人在意。你可得好好从中吸取教训哦。
老爷也好，我也好，下场怎么都无所谓，至少要让大小姐。我已经为你提供了最大程度的协助。不论如何，你要确保大小姐的安全。
啊？你现在这个样子，还能谈条件吗？
吉拉尔的安保部队仍受我的指挥。倘若他们放弃抵抗，罗莲的部队会在5分钟内控制这里。
哎呀，我不是这个意思，我是说，就算你不谈条件，以我们的关系，我都会保护好大小姐啦。我承诺，我承诺。
恰当的选择。吉拉尔已经彻底毁灭了，但只要大小姐还在，那总有一天，一切都会回来。大小姐，
好了好了，别再感慨了，我们赶紧去启动计划吧。马上主演们都齐刷刷上场了，你可千万不能错过。
什么意思？
Ilovek does not answer. She simply pushes Igla towards the control area with an eerie smile. Can't see shit.
这事还来得及。
已经下到很深的地方了，这里完全收不到地上的信号。
这个深度通常还不至于到无信号的地步，多半是实验室内专有信号屏蔽装置，也是防御工事的一部分。
防卫的敌人竟然这么少，我还以为那个实验室会被重兵把守。
吉拉尔的大部分安保主力多半在和哈维尔带来的军方部队拉扯，这个重口期是个很重要的机会。
With the coordinates confirmed from the start, we blast through successive walls and quickly reach the laboratory outer perimeter. The explosion destroys some equipment along the side of the wall. Unidentified liquids and indistinct organic matter are scattered everywhere. I crouch down and dip my finger in a puddle of semi-translucent slime on the floor. It still holds faint warmth, glowing pale blue under the cold lights.
和之前看到的培育液不太一样。闪电，取一些样本。
Groza seals the liquid into a container. I rise and scan the surroundings, then frown.
这里在试验着什么我们不知道的东西。
指挥官，就在前面。
I nod, my gaze settling on a half-open, airtight door not far away. Beyond it, more complex instruments are faintly visible.
海伦娜的自动防卫系统的信号离我们不远了。不过，
She pauses, worry flickering in her eyes.
信号的反馈和以前不太一样。海伦娜可能不在里面。
Groza chambers around, rare tension in her voice.
那我们必须要抓紧时间了。
I draw in a steady breath.
继续前进。海伦娜就在里面，我能感觉到。不管奇洛维格想干什么，我们都必须阻止他。走。
Hello, brother. I am back and just finished reading the
将404作为
CN
对手
server story.
是你最
Damn!
大的错误。
Look at you, man. I'm happy that you went through this. Wait, CN server story? What happened? Oh, you mean CN server story in the game, right? Not drama or anything that happened outside, right? Don't tell me if anything that spoils the game. Don't tell me that, man. Don't tell me that. Okay, good. All right. I thought there's gonna be another drama happening, man, because I saw Snowbreak. I saw Snowbreak going through like an indefinite maintenance. All right, and that is somewhat drama to me already. Yeah, so it turns out, they are, indefinite maintenance, man. Like they don't know when they will open back. It turns out like there are some China feminist that plays like Love and Deep Space, right? They because So basically, they were collabing with hold on. I need to check this real quick. So basically, they were collabing with Snowbreak in China. And what happened was, sorry, I need to claim something real quick. Hold on, guys, hold on. So what happened was, um, they tried to make the game die by saying like, oh, this game is not within, like, you know, like this game is like nudity or something like that lah. So basically it made CN like government to launch a full-scale investigation into this game. And I think the devs had to comply because all of them are based in China, right? So it wasn't a good it wasn't a good it wasn't a good thing, because that means they were forced to bend the knee. All right, they were forced to bend the knee on that. So basically now the game is in indefinite what's it called, maintenance, because they said there is a possibility they might gonna restructure the game. Yes. And a lot of Snowbreaks like gamers are not happy with it, because this would also mean like their game that they supported, right? Like they funded, like maybe they pay for like some shit and stuff, was was not doing, like, how to say this, it's like grabbing money from them lah, you know, like it's not a good sign. So yeah, basically that happened. And hopefully they can find a way to settle it lah, hopefully. But I feel bad for the game to go in this phase, because it's not nice to see. Wait, hold on, guys. I need to send some stuff to people. Alright. Fun fact, Snowbreak CN community made a war with GFL2 CN last year, maybe because Snowbreak player wants the bad review for GFL CN community. I think the reason why they made those bad reviews, right, was because of the skin gacha that happened last year. I remember this, like, it's because it was almost the same timeline. Yeah, I remember this because of the same timeline. So it was like, it's kind of dull to do that, but at the same time, I mean, we have skin gachas in NIKKE. So it's like, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's okay, but at the same time, the way that they present it, it's not that great. Because they, all right, 2 days before launch only, they tell people like, oh, we have this skin gacha thing, which is absurd, because you had the live stream and all that you should tell players about it beforehand, but you decide to hide this fact and then like launch it like 1 or 2 days before launch. So people were like not happy with it, of course. For us in NIKKE, it's more like we already knew that this was going to happen, and even they promoted it in their live stream from the start. So for us, it's like it wasn't really greatly received at first, but at the end of the day, we understand, because it's a free game. Plus, the gacha rates of getting NIKKEs is good, right? And if I missed out, let's say if it's not a limited pool, right? If I missed out on those NIKKEs, it will be ordinary pools, but costume is generally just costumes. Yeah. Is it about Snowbreak and do have skin gacha? I'm not sure whether Snowbreak has skin gachas or not, but definitely because Girls Frontline 2 had the chance to promote, like tell players about, hey, during live stream, they can tell players like, hey, this skin that you're seeing right now is part of a skin gacha that we are going to push out soon. But they chose to hide this from Ghost Frontline 2 players. And then they move it until the patch notes is out, like 1 day before launch, the patch note is out, and then only they tell players like, hey, this is actually a skin gacha. So it was kind of like a very, very, very bad move. Like it was very, very bad. Like it wasn't well received. I think the intent of purposely hiding this skin gacha shenanigans from the live stream is a bit dumb, in my opinion. Plus, pulling in Girls Frontline 2 is actually hard. Like, it's not like NIKKE level easy, but it's actually hard. Like me trying to V6, right? I had to like spend like a long time to be F2P in order to get it. While in NIKKE, I have been F2P this whole time, and I can just use my money to buy costumes instead. Like me hitting the units I want, and also like making them like, you know, S ranking them, like maybe like V6 them, right? It's way easier. And I can use that money to actually buy costumes. But in Girls Frontline it's different. You purposely hiding the fact of not telling people about skin gachas, and then until like 1 day before releasing the skin or maybe that new patch, only you tell players like, hey, we are introducing this. It's malicious intent with a purpose. Yes, they did. Many players mad about the skin gacha because how to get tickets and should need to pay for tickets. Is it F2P friendly? Because this is absurd. Yeah, it's not. I mean, like F2P friendly as in you can get it by keep playing the game, but it takes a long time to get those tickets. But for NIKKE, it's like they announced it during live stream. They were very, very transparent about it. And for us in NIKKE players, it's like, yeah, we can either choose to spend money to pull for the units we want, or not spend to pull on the units we want, because the units eventually gonna be in ordinary pools, which is way more easier to pull sometimes for some people. And if the unit is so easier to pull, that means it's way easier to get V6, right? Like it's way easier to max stats them. And I can use that remaining budget that I have, maybe for NIKKE's like polling system or something like that. I can support the game by buying costumes instead, or costume gacha instead, right? Costume gacha has like a ceiling in NIKKE, like maybe like 250 ringgit for us, and you will guarantee get it. But costume gacha in the first like 5 or 6 pools, it would be like a rate. There's a percentage that goes higher and higher. Like if you get it, that means you will buy the skins. Like you will get the skin instantly. Maybe like, I don't know, 150 ringgit, or maybe like if you're lucky enough, 100 ringgit you can get it, you know. So that gives a chance for you to like, oh, okay, I'm getting this in like a better deal or something like that. But you have to understand, costume gacha means that this skin actually originally cost 250 ringgit, because that's how it works. That's how they try to get you. So yeah, like people has to like, you know, some people they want to like, oh, how much should I spend? Like how much do I plan my budget for this gacha game, right? And maybe they already have like a fixed amount of money that they put into this game, but suddenly you introduce like a costume gacha without them knowing a day before launch. It's somewhat crazy because it has malicious intent. You know, you purposely hiding the fact, you're not transparent during the live stream, so people were like not happy with it, you know. Yeah, it was that situation back then. Yeah, man, it was very bad. I remember it was very, very bad. We passed through the final security door, and the sight before us makes our breath stop short. This is no ordinary basement, but a mind-boggling, enormous void, as if the entire underground of lift has been hollowed out. The space rises into darkness, vast as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light is dim, save for the vine-like structures spread throughout the chamber, emitting a faint blue glow. I can hardly tell whether they are organic or mechanical. Some are as thick as giant pythons, others as fine as hair. They function as conduits, transporting some luminous substance towards the center, where a massive translucent spear floats in midair. And at the heart of the spear, Helena is suspended in culture fluid, drifting silently. My breath catches.
Helena!
I rush forward almost instinctively, stepping onto the edge of the immense space.
等等，指挥官！
The warning comes too late. The moment I step in, the entire chamber lights up. Countless spotlights shine down from the ceiling, blinding white light like midday, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rises, lifting all of us into the air and forming a stage-like platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls withdraw to either side like a theater curtain, revealing something horrific. Embedded in the walls are thousands upon thousands of amber-colored transparent cells, each one holding an entity that somewhere between human and non-human. Some have limbs fused with plant tissue, some sprout bony protrusions from their skulls, some bear organs in their chests that are decidedly not human. Every face is twisted into an expression of extreme agony, frozen forever in that moment.
这些是深海，还是人类？
Elva's expression hardens with anger, but she remains composed and swiftly analyzes the environment.
他们都还有生命迹象，但已经完全不完全是人类了。
看起来，和指挥官您之前在那个帕拉蒂斯的据点传回的资料很相似。
Mika had a meeting with the CM players regarding this, and they decided to answer in one go. Too many stuff they said about the upcoming patch for Girls for 92, such as the low rarity of character will get high rarity, the cap level decrease, etc. Yeah, and I remember that meeting didn't really go well, because like I remember people spreading stuff in like Douyin and stuff like that, right? I saw articles like they tried to get a hold like with all of the platoon leaders from like the top 50 platoons, like the teams or the raids or stuff like that, I forgot. But they got like leaders from like top 50 or top 100 platoons, get them together to sign a petition, and then like I think they stormed together to like the Mika's headquarters or something like that. I think that was in the article as well. And then they submit that memorandum to them and say like, if you do this, then we will stop playing your game and something like that. And they had to say something along the lines of like, oh, we will be scheduling like a meeting with you all. And then that meeting got cancelled, which is not a good sign. And then they said like, oh, because we know that you will have a lot more people coming in, we decided to shift the venue to another place instead. And it wasn't a good look. To be very honest, it wasn't a good look. And they had to halt the entire skin gacha thing to a later stage. And it wasn't great. I remember the meeting wasn't great. The outcome was like mixed. Yeah, the outcome was mixed. And I think the one that you said is much more latest than what I received. So yeah. Yeah, man. Like to me, playing a global version right now, I still feel like the rate is not that high of hitting, like me trying to V6 voice, right? You can see like I had like 64,000 gems. I had like 64,000 gems and so on and so forth. And it used all of my gems, man. Like the 50-50 keeps hitting. I know that maybe that's personally like a luck issue or something like that, but still, the chances of it coming early is so small, man. Like it's so small, bro. Global server, we are that don't know which character we release. Yeah, man. The release date is like tuning around, and even the story is like not similar, you know. I mean, not similar as in the. So when they release a character, right, they have to feature that character's story, right? So that story's timeline is a bit off. Not off, it's more like because they're releasing that character. So the story eventually won't be chronologically the same as the CN side. Related to the, yeah, correct. But for me as a Girls 192 player right now, as for global server, right, I think the pacing is good. I think the pacing fits a lot to my taste. Even sometimes I feel like I think there is one small event that I don't really want to look into it, which is the Sakura event with the delivery logistic car and stuff. That one I think I wouldn't say entirely skip it. I skimmed through it, and then I don't think that it's very impactful. But the rest of the story does relate back to the main story, which I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm not sure how the CN side is like going through it, but I think the pacing right now is okay, like healthy. Yes, I like this. I like this pacing. Like it takes so much to build up, and then like all of the story are connected in the event. But I do hope anything that relates back to the main storyline event, all of them are supposed to be voiced. That's only my main thing that in my mind that has been thinking over and over again. Like there are some stories that are somewhat ties to the main storyline, right? I don't know why it's not voiced. It would be so much better if it's voiced. That's how I felt. But everyone has their own opinions. Mine is just that, nothing else. I don't have anything bad to talk about the game. But it's just for me, it's more like the raids. I mean, it's a gacha game, so I couldn't complain more. A lot of gacha games has issues. And voice acting, yes, definitely. I mean, Chinese voice acting in Girls 192 is French kiss, man, like magnificent. They done so well, man. They done so well. And I do hope like if you want me to further immerse in this game, definitely like other event stories should have voiced, because all of them is somewhat relates to the main storyline. The previous main story, they updated it with the voice. Oh really? That's great. That's good. That's good. I mean, that's good. I like that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, definitely. Because like it feels so out of sync. I wouldn't say out of sync. It's more like there are like maybe I'm streaming, right? And when I go through this story, right, it makes me so hard to like keep on voice acting. Like I don't know what to do. I won't be like, oh, skip, and then like not say anything, right? So there are so much conversation in between. And can you imagine like if this event doesn't have voice acting, it would be like yeah, I did that before, I remember. They updated it since last year. Oh man. Yeah, but of course like for us, it's like once we are done with the event, we are done, man. Like whoop, next one. But thanks for letting me know, Midori. At least I am educated on that point, you know. At least I'm educated at that point. The main story will be released every time there is a live stream. Yeah.
感觉不太一样。
And also don't forget their live stream. French kiss all of their cosplayers, man. Oh my god, their cosplayers are so funny.
他们看起来更像是某种储存的燃料。
Suddenly, applause echoes through the cavern.
精彩的推理，不愧是传说中的指挥官。
All of us look towards the source. A strange woman stands upon a floating platform above, bathed in blue light. Dressed in pristine white lab coat, she claps with exaggerated enthusiasm and an almost intoxicated smile on her face. I know at once she must be Shilovak. Midori, I need a small little lore break. Who is Shilovak's father? Like, she kept saying like, us have to do something with her father or something like that. Who is Shilowick's father? I need a little bit of lore drop because I never played Girls Run 1. I just need to know. Which is good though, because the storyline is very good, just like Corposant story. I would say Corposant story, right? The suspense is there, man. Like legitly, like going through like 1.5, the suspense is like, it's a build out, it's a build out, it's a build out, like it's climax and then build up, suspense, what happens, like the flow is good. The flow is like amazing. It brings you like up your toes the whole time, man. Oh, William, the father creator. Okay, got it. The guy who is the head of Paradise in Girls Run 1. All right, got it. Yeah, and us going back a little bit to Alva's, like, I wouldn't say backstory. It's more like Alva saw Angelia, and then like saw AK-12 in her neural cloud. It was like, fuck. I think people who played Girls Run 1 would be much more satisfied when they were playing Girls Run 2. And for me, I've been looking into like Alva and Task Force Defies like backstory, online YouTube videos, and IOP Wiki, right? And I was like, damn, they went through a lot to get to here. And then like knowing like RPK 16, like RPK died, and then like and NG died, and then AK-12 died, I was like, fuck. It does brings that build up emotions like to us. And then like when you saw this, and then you know that it's like 10 years later, and then like finally something triggers her neural cloud to like generate all of these things, right? And then she just need a resolvement, man. Like give Alva a break. She needs a resolvement. I read all of the GFL1. Oh my god, the story is a masterpiece of gacha game mid 2010s. I didn't read all of them. I only read the ones that maybe I know that this character came out of nowhere, and then I just take a look. And then once you take a look, you fucking dive into a fucking rabbit hole, be like, ugh. But damn, it's crazy, man. I think personally it's like Arc Knight's level crazy, but still it's great crazy at its own sense, correct?
欢迎来到我的歌剧院，我的实验室，我的创世殿堂。
She spreads her arms like a prima donna taking a curtain call.
多么完美的时机！所有主角齐聚一堂，观众就位，演员准备完毕，乐团奏响序曲。
I think another point that I want to point out that they did well, because I'm listening to CN like Chinese VA, right? And there are some sentences during Task Force Defies sentences, right? They speak Russian. Like when Voice Mastina is fighting with Igla, right? During the first storyline, and then she shoots that thing to say like goodbye or something like that from her wrist. She said Russian on that sentence. And then during 1.5, Alva is running that simulation in her neural cloud. When she saw RPK-16, and RPK-16 yoinks her into the train, and then she said like another Russian sentences. It was like, it hits home. That feeling of it hits home, because they are Russian. All of them are USSRs, right? And it was so crazy. Like when I heard Russian in my ears, right? Because that's their mother tongue. That's their mother language. I was like, I felt something, man. I felt something there. Legitly, I felt something there. GFL using the real world and prediction from the game to real life is real though. Story set will. Yeah, it does. Her gaze settles on me, her eyes gleaming with manic light.
英勇的骑士终于攀过荆棘，来到城堡。
And the way Shilowick is, even though Shilowick's conversation is like very, very childish, very flaunty, or like I think her explaining stuff is very, very slow because she takes too much expression, like drinking coffee, or maybe like swivels around the chair, or maybe like doing this, or maybe like scratching the glass, tapping the glass, doing all of these things, right? It's something that I think they could eliminate off from their describing factor. I can listen while she does that instead. I would rather listen she does that than showing me like what she does. But it does take me longer to read it. Yes. But her VA is amazing. Definitely her VA is amazing. And there was this part in 1.5 during the train sequence, right? Where Voice Mastina's illusion is saying like, Elva, you are the problem why we are now where we are today. Like, that conversation between Elva and the fake Voice Mastina was like, that Chinese VA is so crazy. They are screaming on top of their lungs to say out all of those words. It was like, oh, masterpiece, man. And not hesitate to use curse words, and they use the slang words such as Japanese, Korean, Chinese. Oh yeah, I like the Chinese VA in Girls Running 2. Like they do set the tone of like something that is not described in the subtitles, right? But you can hear what they are doing. Like I think back in 1, there was this sentence like when you see like and then like nothing else, and then like it proceeds with saying like something else, right? In the English subtitle. But in the Chinese VA, she was like, she does that, which is so good. Like it feels so realistic. That extra phrase from that, even though it's not in the English subtitles, right? You will feel like, wow, like this is not in their script. Actually, this wasn't in their script at all. They improvised it. There were so many things that they improvised it that it's not here. And that's how I felt like it's like, oh. She turns towards the central sphere, her voice softening into a gentle and eerie murmur.
而美丽的公主，真理之门的钥匙也已准备就绪。
I draw my pistol and aim at Shilovek.
你这家伙，给我立刻释放海伦娜！
I pull the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whistles towards Shilovek, only to be intercepted at the last instant by a vine that lashes out. Another vine erupts from the ground and coils around my wrist, knocking the weapon from my hand. Shilovek lets out an unpleasant laugh.
多么无理！演出这才刚刚开始呢，请别随便加戏，让导演为难好吗？
Her expression suddenly turns solemn, and her gaze sharpens.
亲爱的指挥官，这个故事的结局早已注定，你们只是来见证它的实现。即便你是故事的主角，也不过是时代浪潮中的一枚石子。
长官，别浪费子弹，就算杀了他也没有意义。他只是一个容器，一个傀儡。我推测，他的意识被储存在某种装置中，可能是脑扫描技术。这就是为什么他能不断复活。
What in the Agnes Dachion am I looking? Who the fuck is Agnes Dachion? Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, got it. She's crazy in this. She's crazy. Just saying, she's crazy. I said JPVA and the acting of characters are good. There are moments like scream, sadness, etc. They did really well though. Well, okay, that's great. Absolute W for all the VAs, man. Like legitly, they, man, the way that they analyze scripts are crazy. Agnes also crazy, mommy. This one is crazy kid, man. Like that one you saw just now. Shilovek tilts her head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across her face. Yeah, this one is crazy. A crazy kid.
雪狼小姐，可惜你只猜对了一半。
Ah, that that tie, that 可惜你只猜对了一半。哇 that fucking vibe, man. Oh my god, it's so crazy. Damn, she's bad. She's fucking bad. She strokes her cheek lightly, her gaze turning distant.
当死亡变得如此容易被克服，生命就变得如此无趣。但是，
She suddenly raises her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor.
当你站在真理的门前，当你窥探到无限的可能，这种感觉，这种感觉。
Fun fact, Shilovek in Korea voice speaking in English, even fully Korea voice. Damn! If I put image of Agnes and this girl be side by side, I don't think I can see any difference. I just saw when I did the search just now, I was like, oh, okay, it's almost the same. Suddenly, a hatch high above the laboratory slowly opens and a beam of intense light shines down. Shilovek's smile widened, anticipation glittering in her eyes.
我们的女主角终于要登场了！
I look sharply upward, my anger shifting to surprise. A vertical platform descends from the hatch. Upon it stands Orphalune and Igla. Orphalune is wearing the elegant evening gown, prepared for the summit, looking strangely out of place under the cold blue glow. That's also Artun's favorite too. Damn! Igla stands at her side, vigilant and composed, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The platform descends slowly. Shilovek spreads her arms, her voice brimming with zeal.
欧菲路尼·吉拉尔，乐园计划的创始者，我们的引路人，站在公主的背后，与她一体两面的这场伟大演出，真正的女主角。
Orphalune gaze mid-spine, and she instinctively grips Igla's hand in her bewilderment. Her eyes are full of confusion. She clearly does not understand why she'd find me here in this laboratory. She begins to survey the chamber. Her confusion shifts to surprise and curiosity. This place is unfamiliar to her as it to us. But when she sees what fills the amber cells, her expression freezes.
这是
Her voice cuts off. Her face turns pale. She takes a step back. Igla moves half a step forward, shielding her protectively. The platform finally settles onto the ground. Orphalune forces herself to look again, more carefully this time. Her shock gradually gives way to dawning realization and fear.
希洛维格，这些是什么？
Who is Orphalune? Isn't she just like Gerard's daughter? Or Midori, is there like a... You will understand my joke. Okay. Don't spoil me, man. Let me realize this myself. Her gaze fixes on Helena inside the sphere. Her pupils contract sharply. Shilovek leaps down from above and lands not far in front of Orphalune. She beams.
欧菲路尼，我最爱的天才，欢迎来到乐园计划的根据地。
She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece.
这正是你10年前在法兰克福的废墟中看到的未来，一个全新的世界，一个人类与更高维度存在融合的世界。
Maybe Orphalune is Shilovek, man. She turns back, madness gleaming in her eyes.
多年来，我一直在按照你的构想工作，
Both of them has
实
the
现你的
same
理论，
demeanor.
完善你的设计。现在，我们终于到了收获的时刻。
Orphalune slowly shakes her head. She cannot tear her eyes away from the amber cells.
可是，这和我的构想根本不一样啊！我看到的是能源革命，是可持续的未来。这些人，
Shilovek smiles gently, dangerously. Her voice is almost hypnotic.
亲爱的欧菲路尼，你是我见过的最有知识的人之一。但有时候，能掌握知识的人，却不代表能够掌握智慧。
Her finger tapped lightly in the air, as if arranging invisible threads.
法兰克福的遭遇确实给了你灵感，但你只看到了拼图的一角。 你看到了能量，却没看到源头；你看到了创造，却没看到代价；你看到了未来，却没看到通往那里的路。
Her voice grows fervent.
但这些都不是你的错，你是艺术家，而我是工匠。你构想蓝图，而我负责实现它。看看这完美的对称性，看看这精妙的能量网络。每一个牺牲者，每一个志愿者，都是为了更伟大的目标而存在。
I turn sharply to Orphelune, my voice urgent and resolute.
欧菲鲁尼，不要听他的，这不是什么新能源技术，这是一个邪恶的计划。他想要利用免疫体来打开西岸空间。法兰克福不是什么启示，而是一场灾难，而他现在想要重现那场灾难。
Shilovek turns to me, her eyes flashing dangerously.
沉默，这位骑士。这出戏剧中没有你的台词。
She waves her hand and a vine lashes up from the ground towards my throat. Voice Mastina strikes like lightning, severing it with her blade. Shilovek only snickers softly and turns back to Orphelune, her tone once more gentle and coaxing.
欧菲鲁尼，我最亲爱的合作者，我知道眼前的景象可能有些震撼，但这正是科学的伟大之处。 突破常规，挑战边界，探索未知。
She steps closer, fervor shining in her eyes.
想想你付出的一切，10年的研究，无数个不眠之夜，数不清的失败与挫折，一切都是为了这一刻。你的名字将永载史册，被铭记为改变人类历史的天才。
She points to a console nearby, where a conspicuous red button awaits.
只需要按下那个按钮，你的理论将得到最终验证，你所梦想的能源革命将成为现实，你父亲的集团将重新崛起，你将洗刷家族的耻辱。
Igla's body tenses slightly. Her gaze shifts between Shilovek and Orphelune, her hand never leaving the hilt of her rapier. Orphelune falls silent. Her eyes grow distant as though recalling something. She slowly approaches the central spear, drawing closer to the imprisoned Helena.
法兰克福那天的爆炸，那个白色的空间。
Her voice grows softer as she mutters to herself. Shilovek leans forward, hands clenched, eyes fervent.
是的，那个白色空间，那就是西岸的边缘。你是少数几个得到神明恩宠的人，是被西岸选中的天才。欧菲鲁尼，我们就要重新打开那扇门了，不是意外，而是有目的的、可控的。只需要你走上前来，按下那个按钮，你就可以见到真理。再一次，你真的以为靠一些微末的、治标不治本的净化和能源工程，就能让吉拉尔起死回生？别傻了，欧菲鲁尼！真理，只有真理才能让那些人低头，才能让你掌握话语权。
他在骗你！我查看过奇洛威格的研究所中所有关于乐园计划的资料，事实根本就不是他口中描述的那样。欧菲鲁尼小姐，别相信他，他骗了你们所有人。
住嘴，艾芙小姐，这是我们的个人私事。
Igla turns to face us, her expression unreadable.
乐园计划一定要完成，大小姐。
可是，眼前这一切根本不是我的计划。我从来没有想过，乐园计划会有这么多牺牲。
他当然是。所有的构想，所有的设计，全都源于您的知识和方案。奇洛威格只是用另一种方式解释了它。
我的指示和方案。
Offer Lune closes her eyes as if retracing all the effort she has put into Project Eden.
没错，他们都是我从法兰克福那次事件中所看到的未来。你说的没错，我得想办法去那里，去获取更多的能改变世界的东西。
Oh shit! Offer Lune steps forward. Her gaze moves between Shilovek, Igla, and me. Her expression is tormented. She looks at the red button. Her fingers tremble as they reach towards it, then withdrawn. I see her hesitation. I know I must make one final attempt.
欧菲鲁尼，我知道你想改变世界，想证明自己的价值，想挽救吉拉尔的名誉，但不是像眼前这样。
By the way, Defy is just side characters in Girls Frontline 1, but players really like Defy and decided Defy steals MC Spotlight story.
看看海伦娜吧，她也是个无辜的生命。
They are fucking cool, man. Just
实验
saying.
室中这些几乎变成生骸的家伙，也都曾经是活生生的人。
They are fucking cool.
你是科学家，知道乐园计划的原理。实验启动后，这些坍塌粒子的确会被吸收，但它们并不会被转化为能源，而是会在一瞬间被释放到利沃夫这个人口最密集的地方。所有的人都会因辐射而死。如果你按下那个按钮，你将成为历史上最大规模屠杀的帮凶。
My voice trembles with emotion as I struggle to make her understand.
欧菲鲁尼，你想被后人铭记，但绝不是作为屠杀者。想想真正的科学是什么？它应该造福人类，而不是毁灭生命。
谁都不想发生这种事啊！可是我的愿望马上就要实现了。如果能打开西岸，我就能重新感受到法兰克福的那个时候。
Oh shit!
你一直说想要回到法兰克福，那你真正知道那天的法兰克福究竟发生过什么吗？
我当然知道了。那天在法兰克福，导弹轰炸下来的时候，我差点死掉。但也正是因为这样，我才有机会接近真理。是那些真理一直指引着我，让我看到了这个世界未来该有的样子。我一直按照里面说的那些不断努力着，就是为了能实现那个图景，能让每个人都过上更好的生活。我当时很害怕，很绝望。如果不是你们说的那个西岸，我根本没有办法活下来。
Millions of civilians died in Frankfurt. I was there. We were all there. I haven't really read through what happened in Frankfurt. I only read through what happened in Berlin. Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, her expression brightens.
对了，我现在还能活生生的站在这里，正是因为那时我看到了未来，所以我才能坚持到现在。就算粒子会污染城市，但只要能看到未来，一切都可以再被改变。
Offer Lune places her hand on the button once more.
欧菲鲁尼，听我说，你成为幸存者的那天，我也同样在法兰克福。我身边有很多人，当时都和我一样留在那里，但无数个像我朋友们那样的人都死去了，而活下来的只有你一个。
Okay, that was my bad. Sorry.
已经到了这个时候，我必须向你坦白。你所说的看到未来，我也曾看到过，但相信我，看到那种东西，并不会让你解脱，它只会歪曲你的认知，让你被违背你意志的意念操纵，直到让你后悔终生。如果你现在不停手，马上将会有更多人被卷入这场悲剧。相信我。 这一定不是你想看到的乐园计划。你所想要的乐园，是救赎在苦难中挣扎之人的乐园，而不是献祭他们，仅仅是为了满足自己虚无欲望的乐园。
I would like to say, Eden and Paradise share similar concepts to NIKKE. All right, we have a character called Dorothy. She was disowned by the Ark. She opened up her own place called Eden, and this is, she said that this is the paradise that all, that she envisioned that NIKKE should be. Yes, strong and stuff like that. It's another paradise she opened up. So this entire dialogue somewhat relates to NIKKE. I mean, they both has like a similarity. Like she opened Eden, then paradise. That's the paradise and stuff like that. Like, this entire sentence is like so well made, and I think both Girls Frontline 2 and NIKKE is doing a good job of projecting that to them.
你想要的乐园，并不在这里。
I don't know anything about NIKKE, so yeah, zero knowledge of that game. No problem, man. No problem. Let me, like you're educating me on Girls Frontline, right? I'll educate you on NIKKE. Don't worry about that. Gacha game players help gacha players. Ofuluni hand freezes mid-air. She lifts it, lowers it, and shakes her head in anguish.
怎么可能？这可是我耗尽了心血的乐园计划。
欧菲路尼，请你相信我。
相信你？可是，这是我一直以来的信仰啊！如果连这个都失败了，我还有什么存在的意义？
难道成为邪教的帮凶，你就有在这个世界上存在的意义了吗？
我不知道。
I wonder, are there many main antagonists in NIKKE? I would say it started to unfold more and more recently. Yeah, but it's not normally antagonist is only like you only have like this person to focus on, and then after that it starts to pour out, man, like one by one. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Ofuluni withdraws her hand again. Seeing her trembling in tears, Shilovek's patience finally steps. A twisted, contemptuous expression overtakes her face.
哼，我就知道你这个在呵护之下长大的软弱大小姐，不可能有勇气迈出改变世界的一步。明明这里有2个受赐者，却连一个敢走向新世界的人都没有。不过好在你刚才犹豫的间隙，已经给了我足够的时间，来备份你的生物信息。
哦，
什么？没错。虽然你为了保险起见，把整个乐园计划的开关设置成了只有用你的生物信息才能启动，但只要你来到这里，乐园计划就已经成功了80%。
Maybe this is what Igla meant by you need to keep Ofuluni safe, man, so that he can, like, you know, preserve her biometric data in the database and then clone her out or shit like that, man. Just like NG, bro. Just like NG.
这里有启动乐园计划的全套备用设施，再加上你的生物信息，就能确保乐园计划顺利启动。虽然如果有你这个受赐者按下，因果循环会更加完整，不过，随便吧。
随便吧。
所以，你是故意把我带到这里来的
？To duplicate a fucking biometrics.
这……
抱歉，大小姐，但这只是为了以防意外的发生。
Ah, shit. There are 3 fiction main antagonists in GFL1. Okay. William is one of them, definitely.
乐园计划必须执行，因为您在吉拉尔集团已经没有容身之地了。
没有容身之地是什么意思？
很抱歉，大小姐。
factions.
我本来不想告诉您这个消息。就在刚刚，奥列克先生为了自保，向罗莲出卖了您的一切。无论是计划，还是工程。
父亲，他果然……
没错。所以，如果乐园计划无法完成，您就会死。只要乐园计划启动，让世人看到这个计划的伟大之处， 您就可以成为这个世界上最杰出的科学家。这样，您就不需要再依靠吉拉尔集团生存，而是作为一名独立的科学家享誉世界。有了这些，哪怕吉拉尔集团倒台，证明了乐园计划能实现的您，一定可以在罗莲获得豁免。
Oh. Igla looks at Awfulune. This is the first time she has defied her, but Igla's expression has never been firmer.
没错，为了能让您平安活下来，我可以牺牲一切，包括整个利沃夫。
可是
Igla no longer looks at Awfulune. Instead, she turns towards Shilovek.
奇洛维格，开始吧。
开枪阻止他！
没有人能阻止这场实验。
Shilovek suddenly presses another button at her side. The entire laboratory begins to tremble. The amber cells around us start to crack. The half-human beings within life liquefy instantly into viscous, glowing flesh and surge through the conduits towards the central spear. Helena convulses in agony within the spear. Her eyes snap open, filled with terror and pain. The energy field surrounding the spear fluctuates violently as it flashes with ominous light. Shilovek's voice rings out over the thunderous roar of machinery, brimming with mad triumph.
西安之门即将打开，真理的光芒将照耀人间，而你们将见证历史的新起点。
Kovni cries her name and tries to rush forward, but the ground splits open. Twisted elites crawl out, blocking her path. They take many forms. Some still retain humanoid features. Others have fully mutated into plant-like monstrosities. All emit an ominous glow.
克鲁凯，闪电，仪式体，阻止那些物质向中央汇集。埃弗，想办法干扰球体的能量场。维玛西娜，和我一起清除这些深海。
交给我吧。
是。
The cutscenes. I'm waiting, man. The elites roar and surge forward. Battle erupts in an instant. Shilovek stands beside the console, laughing wildly. Her arms raised high as if conducting a dreadful symphony.
太迟了，太迟了！没有人能阻止命运的转轮。就算你们挣扎，也只是为这场演出增添一些戏剧性而已。
Is this? Wait, what? Am I in AA1112? Not yet. Because there's a free pool in AA1112 that I need to receive, man. I don't want all the things like suddenly die all of a sudden. Everything will be not for nothing. Yeah, that's true. I think we are not in AA1112 yet. Yeah, it's not here yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, guys. We're not there yet. It's gonna take some time to get there, man. Alright, it's lagging. Hold on, sorry. My bad. Yeah, I need to wait for the units to load sometimes. My bad. Die, everything! Die! Oh shit. Nothing spawning later. We're back, alright. Kabam!
接下来的目标是
Okay, no instant stopping for some reason. I mean like no story time. I guess we are going into AS long story. Oh, but I do need to poop in a while, man. Fuck. This whole story is like whoo-wee. making me want to poop. Okay, we still have half. I think we are halfway, man. A little bit more than halfway. Yes, okay. Adults filled with expectations, children screaming soundlessly, and nutrients dissolving into blood. It all happens too fast, so fast that although I want to stop it, I can only stand there and watch as everything unfolds. The liquid in the pipes running in from every direction begins to surge, racing to the funnel the amber nutrients into the floral pot that encases Helena. In mere seconds, the pot swells from a human-sized translucent spear to a colossal bud filling half of the laboratory. The sepals slowly unfurl, luminous veins lighting up. What the? Okay, never mind. Oh, cutscene! Holy fuck! Jesus Christ. Oh damn, that's a good transition. Oh my god, that's a good transition, man. Holy shit. My body sways. For a moment, I nearly collapsed from the vertigo in my mind. A wave of acid rises in my stomach, nausea overwhelming me. I forced myself to breathe to steady myself. My conscience was somehow displaced. That instant, I'm certain it was only instant, felt like an eternity. I clearly remember what I saw, or so I thought, but when I try to recall it, pain lances through my temples, and nothing comes to mind. No, I do remember. At the end of the grotesque illusion was a familiar sight. It was her. Is that why I was able to break free? The laboratory ceiling is pierced through by the plant, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I see the once clean and orderly streets outside have already been overtaken by wildly rampaging, rapidly growing vegetation. Countless vines burst from the earth, their branches extending at terrifying speed, greedily claiming every inch of land they can reach. The new shoots sprouts from those branches, and the tips bloom countless buds that unfold into blue flowers. Collapse epiphyllums. No, though striking similar, it was not the same, but something else, deceptively alike.
指挥官，
Grossa steadies my shoulder. Only then I do realize that my body has been trembling non-stop since moments ago. My hand grips the gun so tightly that the pattern on its handle has been engraved onto my palm.
想办法阻止那些藤蔓继续延伸。
The dolls respond to my order immediately and open fire at the roots of the vines snaking outwards. But bullets are no match for the plant's growth. For every vine severed, more surge forth, spilling outwards in all directions.
先爬到上面的大平台上。
指挥官，
A vine slithers behind me from before I even notice. Voice Mastina dives, tackling me aside, then raises her weapon and blasts it apart with one swift motion.
指挥官，这样下去，整个利沃夫都会受到波及。我得去想办法关掉这里的电力设施。能让二队跟随我一起行动吗？
好。404小队去协助艾弗。
可是指挥官你，
先想办法让这场实验停下来，不然大家都得死。
知道了。
Ava withdraws with 404. The doors cover our retreat upward, providing heavy suppressive fire as we climb, allowing us to reach the upper level safely. Above us stands Igla, with a bewildered Orphaluni at her side. The grotesque image of Nirvana is reflected in Orphaluni's eyes, the only color upon her pale face.
这和我在法兰克福那时候……
当然，因为法兰克福事件的发生本身就是一个错误。
不对，不对，不是这样的！我看到的未来明明是那个没有辐射、没有深海、没有苦难和创伤，明明是那个一切都被治愈了的世界。为什么？为什么现在看到的和当时完全不一样？我为此努力了整整10年，怎么可能只是一个错误？
欧菲路尼，认清现实吧，你被奇洛威格彻彻底底的利用了。
不，我不相信，我一定可以。对了，奇洛维格，看看你干的那些好事，快把实验室的权限给我，我可是天才，一定能想出解决问题的办法，就像10年前那样。凭借我的聪明才智，一定能让这个世界恢复原状。
Nobody answers. I look up at Shilovek, only to find her gazing in rapture at the hellish tableau before her. That exaggerated, nauseating smile once again on her face.
看呐，多么美妙而伟大的景象！西岸空间涵盖一切物质、一切思想、一切学识、一切维度的存在。时间的本质是什么？ 生命的起源在何处？意识又是如何诞生的？宇宙的尽头在哪里？这些未知谜题的答案，等我进入西岸空间之后，都会在我面前一一展开。真想知道，那些后世的科学家将会如何形容我？伟大的、博学的、严谨的。 有影响力和突破性的、理性的、专注的、具有变革性的、深思熟虑且善于分析的、具有远见和前瞻性且善于批判和思考的、勤奋的、冷静的、具有非比寻常的专业性的科学家奇洛威格博士，怎么样？哦，对了，突然想起来，我根本不用通过猜测来得知后世对我的评价呢。 无论是50年、100年、200年，我都可以等到那个时候，再亲耳聆听这些赞美。毕竟我早已挣脱了时间的禁锢，变成了一个自由的人。哎呀，真是迫不及待想要看到那一天了呢！不知道进入西岸空间之中，能不能让我提前看到那一幕呢？
奇洛维格，快点，马上就来不及了！ 我得赶在造成更大悲剧之前，让一切恢复原状。
Hearing her name, Shilovek shades her eyes theatrically and looks around.
哦，刚才有人叫我吗？
奇洛维格，这根本不是我看到过的那个西岸空间！快把权限转移给我，我要挽回这个错误。
啊，原来是小欧菲娜呀！你刚才说什么？挽回错误？可是你说的错误究竟在哪里？
西岸不应该要付出那么多牺牲，而且我在西岸空间里看到的根本不是这样。
小欧菲娜，你还不明白吗？这世间的一切都需要付出代价，而且要付出远比你想象的要大得多的代价。
Shilovek leaps down from the platform, approaching Orphaluni step by step. She stops directly before her.
你在西岸空间里究竟看到过什么并不重要，你得到的东西也并不属于你。反正那终究是无法实现的幻想罢了。你只是个没有天赋的人，只是个运气好的受赐者罢了。真正应该看到真理的，是像我这样的天才。
可是，我一直以为你只是为了我。 为了我们想要达成的那个未来途径，不择手段而已。原来你早就知道那个途径无法实现，就还要献尽整个利物浦。 不但疯了，还想要拉上我成为共犯。
谁让你就是那个被西岸空间选中的幸运儿呢？可惜10年前，西岸空间居然选中了你这样一个笨蛋。受过赐福的你，竟然还需要我花费了好几年的功夫，才帮你突破了研究的瓶颈。如果被选中的那个人是我，利沃夫早在5年前就该化为一片灰烬了。不过，还是多谢你这个毫无天分的白痴，才能完全按照我提供的思路进行实验。如果换成别的什么有些天分的科学家，我的计划恐怕还不会像现在这么顺利呢。哎，你有没有听说过那个说法？知识就像一把刀，被医生拿在手中可以治疗疾病，而被屠夫拿在手中就只能用于杀戮。而像你这样对科学毫无敬畏之心，却又手握真理的傻瓜，正适合来做那个切开世界的屠夫。这不正好？罗莲在这事之后一定很需要你，需要你的生理数据和你脑子中的一切。不过前提你能活到那个时候。
你这个龌龊的骗子！
Before any of us can react, Igla seizes Shilovek by the collar and slams her to the ground. Her body lands in a grotesquely twisted posture, bones snapping crisply. Igla is no longer the picture of grace that she once was. With her cold, mechanical hand, she clamps down on Shilovek's throat and rings punch after punch upon the detestable face. Though Shilovek's features contort in agony, her lips twist into grotesque, lopsided grin.
明知道是白费力气，却还是要装模作样吗？果然，比起其他人的生死，你还是更担心你心心念念的大小姐知道你在背地里。
闭嘴！
With a sharp crack, the connection between Shilovek's head and body seems to give away. But Iga doesn't stop. She continues hammering the corpse until its face becoming an unrecognizable mass. Besides them, Orphaluni's mouth hangs open. She seems about to scream, but no sound comes out.
背地里替我做的那些勾当。
A newly regenerated Shilovek steps from the hatch, barely finishing her few words before collapsing into blood once more. Then a second, a third, a fourth, Igla drops her emptied pistol and draws another, firing towards the platform again and again. She keeps on popping out one by one, man.
够了，够了！你们这些骗子，骗子！所有人都在骗我！爸爸，奇洛维格，真，你们全都是骗子！
大小姐，请您听我解释，我做这些都是为了
我是吗？我早就听够了，都是为了你好这种借口。你们口中的为了我好，只不过就是想让我安安静静的听话，当吉拉尔集团的门面，当实现夙愿的工具，当一个任人摆布的洋娃娃。你们真的以为我什么都不知道吗？我当然知道，自己并不是什么厉害的人。以前连上数学课都只想睡觉的我，怎么可能一夜之间成为精通科学原理的天才？可是当我问爸爸究竟发生了什么的时候，他只会欣喜若狂地四处宣扬，让那些媒体把我包装成有利于集团名声的天才少女。
Malam.
我向朕倾诉的时候，朕只会告诉我不要把时间浪费在这些生活琐事上，把精力用在科学研究上，他会帮我处理好剩下的一切。我好不容易遇到奇洛维格你，以为自己终于遇到了知己，向你提出自己遇到瓶颈的困扰，甚至是提出放弃研究。是你告诉我，我是你遇到过的最聪明的天才，是让这个世界得以改变的希望。 是你们在我每一次怀疑自己的时候，鼓励我不要放弃，坚定我继续走下去的决心。是你们拉着我的手，递给我那把刀，又哄骗我踏上你们布置好的舞台。可是，你们真的问过我自己究竟想要什么吗？
Kira ini game hanya tembak-tembak saja, tapi ini lebih macam visual novel. Both. Ya, dua-dua pun ada.
我想要的
Kerana ini
只
event.
是有家人和朋友陪伴，能被真心对待的普
Ini
通生活而已
ini
啊！
major event story.
我根本就不想当什么天才，
不想当什么天才。可是你不是靠着这个光环过得挺开心的吗？现在再说这种话已经来不及了哦。行了，别再闹大小姐脾气了，快点抬起头，好好看着真正的天才是如何诞生的吧。
Yet another silhouette steps from the hatch, as if there's no end to how many times she can do this. Igla lowers her gun in despair. Seeing her surrender, Silhouette shrugs and turns to leave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pauses mid-step.
哦，对了，虽然你帮了我很多忙，我理应感谢你的。可是你刚才弄得我很痛，所以我想报复你一下。正好意识共鸣少了个伯戒姆当介质，就由你来替代下。替代完后，就去死吧。
Oh? What the fuck? Ni waifu boleh gacha juga. I tahu tiap ada major event pasti ada karakter baru. Yeah, the other karakter baru. Ada dua. Sudah dah gacha sudah semalam. Oh shit, I forgot to see whether... Shit, I don't think that's the number, it's okay. The instant Silhouette reaches out her hand, Igla's body suddenly begins to convulse violently. She drops to her knees in agony, barely managing to prop herself with one hand. On her back, something seems to tear through her usually immaculate clothes. Two blood-soaked skeletal frames pierce through the third-gen door synthetic skin and extend outwards. I can almost hear the frenzied sound of bones growing.
三代人形，还可以做到这种事吗？上次在6分仪身上发现的伯戒姆细胞融合的痕迹，难道就是？
There's no time to think it through. Igla's body rapidly swells, elongates and contorts, transforming into a massive monstrosity before me. She stretches the bloody and bony wings on her back and lets out a shrill, anguished screech. The mutated Igla seems to be consciously struggling to control her movements, but under the grip of the transformation, all effort is futile. Her enormous body beats its wings and launches discriminate attacks in every direction. Caught off guard, the dolls and I are swept off our feet by the gale of her wings. Groza and Coffey drag me back, but the first to be caught in the shockwave is Ofuluni, who stands frozen, staring blankly at everything unfolding.
回马辛纳！
Voice Mastina charges towards Igla. Just before a massive wing slides down over Ofuluni's head, she seizes the tip of its bony spur with her brute strength, but even with all her power, she can only barely hold it in place. The blade-like wing descends inch by inch. Voice Mastina's body sinks lower and lower. Her frame begins to emit the ominous creak of imminent structural failure. Seizing the opportunity, I rush Ofuluni to safety under Groza's and Coffey's covering fire. With a metallic clang, the gleaming bone spur slams down like a guillotine onto the spot where Ofuluni stood moments ago, nearly piercing straight through the platform.
为什么要救我？你让我去死好了。
stretch. You dapat semua ke dia orang tu? Huh? What do you mean? Like, do you mean like if I gacha them or something like that? Like I got them lah, but not all of them lah, of course. Like, not everyone I should pull, right? Bukan semua I nak gacha kan. Itu waifu you gacha you dapat semua. I mean, you bukan gacha semua kan. Nanti habis duit liao. Okay. Tapi I tak masuk duit. Tapi I tak masuk duit。
就算你死在这里，也无助于解决任何问题。先活下去，再想其他解决办法。
可是你也看到了，我根本什么都做不到。如果不是我，
我知道你现在很自责。
Jadi you masuk you hanya gacha character yang you suka saja. Ya, betul.
但你最后没有按下那个按钮，眼前的一切也不该完全归咎在你身上。
但是我
坍塌粒子早就被收集好了，那个聂托早就按照自己的想法设计了这一切。虽然不知道为什么他那么想让你按下按钮，但你不是那个刽子手。不想再造成更多麻烦的话，就跟紧我。F， 你那边什么情况？能黑进这里的内部系统吗？
我们已经连接上了系统，404小队正在想办法破解。
还需要多久
？5分钟。
明白。维玛西娜，拜托你在正面吸引火力。
知道了。
闪电，你和我一起在侧翼骚扰这家伙。科尔福，在保证欧菲卢尼安全的情况下，为我们提供支援。作战开始。拜托了各位。
What the fuck? Straight out of Stranger Things, man. That's so weird. I don't think this is 12. Ah, okay, it's lagging. Okay, 2 more units on the back. Spawn.
这时还来得及，请保持安静。
F， 还没好吗？这边快要撑不住了。
就快了，我们已经破解了第1层代码，马上就能。等等 ，F， 这些数据里面似乎连着什么奇怪的东西。什么？让我看看。等等，这些数据流失。难怪他做出了最高级别的警示。指挥官，你快
！F， 可鲁凯，喂。
I lose contact with Alva and all the other members who went for support her. I tried desperately to re-establish the connection, but only static echoes in my headset.
闪电，是信号问题吗？
如果是信号问题，队内通讯应该也无法使用。而且刚才 F 那边提到数据流，我猜他们应该是被来源不明的大量数据冲击了。
Uh-oh. On the front line, Voice Mastina bears the full brunt of the assault alone. Agla's body may be enormous, but her movements are far more agile than expected. Even with Voice Mastina's reflexes and movements pushed to their limits, she cannot fully withstand the wide-range attacks. If we can't decisively defeat Igla here, escalating to high-yield attacks will only enrage her further. We only have 3 combat units on hand. There's no advantage to be gained. But we absolutely cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I have no idea what happened on Elva's end. I need to find out as soon as possible.
灰马西娜，你还能撑多久？
只剩下2个弹夹了。不过，我还有这具素体。
闪电、寇尔夫，你们留在这里支援维马西娜，我去埃弗那边看看情况。
等等，我和你一起去。虽然之前的一切都是假的，但是奇洛威格也向我透露过很多东西，一定有我能帮得上忙的地方。
现在里面还不知道是什么情况，还可能有没有消灭干净的敌人。你来了会有危险的。
我之前接触过西岸空间，说不定可能会知道解决这一切的办法。至少，让我尝试一下，让你救我这件事变得有点意义吧。
好，我带你去。
Midori, if you're here, please tell me if she's very useful.
闪电，想办法让疾风小队赶来这边支援。
没有必要，我可以支撑到你们赶回来。
Voice Mastina's voice cuts in suddenly. Though the battle is at deadlock, her tone remains as calm as ever, carrying unquestionable confidence. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I find myself trusting her completely. I cannot imagine Voice Mastina for failing.
闪电，让疾风小队做好撤离的准备，但也随时准备支援。
明白。
欧菲鲁尼，跟紧我，我们一起想办法阻止奇洛威格。
我的表现不错，那是因为指挥官调度得当嘛。
This is crazy. Hold on guys, I need to check something real quick. Sorry about that. Hold. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing here that I could find. Oh well. Hold on guys. I need to check something real quick. My bad. I don't know if there's a way to search for everything. Shit. Yeah, I'm searching for something actually. Seem to not able to find it. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, right. Hold on, guys. I need to poop. Poop time. BRB. Yes. All of this making me want to poop. BRB, boys. Check. Shit. Hold on, guys. Let me check something real quick. It's possible. Right. Display scene.
小姐，今天的数学考试，本小姐又没及格。
哦，
没关系，大小姐，一定是题目出的太难了，您不用放在心上。
我当然知道，可是周末见到爸爸的时候该怎么告诉他呀？对了，沃特小姐，这周末爸爸会来看我吗？
啊，奥列克先生说，这个周末要出席一场酒会。
Kira tadi you dah mau end pergi tandas. Okay.
所以可能没办法来看小姐您呢。
唉，不过虽然很希望爸爸能来看我，但我还是觉得，等下次出历史课成绩的时候他再来会比较好。
什么 Hari Raya？
这样爸爸就能稍微高兴一点，不用总是看到我就露出一副生气的样子了。
好，好，好，大小姐，快点准备睡觉吧。我们得赶紧。
Oh. Suddenly, a deafening alarm tears through the entire city. An emergency broadcast follows.
各位居民请注意，这是防空警报。叛军首领已正式向我们宣战，敌机正在接近法兰克福城市上空。所有市民请立即前往最近的防空洞或地下掩蔽所。重复一遍。
防空警报？不会又是和学校里面的火灾演习差不多的东西吧？那个东西很烦的，要一直持续好几个小时。
The broadcast continues. The housekeeper has no time to explain to Ofuluni. She hastily grabs a coat and drapes it over Ofuluni's shoulders, then helps her into her shoes.
大小姐，我们得赶紧离开这里。
离开？可是都这么晚了，我们要去哪里？我明天早上还约了同学一起吃可丽饼呢。对了，就是街边新开的那家，沃特小姐你应该也知道。
不管去哪里，只要能离开法兰克福就好。大小姐，你收拾一下要带的东西，尽量精简。我现在去把车开过来。
5 minutes later, Ofuluni is sitting in the back seat. In her arms is a somewhat worn rabbit plush.
沃特小姐，我之后还能回来拿我的东西吗？我最喜欢的模型和洋娃娃都没来得及塞进书包里。那个是去年过生日的时候爸爸送我的，听说是全球限量版本的呢。
现在顾不上那么多了，大小姐，请您系好安全带，我需要以最快的速度把您送出城。
The housekeeper presses down on the accelerator. The roads out of the Villa district are desolate, but once they reach the main road, traffic quickly grinds to a standstill. Horns blare all around.
前面怎么回事啊？快点走啊！
可恶，怎么这种时候抛锚了？这样堵在前面，大家都会死啊！
求求你，让我搭个车吧，求求你了。
沃特小姐，我们不在意下那个人吗？车子里还有地方可以坐。
不行，这种时候会有人趁乱打劫。大小姐，无论如何，我都要优先保障您的安全。您快点坐好，我要。
The last thing Ofuluni sees is a vast bloom of fire swallowing the earth. Then all sound and color vanish completely from her world. A boundless white. Not light, not snow, not a sea of clouds. It is nothingness. The girl walks forward. She searches for an exit, but there is no direction here. No space, no sense of weight.
我在哪里？沃特小姐，喂，这里有人吗？
Ofuluni begins to run, though she feels no fatigue. An inexplicable fear wells up in her heart.
果然，我已经死了吗？爸爸，我不想死，我还没有吃到那家好吃的可丽饼。
She reaches out, trying to grab something. Perhaps a god hears her plea, or perhaps some supreme existence decides to bestow mercy. When Ofulune opens her hand, she finds a seed resting in her palm. The seed takes root and sprouts, extending vines and leaves. Along those stretching tendrils, she sees a city. Green pulses throb through a jungle of steel. Neon lights intertwined with tree branches, like colored stars scattered across emerald fields. The haze before her, whether lamplight or moonlight, reflects off buildings that seem to breathe with photosynthesis. Transparent conduits carrying flowing liquid, delivering nourishment to the city. Then the world unfolds before her.
喂，要一起来玩吗？
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I need to. Pop that up in the wall.
你是谁？我还没有名字，不过你可以把我当成生活在这里的人类。我待在这里太久了，所以想要一个玩伴。你可以留下来陪我玩吗？留下？可是这里是什么地方？怎么和你解释呢？大概是天堂之类的地方吧。什么？我不要留在天堂！管家小姐说过，天堂是死掉的人才会去的地方。
The girl lets out a soft giggle. Ofulune doesn't understand what's so funny, but she straightened her back, unwilling to be looked down upon.
而且，爸爸他还在等我回家，我不想让他等太久。没关系，这里的时间似乎不会流动。等玩够了，我就送你回家，可以吗？那你可以带我去吃可丽饼吗？可丽饼？你不会不知道可丽饼是什么吧？是一种甜品，上面有奶油和……
The girl shakes her head in confusion.
可是你获得了进入这里的机会，获得了触碰真理的机会，结果你想做的事是可丽饼吗？
Ofulune tilts her head, thinking for a moment.
那你可以让我的数学及格吗？这样下次见到爸爸的时候，就不用再惹他生气了。好吧，既然你觉得这件事很重要的话，我答应你。我记得数学是一种基础规则，对吧？等你回去之后，就再也不用担心数学成绩的问题啦。
The girl smiles meaningfully as if amused.
如果你学会了数学，说不定某一天就可以再回到这里啦。到时候我们在一起玩吧。
After some unknown length of time, unfamiliar voices sound near her ears.
这个人还活着，快拆车门！
好嘞，我来。
担心，我们接住你了。
真是奇迹啊！那片区域被导弹直接冲击，周围的人全都死了，这孩子车上那个司机也没能活下来，只有他，真是太幸运了。
哦，我在哪里？之前那个漂亮的世界是在做梦吗？感觉好像过去了很久很久。对了，沃特小姐，爸爸。
第一名又是欧菲路尼，接近满分的答卷，完全不给人活路啊！
再这样下去，我的保送名额就岌岌可危了。真是的，为什么会这样啊？太讨厌了。
对了，你不是和欧菲路尼很要好的吗？怎么还……
谁要和这种目中无人的大小姐要好啊？整个学校的风头都被她抢走了，我站在她身边，就只会成为陪衬而已。
是啊是啊，反正他和我们根本不是一个世界的人，和他做朋友，简直就是自取其辱嘛！
哼，本小姐才不稀罕，本小姐才不需要什么朋友，我只要足够优秀就好了。爸爸，我被霍普金斯大学少年班录取了。
是吗？干得真是不错，不愧是我的女儿。
我们一起出去庆祝好不好？我有好多想和爸爸一起去的地方呢，剧院、赛马场，还有游乐园。
我很忙的，没时间参与这些小孩子的娱乐项目。不过，等你入学的那天，我可以去参加你的开学典礼。
真的吗？太好了，谢谢爸爸。
到时候再找几家媒体过来，假装成路透采访，之后发一篇通稿，标题就取成“吉拉尔集团冉冉升起的新星”。我的天才女儿能考上霍普金斯大学，一定能引起行业内的期待。
啊！
对了，欧菲娜，你有没有选好研究方向？
当然，我想
就从我们集团最大的业务模块生物科技入手吧。等你毕业后，就可以直接加入吉拉尔集团旗下的实验室，再掌握核心技术，我也能在董事会获得更高的话语权。
可是
欧菲鲁尼，你可是我的女儿，千万别让我失望。
好，我一定不会让爸爸失望。
欧菲路尼，你为什么要选择植物科学这种冷门的分支呢？明明以你的表现来看，随便选任何一个热门的学科都会前途无量。
因为植物很有趣啊，而且说不定因为有我的加入，它就不再是什么冷门的分支了。凭借我的聪明才智，一定能带领这个学科成就辉煌的。
好吧，既然你已经决定了，我也会尊重你的选择。等你今后成了一名闻名世界的科学家的时候，千万不要忘了老师我呀。
当然了。
Watching her mentor depart, Opheluni murmurs softly to herself.
为什么呢？对了，因为我要重现那个完美的绿色世界，那个没有辐射、没有战火、只有和平与繁荣的理想国。如果能实现的话，我就一定能获得所有人的认可。到时候，我就能拥有一切了。
欧菲路尼小姐，我们在代号103-98934号培养皿的胚芽中检测到了放电现象，说明您的实验已经取得了突破性的进展。
太棒了，不愧是大小姐。无论是实验思路还是研究方法，都是只有天才才能想到的方式啊！
哼，我早就说了，只要按照本小姐说的去做，就一定会成功。你们这些人就等着在本小姐的带领下大展宏图就好了。
欧菲路尼小姐，
很抱歉打扰您。有一位名叫奇洛威格的女士说约好了拜访您，您现在是否有空与她会面呢？
奇洛威格？哦，对了，是之前说看了本小姐发表的论文，觉得角度很新颖，要来拜访的那位科学家。本小姐今天心情正好，就勉为其难的见她一下吧。奇洛威格，你刚才说的实验原理可以再重复一遍吗？你刚才说，如果想要实现我的构想，需要融合的那个什么？这么做会不会有什么危险？
是基因编辑技术哦。我所利用的是经过国际认证的 CRISPR 系统，所以安全性方面无需担心。我们可以把103-98934号标本植株中的一个片段截取下来，引入我编辑好的一段基因源码，再重新接种回去，这样就能得到平时吸收辐射，开花时释放能源的结果啦。怎么样，是不是很神奇？
Shiloh smiles patiently like a kindergarten teacher guiding a child.
我明白了，不过，
我的大小姐，你又在担心什么啦？再犹豫下去，可就要来不及在吉拉尔集团下个季度财报公开前完成所有的实验准备喽。
可是，基因编辑实验的风险很高吧？万一出了什么问题，我担心。
你是担心会给我们带来麻烦，还是在担心你父亲那边？
我
放心吧，只要有你这颗天才的大脑，就算真的遇到什么问题，也一定能顺利解决的。
我当然知道，但我的导师曾经告诉过我，科学是没有立场的，所以很多时候必须由作为科学家的我们来把控事件的走向。这个实验涉及到整个利沃夫的未来，我想慎重一点。
真是意外老套的论调啊，小欧菲娜，身为科学家，太坚持原则的话，总有一天会被原则困住的哦。
希洛威格，我知道你帮了我很多忙，懂的事情也比我多，可只有这一点，我想要坚持。
好吧，那你想怎么做？
我希望这个项目里的所有程序都要用我指定的代码来编译，而且实验中的每个进程也全都要设置成由我的生物信息来启动。只要本小姐觉得有问题，实验就可以随时终止。不行吗？
好了好了，就按你说的办，总可以了吧？我也只是好心，想让这个计划快点推进而已嘛。
谢谢你，奇洛威格。
哦，对了，既然整个计划的实验方案已经敲定，我们也该为整个实验项目取个好听的名字了。毕竟整天用那个计划来代称，实在是一点都不优雅呀。
名字嘛，乐园计划怎么样？试验成功之后，不但所有人都能过上更好的生活，我也可以回到那个乐园。
乐园计划吗？真是个好名字啊！不愧是小欧菲娜呢。在那里，人们过着无忧无虑的生活，所有人都充满智慧，美丽无瑕。
Shiloh's voice grows softer and softer, her last words barely above a whisper.
直到有人站起身来，去那棵树上夺取了禁果。
I cut down the scattered elites along the way and bring Orphaluni into the depths of Shiloh's laboratory. Ella and the 404 members who came to support her lie collapsed before the control terminal, their eyes dim and lifeless.
海夫，可鲁凯，喂，快醒醒！
No one responds. Orphaluni stands there helplessly, wanting to help, but it's obvious she knows nothing about Daltech.
从他们的表现来看，一定是受到数据流的冲击宕机了。
我该怎么做？
你以前来过这里吗？
没有，我只去过他的另一个实验室。那里的设备很简单，而且规模也不如这个大。但仔细看看， 这些设备的确和那个实验室的很相似，不如说，这里的布局几乎就是那边的放大版。没错，这些设备全都连接着那边的植物培养皿，是这些培养皿里产生的生物电在为海伦娜供给能源。对了，这就是我最开始的那个实验。
你有办法切断这些植物和设备的连接吗？从艾弗他们传回来的消息来看，似乎只要切断它们，就能终止这场实验。
Ofulune doesn't answer, as if she had noticed something. She inspects the pods for a moment, then runs deeper into the laboratory. I hurry after her. The inner depths of the lab feels like a complete different space from what I saw before. Plants and vines enclose the area in deliberate patterns. Countless strange and vividly colored species I have never seen before wrap around the entire chamber, as though obeying some unseen law. At this moment, their leaves sway rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if responding to an invisible command. A massive experimental platform is crowded with instruments and culture vessels. From each device extends a tube, all leading towards some glowing object deeper within the lab. I follow the direction of the tubes with my eyes, but the lighting here is dim, and the thick coils of vines make it impossible to see what the object truly is. Data scroll continuously around the wall-mounted displays, like the readout of something monitoring apparatus. As Ofulune studies the line of code like text, her face suddenly drains of color.
这不可能！为什么？奇洛维格，你为什么要这么做？为了进入那个西暗空间，真的值得吗？
发生什么了？
Ofulune doesn't answer. She pushes aside the mass of vines and runs towards the glowing point. We step into a room woven entirely from vines. At its center stands a biological containment tank. Suspended with its translucent solution floats something the size of a fist. A living brain. It releases faint blue currents of electricity slowly, as though transmitting data into the instruments connected to it. An indescribable sense of nausea overcomes me. Its surface is not the grey-white of human tissue, but a sickly blue-green, as though moss grows across it. The moss-like growth embeds itself between the folds, parasitizing. What the fuck? Isn't parasiting is the more correct word? Parasiting the brain in some unnatural way. The brain seems to weave slowly the liquid, yet when I focus on it, it appears motionless.
奇洛维格，把自己的大脑当成整个实验室的数据处理中心。
Damn.
所以那个涅托的躯体，只不过是他的外壳。这个大脑才是他的本体。难怪他一直无法被杀死。我以前见过的那些涅托，不管实力有多强，至少不会像奇洛威格这样。
涅托？
没错，像奇洛威格这样的家伙，并不是只有一个，或者说，在这个世界上，有很多他这样的人，出卖自己的灵魂，换取永生的资格，自甘堕落。不过我想，只要破坏这个罐子里的大脑，就可以彻底将他杀死了。
Hold on, guys. Let me check something real quick. Hold on. Okay. Yep. Right. I draw my pistol and aim at the tank. I empty the entire magazine into the glass container. The tank doesn't shatter, it doesn't even crack.
可恶！
那个罐子在发光。
A violent agony strikes as if piercing my soul. The brilliant light radiating from the brain seems to burn through my skin. The glare blinds me. I try to lift my hand, but my body no longer obeys.
你没事吧？
快
走
！Seeing my pain, Ofaluni grabs my other arm tightly.
你做不了什么的，快点离开！
你救了我一命，本小姐可不想欠任何人的人情。本小姐可是天才，一定有办法救你。
With great difficulty, Ofaluni steps in front of me. The light inflicts the same unbearable pain upon her. Step by step, she walks into the radiance. Behind her, my pain lessens slightly, but a voice seems to echo in my ears. You must not come this way. You still have things you must accomplish. Breathing becomes harder. My vision blurs. Something contracts steadily, dragging my consciousness somewhere unknown. In my final awareness, I see Ofaluni swallowed entirely by the light, vanishing into the void. The pain fades, and so does my consciousness. What the fuck?
大脑啊，就是这样神奇的东西。你越是刺激它，它的阈值就越高，直到最后，不管什么样的刺激，都无法引起它的波动了。就像我现在这个样子。
Silhouette rolls out her sleeves, showing arms covered in scars.
所以，威廉医生，我想体验死亡。我想知道死亡前由神经元传递而来的细微战栗，死亡时内啡肽带来的平静和超然，死亡后脑电活动完全停止，身体中所产生的种种变化。你可以帮我实现这个愿望吗？
Silhouette sits up from the operating table. She spreads her finger, examines her palms, then the backs of her hand.
好像没什么变化嘛。我还以为会发生什么更有趣的事呢。
From the shadows, the other person coldly hands her a pistol.
试试看。
对了，威廉医生，你真的为我做过手术了吧？你该不会是在骗我吧？
怎么，你害怕了？
害怕？怎么会呢？我之前可是早就听说过您的鼎鼎大名和那些令人惊艳的实验项目了。我只是担心自己无法记录下那种感觉而已。
After a moment of hesitation, Silhouette's face lights with excitement. She takes the pistol. She loads around into the chamber and presses the barrel to her head.
真是美妙啊！我将借由这场仪式，前往那个人类未知的世界。曾经前往那里的人，都留在了过去，但只有我，获得了返程的资格。我会好好记录下这一刻的感受，这是从来没有人触碰过的领域。可以预见，在不久的将来，我将开创一门全新的科学。来吧，甜蜜的死亡。
Silhouette kicks her chair lightly and turns to face the doctor.
西岸空间？那是什么？
一个生与死的聚集地，里面会有很多你感兴趣的东西。你是个真正的天才，所以我想，你应该有办法抵达那个地方。
嗯，您的确很了解我嘛。可以说说吗？您为什么要让我去西岸空间？如果那里真的像您说的那么好，为什么您自己不？
我自然有我自己的考虑。你如果不愿意替我做这件事，我也可以去找别人。
哎呀，别生气嘛，我只是有点好奇而已。
别对你无法驾驭的事情好奇，这只会为你招来灾祸。
好吧，好吧，所以我该怎么去？
我会帮你找到钥匙，不过去那里的道路需要你自己去寻找。所以，我要你去拜访一个人。
是谁啊？
一个曾经到过那里的人。
终于，我终于做到了！来到了这个生与死的聚集地，花费了整整10年。这美妙的感觉，我能感受到，有什么流动着的东西，正在冲刷着我的大脑皮层褶皱。
Silhouette opens her eyes. The world around her suddenly distorts, twists, and lost its original shape. Then it recombines into an entirely new and strange landscape. Her senses blank out like a television without signal. After some time, new perceptions awaken. She can see the sound of springs, hear the color of the world, and reach out to the thoughts she had never imagined.
这就是西岸空间，实在是太伟大了。等我从这里出去，我要用整整5篇论文来描述我在这里的经历和体验。
Silhouette walks forward. A great gate suddenly appears before her, blocking her path.
什么？原来如此，这里只是门口吗？里面的世界究竟是什么样子呢？真是令人期待啊！
She reaches out.
你没有资格进去。
Silhouette turns. A girl in a long dress stands there, her gaze cold and hollow.
你是谁？你不必知道。离开这里。哈？
Silhouette fails to realize what stands before her. She stubbornly steps forward closer and closer to the gate, but the distance does not shorten in the slightest.
什么鬼？这究竟是怎么回事？快点让我进去！大门里一定有很多让人兴奋、让人站立的东西。快点啊！我已经等不及了。我可是真正的天才，比起那个口口声声说着本天才的笨蛋，聪明到不知道哪里去了。只要让我进去，我一定能窥探到生与死的真谛，真正的改变这个世界。你笑什么？知识及诅咒，天赋及诅咒，你连这一点都没明白，你甚至不如那位被你看不起的欧菲露妮小姐看得透彻。什么？别开玩笑了！我努力了这么久，凭借自己的聪明才智将它玩弄于股掌，终于来到了这扇大门之前，马上就能实现自己的愿望了。我怎么可能不如他那个蠢货啊？因为从你试图窥视自己命运的那一刻起，你就失去了进入这扇门的资格。你所做的一切都没有任何意义。失去资格？什么意思？我现在已经是永生者了，我实现了这个世界上的所有人类都做不到的事情，当然比任何人都有资格进入西岸空间。喂，回答我！你并没有永生，你只是个不敢直视自己的可怜虫罢了。
The voice at the gate before Silhouette vanish. She searches frantically, futilely, and eventually collapses to the ground.
怎么会这样？我的努力都没有任何意义，不可能。
Silhouette remains seated here. After a minute or maybe 10 years, she finally gets to her feet.
没关系，这只不过是偶然的一次失败。我已经实现了永生，时间无法再对我造成影响，所以以后我还有很多机会。是啊，我又何必因为这一点 微不足道的挫折而困扰呢？就算是天才，也会有失手的时候嘛。
Shilovek laughs softly and turns around, but at some point, another figure is already standing behind her.
怎么是你？你是怎么进来的？这是我找到的道路。你这个让人火大的笨蛋，给我滚出去！这个地方，我看到了。什么？凭什么又只有你能看到？原来是这样。我已经完全明白了。你窃取了我从遗迹中获取的知识，才打开了这条通道。我当然有进入的资格。你利用他们实现你内心的幼稚的愿望，然后让我背负无数鲜血与罪孽。现在还要杀了那唯一一个曾经试图阻止过我的人。
Orphaluni looks at her quietly. She steps forward, forcing Shilovek back step by step.
所以，我要来挽回一切。
Okay. How is she going to do that? Beneath Liv, Shilovek's laboratory has already been reduced to ruins in the fierce battle between Igla and Voice Mastina. Igla's wings stir up vortices like raging storms with every flap. Voice Mastina weaves between them like a ship sailing against the wind and waves. She has little ammunition left, so every shot must strike the greatest threat before her. She refuses to waste a single bullet unless absolutely necessary.
魏玛西娜，头顶！
At Grosa's warning, Voice Mastina leaps upward and grabs onto Igla's raised wing. Perhaps because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Voice Mastina had been grasping nothing but air. But Igla clearly senses something clinging to the edge, where bone and flesh meet on her wing. With a casual shake, she flings Voice Mastina straight into the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shatters under the impact of Voice Mastina's heavy frame. Her body and the shards fly backwards together, tumbling across the laboratory floor until she slams into the wall behind, leaving a massive crater before finally stopping. Igla then lowers herself towards the shattered glass wall, searching through it for Voice Mastina.
他是故意的。糟了，魏玛西娜又有麻烦了。
The gigantic hand thrusts into the laboratory's room. Though the lighting inside is dim and Voice Mastina's exact position cannot be seen, it is obvious that Igla has grown thoroughly irritated by the door buzzing around her like relentless bee. She intends to trap Voice Mastina inside the lab and eliminate her in one decisive move. Though the cramped space prevents the tendrils on her body from functioning properly, it is like sealing a bee inside a jar. After that, she only needs to capture it at her leisure. To avoid detection, Voice Mastina presses herself against the wall, lightening her steps as much as possible. She dodges the massive hand sweeping and grasping for prey, making her way towards the laboratory doors. The doors have no handles. The two automatic sliding panels are sealed tightly shut. Voice Mastina tries to pry open a gap with her fingers, but the seam offers no leverage to force them apart.
科尔夫，看看能不能从外面把门打开。哈！
Coffee walks up 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the area outside Voice Mastina's room. After inspecting the door, she discovers a biometric device mounted before it.
队长，是生物锁，要破解吗？
Grosa's visual module locks onto Voice Mastina's location. The massive hand has already forced her into a corner, leaving her almost no room to maneuver. Voice Mastina could fall into Igla's grasp at any second.
来不及了，用暴力手段吧。
好，威玛西娜，我会在门口右侧大约1.5米位置的墙壁下安装炸药，大概30秒后爆破。坚持得住吗？
可以。
The lights along the suspended gangway flicker erratically. Even as she speaks, Courtney pulls explosives from her pack and starts rigging them. In the shadows beyond the wall, Voice Mastina moves with agility that defies her imposing build, slipping up the side once more and narrowly avoiding the searching fingers. Just before the explosion, a faint sound comes from beneath Voice Mastina's foot. Unknowingly, she has been driven back to the very crater she created earlier. A loose chunk of brick rolls underfoot, and in her cautious retreat, she steps on it. Igla's hand suddenly stops searching. The scene erupts into chaos in an instant. Voice Mastina gunfire, the explosion of the charge, and the thunderous sweep of Igla's hand across the lab floor resound simultaneously, turning the once silent underground facility into a boiling maelstrom. Right before Igla's fingers make contact with Voice Mastina's frame, the latter's assault rifle spits a burst of fire. Surprisingly enough, the bullet knocked Igla's massive fingers away. Blood splatters across the wall, staining the white surfaces a horrific crimson. A wail of pain echoes from Igla's throat. Maddened by the injury, she thrashes wildly, tearing through the lab's corner as blood smears across the ground in long dragging streaks. Voice Mastina seizes the opportunity and slips through the breach blasted open by Courtney.
真好像被激怒了，科尔福、威玛西娜，我们恐怕得想办法正面应对这家伙了。
没关系，支援已经快到了。
什么？可是季风小队还没联系上。
Before Voice Mastina can explain, Courtney's urgent shout rings out from the distance.
队长，不好了！好像有一大堆深海被惊动了，现在正在朝这边冲过来。
我们的人手和弹药都有限，避开正面冲突，先想办法脱身再说。
What the fuck? Requires the specific doors for certain battles. The designated door has already been deployed, but you can substitute her if you already obtained her. Okay. Interesting. I may swap to the other version. Okay, got it. I can swap to the other version of the door. So those two doors are mandatory. Can swap to a stronger one, right? Okay, good. Yeah, I can swap to a stronger one. Those two are mandatory. Let's have...
车机.
Yeah, let's have that. For healing. Because I'm afraid this thing is gonna come out of nowhere.
这时还来得及。
甜点，要来一份吗？
好的雕模。
甜点，要来一份吗？
Alright, good. Under Groza's covering fire, Kovni and Voice Mastina breaks through the encirclement. The three regroup atop the platform. Even though Voice Mastina ammunition is exhausted, she remains unstoppable with melee weapons and hand-to-hand combat. But the frenzied Igla is not something that three of them can handle lightly. Having lost 2 fingers to Voice Mastina's gunfire, Igla roars as she destroys everything around her. Brick and debris rains down in showers. With a thunderous crash, one of the columns supporting the platform is severed by Igla's vine-like tendrils.
这里要塌了，快跳到对面台子上！
The three sprint at full speed. Voice Mastina leaps first, with Groza right behind her, but Kovni, limited by her smaller frame, is just a fraction too slow. Kovni's fingers scrape across the platform's edge, and she plunges dozens of meters downwards. Beneath her, a mass of elites claw upward, while vine-like tendrils carpet the ground. Voice Mastina, who has already reached the opposite platform safely, stops short and spins around, sprinting back to the edge. She swiftly evades the tendrils slashing towards her, then leaps towards something. Okay, she leaps towards her lah. That means.
接下来的目标是
Can't even finish reading, man. Okay, VA1212. Yep. 112. Damn! Oh my god. Voice Mastina's communicator crackles with the voice of a familiar man.
怎么样，维玛西娜，还不错吧？
太慢了，凯文。
抱歉了，奈勒第一次做这种东西不太顺手，所以耽搁了一会儿。总而言之，你就好好使用这个肖博士最后的遗产吧。
Voice Mastina secured the power armor around herself, engaging the thrusters mounted on it. She dives rapidly downward and catches Kovni by the arm. With a light swing, she holds Kovni back up to the platform. Then, with effortless sweeps, she drives back the surging elites and clears the obstacles before her. At the same time, Groza's communicator finally receives a response.
闪电小姐，终于联系上您了。
大雁，你们在什么位置？
外面现在一片混乱，我们看情况不对劲，就移动到了地面裂口的位置了。疾风小队这边安排好了撤离路线，目前所有成员已抵达地下实验室上方，请发布指令吧。
现在还不是撤离的时候，我们需要等待指挥官那边的消息。不过，还有其他事情需要你们来做。维玛西娜，你需要我们怎么配合你？
Voice Mastina activates the scanner on her power armor. It synchronizes perfectly with the wolf's eye system within her frame, pushing it to maximum output. This is the invention of Samantha Shaw, the creator of Task Force Defy. Through the wolf's eye system, Voice Mastina clearly sees every vein and blood vessel coursing through Igla's massive body of flesh. She sees bodily fluid flowing quietly within. And beneath the enormous outer shell, she sees the true form hidden inside.
他的本体在里面，我要想办法接近他，杀死里面那个家伙。办得到吗？
当然。科尔福，还有疾风小队的各位，目标是破坏敌人的视觉系统，掩护维玛西娜接近对方。开始作战。
Even Faye is there. What the hell? Faye is mandatory. Are you serious? Why do they want us to play with mandatory units? The hell?
要留活口吗？
I don't have Diane as mandatory. I don't have a better Faye.
出击
Let's run it like this. Oh, I can deploy one more? What shit is? Oh, okay. It's water. Hmm.
等待指令。
Not so good.
了解。
Damn.
各作战单位，按照预设路线 A 前进。
明白。
太长了，阻挡在长官面前的东西，我会统统干掉。
啊！ Collapse crystal in the white zones. Okay. Oh, they will spawn. Okay. Large amounts of collapsed crystal have appeared nearby. It's likely they will have a negative influence on the region. Okay. Negative. I think on the move too. Be careful, everyone. Right. So we need to survive 3 turns. You guys can't see, but survive 3 turns and reduce Igla's HP to 50%. Alright, auto. Easy. Does it?
逃得掉吗？
Bam.
尽快结束。
来呀，试试看。
I don't know whether the collapse crystal actually does damage, but oh well.
征衡违约，立地成兵。聆听这千军万马之誓吧。
Okay, the crystals are not that powerful, so I guess it will be fine.
点单送达，请保持安静。
Damn. Okay, when she flies, it drops bombs. Got it.
让你三个。
开启最大输出功率。
尝尝你新学的招数。
Ah, that shit is not died. Okay, never mind.
征衡违约，立地成兵。甜点。 要来一份吗？要来一杯茶吗？珍惜还活着的时候吧。
Ah, it doesn't die. God. You survived for 3 rounds.
让你三个。
逃得掉吗？尽快结束。
don't know what she
聆听这
bought,
千军
but
万马
okay.
之势吧，争横为越，立地成兵。甜点，要来一份吗？
Wow, she permanently takes our max HP away. I just realized that. Fuck. Oh, damn! Damn. Shivers down my spine, bro. Igla's true body is dragged out from the monstrous shell by Voice Mastina and flung out to the ground. The blood-soaked frame of the third-gen door crashes violently onto the already ruined floor, sending up clouds of crimson dust mingled with debris. Igla's mind seems to clear with the brutal impact. She struggles to rise as if determined to fight Voice Mastina one last time.
你输了。
还没有，我。
A bullet from nowhere pierces straight through Igla's core, and she falls backward. Her scattered hair drifts like thin morning mist, dissolving into the dawn of life.
各小队，保持警戒。
As everyone scans their surrounding warily, a drone of unknown affiliation suddenly approaches. The dolls raises their weapon in unison, aiming at the incoming machine. After a tense standoff, it does not open fire. Instead, it hovers in mid-air and extends a grappling claw beneath its fuselage. The claw hooks onto Igla's frame, then it ascends rapidly, vanishing from sight.
要追吗？指挥官他们还在里面，情况恐怕不容乐观。我们先深入实验室内，优先执行营救指挥官的任务。这就结束了吗？比预期更快呢。
Okay, this is where we need to be very, very careful. We need to take away Voice Mastina from the roster so that she doesn't kill everyone in one shot. Because we need to approach to grab our free pool. Yes, our free pool. I saw this the other day on Instagram. Her eye snaps open. It feels as though she has just awakened from a long and terrible dream. In that dream, someone tries to lock her away and subject her to some kind of experiment she cannot understand. The laboratory in the dream is deep and cold. A woman named Chilovek stands there, laughing madly. But she forces herself awake. As long as she wakes up, the dreadful dream will not become reality.
老师，老师，又出门了吗？老师不在这里的话，一个人很无聊的。
She stares blankly at the complicated writing on the whiteboard. Teacher has already told her this is knowledge, part of the structure of the world itself. Teacher says that once she mastered this knowledge, she will truly be able to leave this place. But now she just can't bring herself to care. She searches every room, but teacher is nowhere to be found. Although she has been told not to wander off, Curiosity gets the better of her. She wants to go outside and look. Without realizing it, she walks out of the manor and arrives somewhere unfamiliar.
是老师的实验室。
She reaches out and touches the green field before her. To her surprise, as her hand moves, the surrounding plants begin to sway as if commanded. Vines becomes musical staves, and green leaves turns into dancing notes upon them. She waves her finger and savors a long-lost sense of freedom. Like a fairy, she darts through the green expanse. There's no wind here, no light, no sound. She runs for a very, very long time, yet never feels tired. Only when her vision blurs into the vast, white emptiness does she realize she has reached the edge of this place. To her surprise, a small girl stands there, looking lost. She has never seen anyone here besides the teacher, but she possesses knowledge. She immediately comes to the realization that this little girl must be human, just like teacher. So she tries to speak.
喂，要一起来玩吗？你是
What
谁？
the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? 啊啊！
我还没有名字，不过你可以把我当成生活在这里的人类。我待在这里太久了，所以想要一个玩伴。你可以留下来陪我玩吗？所以你生活的这个世界连可丽饼都没有吗？不过我在老师给我的书里看到过。啊，只是看到过而已吗？好可怜啊！不然你来我家里玩吧，我可以请你吃各种口味的可丽饼哦。
What the girl just said seems to have suddenly reminded her of something. She leaps to her feet.
我回去了。如果让老师等太久，我会挨骂的。而且我玩得很开心，现在是时候遵守约定，要送你回去了。你真的不考虑来我家玩吗？
哦，
这里可是连可丽饼都没有的世界。不行。
Her expression suddenly turned serious, startling little Ophelune.
我如果离开这里，就没办法送你回家了，就像那个梦一样。我不可以让你的死亡变成真实。
Ophelune tilts her head, not quite understanding, but it no longer matters. In the next instant, the world before Ophelune begins to collapse, dissolving into blurred patches of color until all that remains is a bottomless abyss.
希望我们永远都不要再见面了，我的好朋友，欧菲鲁妮。我又在做梦吗？
Helena cannot tell what is real and what is a dream. Just now she remembers playing somewhere with a little girl for a very long time. She taught the girl many things and was invited to eat something called crepes. Was it really just a dream? Or did it actually happen? Helena does not know. But now is not the time to delve into it. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Helena gets to her feet and runs down, on and on without stopping. Here, she does not seem to grow tired. Even after running for so long time, she sees no one.
大家都去哪里了？
Just as confusion begins to set in, Helena is startled to hear voices in the distance.
所以，我要来挽回一切。
不可能！西岸空间已经被打开，不管你再怎么努力，利沃夫都不可能恢复原状。
那些死掉的人也不可能活过来。
Ofaluni does not answer. Her face draws closer until Shilovek can see her own reflection in Ofaluni's pupils. Shilovek instinctively tries to flee, but no matter which direction she runs, she always returns to Ofaluni.
没用的，我说过了，这里运行的是我的规则，你只是一名闯入者。你到底想干什么？终结一切，让世界恢复原状，包括你不该碰触的那个悖论——永生。
永生，海伦娜听过这个词。
Ofaluni and Shilovek turn at the same time towards the little girl who seems to have appeared from nowhere.
是你！科维塔实验的实验体，海伦娜，编号543。不对，明明你已经作为钥匙被消耗了，怎么可能还出现在这里？
你还是像以前那么凶。
Helena instinctively hides behind Ofaluni, but when she looks up, she seems to notice something.
是你变成大人了。
原来是这样。原来那个时候我能活下来，是因为你。
Damn, okay.
对不起，我做了伤害你的事。
没关系，虽然不知道发生了什么，但是海伦娜好像也玩得很开心。
Ofaluni turns to Shilovek.
因为有我的存在，他留在了这里。因为有他的存在，我来到了这里。奇洛维格，只有你是多余的。你想体验死亡，却不想付出代价。但是现在，你只得到了虚假的死亡和残缺的永生。谁告诉你这些事情的？
Yeah, how does she knows?
我说过了，你用了我的知识，所以你在我面前已经没有秘密可言了。我现在看着你，就像编译者看着他编写出来的基因。无论这些基因表达出来的是怎样的表象，都能联想到这些表象对应的编码。你应该懂这种感觉吧？
Ofaluni smiles at her. Shilovek knows she is referring to her creation of O43, but she no longer has any desire to speak. Because no matter what she says, it is meaningless before Ofaluni. All she can do now is tremble and await her judgment. But Ofaluni does not address her again. She turns to Helena and smiles.
抱歉，让你等了这么久。这次该轮到我送你回家了。
你也和我一起离开吧。这次我们可以一起去吃可丽饼。
哦，
不，海伦娜，你应该知道的吧
？One of them needs to stay here.
我在10年前看到了不该看到的。我原本不该从这里离开的，但是因为你的存在。 我成为了受赐者，成为了能返回的幸运儿。之前我的罪，由你替我承担了。现在，轮到我偿还了。
我不明白。
没关系。现在的你，只是没有意识到，那些能听到你声音的自己的重要性。当他们全部都回归到一体时，你自然会明白。 那个时候，你一定要守护住那个人。只有这样，你们才有机会续写世界的未来。
A door appears behind Helena.
可是，你不和我一起走吗？
Sorry about that. Need to switch that scene real quick.
我看到了真实的未来，所以我已经不能回去了。
Oh no！
快走吧，指挥官还在等你。
我会把一切都告诉指挥官的，大家一定会记得你。
Awfulune smiles and nods, but she knows that once Helena steps through the door, she will forget everything that has happened here. Because this is not the real world, but that is fine. As someone who has committed such a grave sin, she does not deserve to be remembered. After watching Helena leave, Awfulune turns to Shilovek. She takes her trembling hand.
你要做什么？别怕，无论是追求永生还是追求死亡，在这个西岸空间与现实的交界之处，都能得偿所愿。你不是希望成为受赐者吗？留在这里的羔羊，只有一个人就够了。不过，为了改变，你也需要付出代价。这是受赐者必须要走过的路。来吧。不要
Awfulune grips Shilovek's hand. Shilovek struggles desperately, but it is all in vain. Hand in hand, Awfulune leads her towards the edge of nothingness, then steps forward and falls straight down. Everything slowly fades away until only emptiness remains.
指挥官。
I finally regain my consciousness.
海伦娜，你是怎么逃出来的？
我们赶过来的路上，那些支撑这里的藤蔓正在渐渐消失，所以我们打破实验装置，救出了海伦娜小姐。
I lower my head and see the tank containing Shilovek's brain has lost its connection to the plants. It has fallen to the ground and shattered. The brain is slowly necrotizing and turning black after being exposed to the air. Besides me, Voice Mustina, encased in mobile armor, easily lifts me and sets me on the armor shoulder. Awa and Klokai, who were struck by the data surge earlier, are gradually regaining consciousness as well.
太好了，大家都没事。
这里快要坍塌了，我必须马上带您离开这里。
不，等等。欧菲路妮呢？她刚才还在我旁边。
抱歉，长官，我们只找到了你。
可是欧菲路妮，她明明是和我一起。
Groza and Voice Mustina exchange a silent glance.
指挥官，您说的欧菲路妮究竟是谁？
Oh oh! What the fuck? Ain't no way, man! Ain't no way! Huh? Bro, this is... Oh, this is chilly, man. What the fuck? Huh?
什么？
I look at Groza in confusion. She has been at my side ever since we entered Liv. There's no way she wouldn't know who Awfulune is. Could something have happened out there just now? Something that damaged their neural data? I turn to Alva.
艾夫，你也没看到欧菲路妮吗？
欧菲路妮，我对这个名字也完全没有印象。
这究竟是怎么回事？
But the urgency of the situation leaves no room for such pondering. We have to move.
你们先离开，我要再找找看。
来不及了，
Voice Mustina glances at the radar.
下面的那些生还追过来了。
Even here, in the deepest chamber of the underground lab, I can hear the distant roars. The shrieks grow closer as if they will tear through the walls and reach me at any moment. But...
不行，我做不到把他一个人丢在这里。
指挥官，
而且就算他死了，也总该有个尸体吧。
I search frantically for any sign of Awfulune. But just as Groza and the others have said, I appear to be only one here.
第一波生还，还有2分钟就会抵达这里。
我不能就这么轻易放弃。
各位，麻烦你们再稍微抵挡一下，帮我争取5分钟时间。维玛西娜，你带着我在这里巡视一圈，想办法找到欧菲鲁尼。
是。
维玛西娜，拜托了。我知道你不认同我这种做法，但是……
我明白了。
各位，我们一起帮指挥官争取些时间。深海会分别从我们的正下方8点钟方向的走廊里和2点钟方向的实验室涌过来，不要让他们进入这间屋子里。
What the fuck? Huh? Bro, what the fuck just happened, man? Bro, I'm tripping now, man. They thought that I'm the crazy one now, definitely, dude. Oh my god, the story is taking its turn. I need Midori, man. Where the fuck is Midori when I need him, bro? He said he'd be right back and then he's gone, bro. What the fuck, dude? Wow, that's fucked up as shit, man. She suddenly erased herself from everyone except for me. What the fuck? Because I'm blessed. That's why. I mean, in story, yes, I'm blessed. Alright, from what I remember, this thing is a interaction point. So, what I'm gonna do wow.
点单送达。
Right, and then that means you're
训练有
up,
一定成效了。
and I can drive until here. Wait, let me eliminate you first. I can drive until here and grab the sword.
这事还来得及。正常水平罢了。
You're gonna help me to grab that. Yes! Alright, then everyone can do everything they want.
请保持安静。
白香，该出场啦！
让你3秒。
珍惜还活着的时候吧。
甜点，要来1份吗？甜点，要来1份吗？闪开！请保持安静。
发现你了。
Okay, good. Seated on Voice Mastina's armor, I circled the entire underground laboratory. But Ophelune, who was with me just before I blacked out, has vanished seemingly into the tin.
指挥官，我们必须要离开了。
怎么会这样？
欧菲鲁尼，你在哪儿？快点回答我！
I shout her name, hoping for a reply from somewhere. No one answers.
深海越来越多，整个地下实验室也快支撑不住了。维玛西娜，立刻带指挥官离开。
Voice Mastina ignites the thruster without a word and the armor lifts into the air. A piercing alarm echoes throughout the lab. Chaos erupts around us. The ground trembles violently, rubble cascading from the scattered ceiling. Though her armor looks heavy, Voice Mastina maneuvers with remarkable agility as she evades the collapsing walls. Suddenly, a metal beam crashes down from above, hurtling straight towards us.
抓紧我！
Voice Mastina pushes the propulsion module to its limit. I feel as though I'm clinging to the wing of a jet, the air slicing across my face like blades. I grip her arm tightly. One slip, and I'll be thrown into the red-lit abyss below, buried alongside the elites beneath Leaf.
又躲不开了。
Just as the beam is about to crush us, Voice Mastina twists the armor 180 degrees and catches it with her other arm. The impact rings out with a deafening clang, and a visible crack splits across the armor. I know that if she were alone, she could have avoided it easily, but to shield me from harm, she chooses to take the blow herself. The armor plummets for an instant. Then I hear the thrusters roar back to life. With a violent heave, Voice Mastina hurls the multi-ton beam into the abyss. System warning, left arm damage, sensor failure, shooting 8 offline. The warning blares through the armor. I look at Voice Mastina. Her face remains expressionless, yet the rapid flicker of orange light reflected across it tells me how grave the situation is. Rubber continues to rain down. The elites below surge upward in reckless pursuit. The armor darts like an arrow through the falling debris, but the earlier impact has clearly dulled Voice Mastina's responsiveness. Several chunks of rubber fly towards us. Without thinking, I draw my pistol and shatter one mid-air. 2 more pieces slam into the armor head with a dull thud.
灰马西娜，你还好吗？
左侧视觉系统受损。
She mentioned earlier that the armor visual system is connected to Task Force Defy exclusive Wolf Eye, one of the key advantages that sets Defy apart from ordinary doors. If the visual system is compromised, her firepower is severely reduced. While fending off elites trying to leap onto the armor, my mind races for a way to get us out alive.
闪电，能接应到我们吗？
还需要再往上升50米左右。
指挥官，你可以配合我吗？
当然。需要我做什么？
视觉系统和辅助瞄准失效，我需要进行手动瞄准敌人。我需要你做我的眼睛。
眼睛？
嗯。
可是这样精准度太差了。
我信任你。
那我还怎么可能说不行呢？
The armor continues weaving at full speed. Through the violent air currents, I lift my head and begin calling out targets.
实验室方向，方位000，仰角30度，距离20米。
Voice Mastina fires precisely according to my call out, shooting them down. Seeing her accuracy steadies my nerves.
2层平台方向，方位210，仰角-5度，距离35米。正下方垂直角30度，距离很近。
She keeps firing as we near Groza's extraction point.
左前方，来不及了！
An ally leaps onto Voice Mastina's leg. As her body drops sharply, more begin swarming onto the armor. I glance upward. We are less than 10 meters from the extraction point.
很近了，推进器再开大一点功率。
艾弗，接住指挥官。
什么？
Before Awa can respond, Voice Mastina arm dips. Suddenly, I feel weightless. With all her strength, Voice Mastina hurls me out of the elites-infested laboratory.
指挥官
Awa rushes forward and catches me. Her strength absorbs most of the impact. We roll across the ground before coming to a stop. I look down into the opening. Voice Mastina is nowhere in sight.
维马西娜！闪电，做好准备，随时准备接应维马西娜。
是。
Almost a minute passes, still no sign of her. But I refuse to believe she would fall so easily. I refuse to believe Voice Mastina would go down like this. A thunderous explosion roars upward with a powerful blast of air. One detonation follows another, as if something has ignited the sewer gas below, reducing Shilovac's entire research facility to ashes. Alva throws herself over me, shielding me from the searing shockwave, but I no longer care. I turn towards the opening, waiting for anything to emerge. At last, a familiar voice crackles through the communicator. As the heat dissipates, a battered suit of armor rises from the opening and stumbles onto solid ground.
灰马西娜，
抱歉，指挥官，我要下去引爆地下实验室，彻底阻止深海蔓延到离我肤市去，所以只能先想办法把你送到安全的地方。
可是这样一来，我们就没有任何证据能证明帕拉蒂斯的恶行了。
没关系。 指挥官，只要您平安活着，就是足以撼动最关键的证据。
Alva steps closer and lowers her voice.
可是，
指挥官，相信我们，相信有人还在为抑制遗迹而努力。
你们？你的意思是，米莎？
Who is Misha? Wait. Who is Misha? Wait a minute. Who is this guy? Wait, I need to check. Socialist labor. Okay, it's part of Stick Sack. Alva nods.
既然如此，你们为什么要对外声称自己脱离了国安局？
我们的确在名义上脱离了政府，这是不争的事实。但和您一样，我们也接受了一份协议，只是内容不同。如今的忤逆小队也已经不再是一支单纯的特殊行动部队。这10年来，我们正在为这个名字寻找并赋予新的含义。虽然现在还不能完全向您透露，但总有一天，在合适的时机，我们一定能有机会告诉您关于忤逆这个名字全部的意义。私人话题说的有些多了，还是说回正题吧。指挥官，鉴于您的特殊身份，接下来您可能会面临一段艰难的日子。但请您记得，忤逆小队从始至终都将与您站在同一边，就像安杰曾经做的那样。
I look at Alva in confusion. She offered me a calm, unwavering smile and says nothing more. In that fleeting moment, I am reminded of the commander they served 10 years ago. The one who truly made the name defy as an irreplaceable symbol. The sunrise once more overlived. The long night has finally passed, giving way to the dawn that stirs both awe and sorrow. The vines that once spread wildly across the city have vanished. Survivors stare at the ravaged streets in confusion as if unable to comprehend what has transpired. But the ruined buildings and shattered infrastructure stand in silent testimony to the night's events.
长官，季风小队在你们作战时安排好了撤退路线，接下来就交给。
Dozens of targeting reticles lock onto me and my subordinates.
指挥官，久违了。
A familiar voice speaks from behind me. It's Javier. 唉，
完美！这次莱亚姐应该会夸我的
oh,
吧？
this story is so peak but confusing at the same time. Oh my god. So peak and confusing at the same time. I don't think they know. Sorry, I'm analyzing something just now. My bad. Let's continue.
指挥官， 久违了。
I turn around. Javier walks towards me from behind the ring of gun barrels aimed at my head.
哈维尔先生，这是什么意思？
很抱歉以这样的方式正式与你重逢。为了确保居民有序疏散，目前利沃夫整座城市已经由非军事力量管理局和第7区中央集团军彻底接管。放心吧，市民都被疏散了，这些乱七八糟的东西也只是被控制在吉拉尔总部的附近。
坍塌粒子的污染呢？
粒子污染？利沃夫可是白区城市，干净的不得了。
I glance at the surrounding soldiers. None of them are wearing protective masks, and I see none of the intermittent green haze that accompanies particle dispersal. What the fuck? That means because she brought the other girl off, and then both of their inventions are no longer. So what the fuck did we fight against then? What is going on? Yeah, what the fuck did we fight against, bro? What the fuck? Well, it makes me the crazy one now, man. Fuck.
总之，指挥官，现在我们终于有空来谈谈你的事情了。
我的事情？帕拉蒂斯都快把利沃夫的地下挖空了，您反而来为难我，这就是罗联政府摆出的姿态吗？
冷静点儿，我们并没有责难你的意思。只不过你作为身份存疑的人员，出现在这种敏感的场合，需要一个合理的解释。
我倒想有人来向我解释一下，为什么10年前就该土崩瓦解的帕拉蒂斯，还在堂而皇之的在利沃夫地下搞这种大规模遗迹实验？
你为什么如此确定，这场事故是帕拉蒂斯在幕后操纵？指挥官，如果你有证据，可以现在就交给我，我会像从前一样，给你一个满意的结果。
哈维尔先生，如果真的像从前一样，那您绝不会在这种时候让人用枪指着我的头。
Yeah, that's true.
更不会需要我交出证据才肯出手调查帕拉蒂斯。
Javier casts a thoughtful glance at the soldier around us, then returns his gaze to my face. He waves his hand. The soldiers lower their weapons.
指挥官，信任是相互的。
什么意思？
我们通过调查监控，在吉拉尔集团举办的峰会现场发现了你的身影。你在其中似乎和一些人有着不恰当的接触。
一些人？你指谁？
比如这次事件的主要嫌疑人，以及乐园计划的负责人，吉拉尔集团的现任董事长奥列克先生。
Did their timeline shift because they are gone?
奥列克？奥列克·吉拉尔？你在说什么？我根本没见。等等，乐园计划的负责人，谁？奥列克？
是的。虽然他只是一个被推到台前的傀儡，但这并不意味着他在这起事件中真的像他表现出来的那样无辜。随后，我们就在这个足以毁灭整个利沃夫的实验启动地点找到了你。
Javier's lie is so clumsy it feels like an insult. I have never attended the summit, nor have I met Oleg. The one who made contact with him was Kruger, and he died afterward. He does not even mention Orphaluni's name. This matter is not unfamiliar. It is entirely consistent with their style, and yet something is off. Though I had no direct contact with him for 10 years, from our prior communication and this meeting, I know Javier has not changed much. He is skilled at twisting facts and spinning an official truth for public release. But when dealing with me, someone who knows the inside story, he would not treat the other party as a fool. He would offer appropriate bargaining chips instead. Making refusal is difficult. Forcing fabricated facts onto me and coercing a compliance is not his style. In this case,
那欧菲路妮呢？
谁？
Javier's expressions barely changes. For an old fox like him, that is hardly surprising. But the confusion in his eyes is genuine. He does not know who Orphaluni is. He does not know who Orphaluni is either. Just what is going on? It is as if no one but me remembers that Orphaluni ever existed.
找回海伦娜，调查乐园计划的真相，是克鲁格先生亲自交代给我的任务。所以，无论是接触乐园计划的负责人，还是深入帕拉蒂斯的地下实验室，都只是……
指挥官，我很理解你的行为，但你说的这些在上面看来都不重要。重要的是，你越界了。虽然你阻止了奥列克启动他的邪恶计划，不过就和10年前一样，你做了不该做的事。和10年前一样，我这次是来提醒你，也是来帮助你的。只要你把海伦娜交接到我手上，你这2天在利沃夫这些可疑的举动都可以一笔勾销。
哈维尔先生，我接到的任务是将海伦娜交给非军事力量管理局。
我可以代表克鲁格来接收他。
那请让他来告诉我这一点。
他可不愿意做这个坏人。你看，办黑脸的事，不又得我来？不过，你心里是明白的，我的要求，就是非军事力量管理局的要求。
我想知道，你们之后会如何处理海伦娜？你们真的能像之前向我承诺过的那样，只是把她作为指控吉拉尔集团中证据的一环吗？
当然。
哈维尔先生，你能用你的人格发誓向我保证海伦娜的安全吗？
I detect a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. To someone who knew and worked with him 10 years ago, that fleeting pause is telling enough.
又是一次好听的谎言，是吗？
指挥官，我并不想让你为难，不过，
哈维尔，让我来和指挥官谈谈吧。
Behind Javier, a soldier hands him a communicator. Javier frowns, clearly displeased, but still raises the device before me. From the communicator, that cold voice sounds once more. I look at Javier. Perhaps because of this, the man speaking through the communicator for the first time in all these years, he cannot meet my eyes. In that instant, I understand everything.
你终于还是出现了，爵士。
He's the Griffin, bro. He's the Griffin. Hmm.
长话短说吧，指挥官。关于10年前的那个问题，我再给你一次回答的机会。告诉我你的选择，那样你想要的一切我都可以允诺，包括你刚才反复提到的海伦娜。我可 可以把这背后的一切都交给你来负责。刺猬，亦或是狐狸，你选择哪边？
我哪一边都不选。
10年了，你还是一点长进都没有吗？
正是因为10年了，一切都没有变，所以我才更深深的明白你所说的谎言。这次不是逃避，而是为了实现我理想中的那个世界。爵士，你的理想已经偏离了道路。一个错误的过程，不会得到一个正确的结果。
真是狂妄。
是的，很狂妄，但我为此竟义无反顾。
那么，在我看来，你已经做出选择了。
From the communicator, the Earl issues a final command.
哈维尔，
我希望你再考虑一下。
动手。
The soldiers around us raise their guns once more. Javier turns his gaze towards me and strikes the ground sharply with his cane.
动手。
What the fuck? Wow. This story is breaking my brain.
3天前，在利沃夫市发生的严重暴力事件，目前已经结束了调查。根据军方透露，一伙恐怖分子携数名无归属的武装人形，在市中心与军队发生激烈交火，造成军方多名士兵受伤。在军方增援部队抵达后，武装人形开始通过直升机撤退。据悉，在撤离过程中，疑似人形部队长官的恐怖分子头目受到重伤，但仍成功逃脱。目前，军方已封锁城市主要出入口，并在全市范围内展开地毯式搜查。
What the fuck? They pin us as terrorists, man.
调查显示，这伙恐怖分子曾在本次事件发生前夕，于 LVI-13卫星城引发过一次小规模的暴力事件，但很快就被当地安保部队镇压。目前，当局已发布恐怖分子头目的体貌特征，呼吁市民如有任何相关线索，请立即向警方报告。
Gritting my teeth against the stabbing pain in my abdomen, I sit up and switch off the radio broadcast. When I look down, I see blood faintly seeping through the gaze. Corposant notices that I am awake and quickly comes to my side.
指挥官，您终于醒了，感觉怎么样？伤口还疼吗？
还好。
I press a hand against my abdomen, hiding the blood from Corposant's view.
美林连着加了3天班，终于把大家的素体都维护好了。季风小队的素体损伤最严重，可能需要更换某些核心部件。我们本来打算到距离最近的净化区维修站进行补给，但现在这个情况，我只能先联络佩尼泽采购一些替代品。
先这么办吧。
没想到那些士兵的准头会那么差。
哈维尔那家伙。
I recall the scene after Javier struck the ground with his cane. There was a subtle shift in the soldiers' eyes. I seized that moment to have Monsoon deploy smoke grenades. We boarded the helicopter sent to extract us amid the chaos, though I still ended up taking a bullet to the abdomen.
对了，艾弗和维玛西娜怎么样了？
他们去外面侦查了。现在不管是治安单位还是赏金猎人，都在寻找我们的踪迹。
Oh fuck! The whole thing pinned against us, man.
没想到我们这些赏金猎人也会有变成赏金的一天呢。
哇！ I let out a sigh and flopped back onto the bed, as if surrendering to fate. Rosa gently pats my head and soothes me.
对了，闪电，有件事要拜托你。
是，什么事？
Where is Kalina?
可以帮我收集一下关于欧菲路尼的资料吗？就是我提到的那个。我想知道。
指挥官，其实回来之后，我已经帮您找过了。
结果怎么样？
您还是亲自过目吧。
Groza hands me a few thin sheets of paper.
只有这么多吗？
这就是我能找到的全部了。
I skimmed through the documents. It is clear that Groza has made every effort to collect what she can about Ofalune, but the contents are sparse. Because Ofalune's personal history is nowhere near as rich as I remember, the very first line of the file bears a piece of news that leaves me stunned. Ofalune Girard, the daughter of Oleg, current CEO of the Girard Group, tragically perished in the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. I had considered many possibilities.
怎么会？
But this so-called fact far exceeds anything I imagined. I stared at the line for a long time, unable to count my thoughts. Suddenly, I remembered the words spoken to me 10 years ago during the Frankfurt incident by the girl named Lunacia, and the many other worlds she showed me. The countless possibilities woven together by threads, stirred by blue butterflies. Nirvana.
对了，指挥官，还有一件事。
Groza seems hesitant.
怎么了？
您有一条新的留言，我不确定要不要接进来。
留言是谁的？
是一个加密频段。这种时候，我不敢轻易接通。
知道了，我来处理吧。
I asked Groza to leave the voice message with me. After she leaves, I stare at it a long time. A few minutes later, with a soft beat, the message begins to play.
指挥官，我是格琳娜。我知道现在不是好的时机，但我还是想尽快联系上你。指挥官，你不可能是恐怖分子。我相信你是无辜的。如果有什么能帮得上忙的，请立刻联络我。你说好要让我选的餐厅。
哦。
格琳娜参事，您的行为已经严重违反罗联最高军事法令，请立刻交出武器，举起双手。
哦。
格琳娜。
哇！
集团最后的遗产，终于
What the fuck did I just watch, man? Zimmerman admires the third-gen door suspended before him with satisfaction. She hangs in mid-air, limbs fixed by precise metallic arm, as though nailed to an invisible cross. Igla's torso is open, revealing the intricate structures within. So does Igla actually remember her? In part of her body that still can move, her eyes roll wildly as if searching for something. Her vocal module is already damaged and only gargle syllables escape her.
姐的小姐
She remembers.
忘记关闭发声模块了。您对这个礼物还满意吗？
您果然没有让我失望，齐默尔曼先生。从现在开始，法本集团就是我们紧密的战略合作伙伴了。合作愉快。
齐默尔曼先生，您今天的心情不错啊。
What the fuck？
的确很难得。
Oh my god, I feel so。
把所有董事会的文件都归档后，你可以下班了。
Bro, this also means everything that we did, right, was for nothing, man.
明白了，齐默尔曼先生。唉，今天的工作还真是繁忙啊。
At the headquarters, Orlok commemorate. Homer appears to be secretary finishes her day's work and stretches.
哎呀，真是没想到，你们今天这么早就到家了。怎么样，晚上想吃什么？菲力牛排搭配罗宋汤怎么样？好吧，我会加上你最爱吃的焗蜗牛的。今天的工作都处理完了，所以大概不会加班吧。你们就好好在家里等我回来吧。 唉，这两个家伙还真是让人操心啊。
是他打来的吗？
Oh. Ah, so the secretary was the mole. Ah.
之前因为帮指挥官脱身惹上的麻烦，他说会帮我们处理好。
我以为他会生气。
也许是因为对方是指挥官。又或者是组织决定不追究这件事。毕竟保护指挥官也是我们的任务之一。
没有任务，我们也会这样做。
或许吧。不过我们与指挥官建立联络的时机，已经比组织计划中提前许多了。
这样更好。指挥官需要我们。帕拉蒂斯很强。
10年前的那次挫败，似乎并没有影响到帕拉蒂斯的根基。造成如今这个局面，并不只是台面上狐狸和刺猬的争夺，还有在他们背后的老虎和大象的博弈。我也不喜欢这样，但面对错综复杂的局势，我们要学会使用枪以外的武器。我没想到的是，爵士会亲自出面下场针对指挥官。如果不是有组织在，恐怕那边并不会轻易松口。
我不明白，这不在你的计划之内吗？
Alva falls silent briefly. She is not accustomed to no skill at navigating conspiracies and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a close partner, a true master at the craft from whom she now draws inspiration.
我不知道之后的事会怎么发展，但水越浑，对我们就越有利。最重要的是，既然对方已经打出了王牌，那么我们的王牌也是时候该现身了。不过在此之前，我们可能要先度过一段艰难的岁月了。
Seeing the look on Westernstina's face, Alva smiles gently.
是啊，维玛西娜，我们早就习惯了。
Alva looks down at the documents on the desk, her gaze mild and tender. She murmurs softly, her trust in that person apparent in her steady voice.
坚持住吧，指挥官，直到光明到来的那一刻。
哇！哇 ！What the fuck, guys? Oh my god!
When the last night's falling, the gold melts in desert and despair. Left behind the world of silence. And no one night or dark to see. Why do I walk towards to the end of nameless tears dropping? I hear the praying from ashes though. What can I offer to give who doesn't know hopes? I can't turn back and pretend I am blind. I know a flame so bright to keep. It burns me but I don't care. The heat reminds me of the sun rising over the mountain. I'm proud I feel the pain.
Oh, it's a bit loud. Sorry about that. Oh my god, what the fuck have I just watched, man? Wow. What the fuck, bro? Okay, it's not there yet. What the fuck? Wow, there's so much what the fuck I have, man. Oh. The shadowless lamps in the operating room blaze with a blinding glare. Silhouette feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body throbs with a strange and unnatural pain. And yet she is still alive. No, that's not right. Is she truly alive? This body, is it really still her own? No, she cannot make a sound, nor can she sense anything tangible. Her body feels unbearably heavy, yet at the same time as though it's floating into a void.
哦，你终于醒了。太久没做这种手术，我还以为失败了。
The fuck is William not dead?
从死海中捞出残存的一点意识，再灌进这具新的素体里，可不是件容易的事啊。
Huh? She's now a doll?
好好适应一下这具新的躯体，然后把你在西岸看到的一切，一五一十的全部告诉我吧。
Meanwhile, Ophelune does not know when she's awakened. She has returned to this place, strange yet overwhelmingly familiar, but she cannot remember how she arrived. Her last memory of merging with Silverback into the deep sea for the torrent of consciousness. Just as she had surrendered herself to the descent, someone reaches out and caught her. Who was it? That memory has already scattered like drifting smoke. Now she feels as though she is still floating in the deep sea, rising and sinking with soundless waves. She senses light filtering down through the surface above, shining upon her, warm and viscous. Could she continue sleeping like this forever? Ophelune feels that it is time for her to awaken. So she opens her eyes. Her vision is blurred, as though some strange lens covers her sight, rendering the world warped and distorted. The only thing she can clearly see is the reflection cast upon the dome-like ceiling above when she lifts her head. She stares at the reflection in disbelief. It's her. Wow. 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 Oh my god, I really have no words, man. Like, wow. I don't know, man. Wow. Oh, why I come and bro just moving face. I just experienced the weirdest story ever, bro. I don't know, man. Selamat Hari Raya, guys.
Selamat Hari Raya. Selamat Hari Raya. What happened, bro?
Wait, hold on. Why am I hearing myself? Oh, sorry.
Mushroom.
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
Oh. You don't know? Like, I come to your stream and then you just like staring and then start moaning. I'm like, huh? Is bro good?
I don't know what to say, man. I just posted my thoughts in Twitter just now. Ngam only post my thought, man. I don't know what to say, man. I went through this story, right? I'm like riding a fucking roller coaster, man. Like, wow. I'm so confused now, man. Like, is reality real, man? Oh my god.
Is it like good story? Or
yeah, it's
good,
a good
weird.
It's a good story, but it took a very extremely weird turn, man. Like, fuck me in the brain, man. Oh my god, I don't know what to say, man. I am so. I have mixed expressions now. I mean, I have mixed emotions now, man. I don't know how to feel. Like, there's so much shit jumbled up all together, and it also relates to like fucking memory loss and stuff like that, and then like going into if like it went to a different dimension kind of shit, you know, like holy fuck. It's because two girls got erased in this place called Nirvana, which is like a place of life and death. And then everything that they created is no longer there. And then when we regain consciousness in our timeline, when we ask around about where is this girl, what happened to her, all of them don't know who the fuck we are talking about, man.
Alright.
Whoa. And suddenly, like, everything that happened, right? All the blame shift to us.
What?
When we knew that the whole thing was like, you know, we know who the enemy is and shit like that, right? But after that whole shit happened, like, they erased their
So is it like they change, like first the enemy erase like people memory,
like they went to this place
then
of life and death, like heaven, that kind of place, right? And they decided, like, in order to save humanity, these two people has to go, like
sacrifice themselves.
Yeah, sacrifice them, like they will be on the edge and then they just dive down and then nobody will remember who are they. Like, they will erase themselves from existence
for the sake of like
saving the universe, saving the place,
the world lah.
yeah, correct.
Okay.
But when we came back, right, everything is happening, but except the technology that they developed.
We witnessed they dying lah, basically.
We didn't witness, but the story tells us that they went into the Verge in exchange for the other girl to leave, and in exchange for everyone to be safe. But after you regain your conscious, right, only you remember who she is, but the rest of the other people doesn't know who the fuck you're talking about. And it's so crazy. And then the doll that you fought against, like the one that is like really hot, like the one that wears like very elegant and stuff like that, right? She kept mentioning like mistress, because she almost needs like she's a third generation doll, but we fought against her and she almost died, but she didn't die, and then she got captured. But she kept mentioning mistress, and then like that means me and the third generation doll remembers, but no one else, man.
Alright.
Like this whole shit is so fucked, bro. Like, wow, I tell you, this story, right? From the start, like the very, very start when Girls Frontline 2 launched, until now, it means everything that we do, right? It doesn't matter anymore, man. And now they frame us as terrorists, bro.
Nah, that's crazy.
Oh my god, man. I was so I don't know what to say, man. Like, wow, it's like telling you like, is reality actually real?
I understand how you feel. I get it. I get it how the story
Wow, I fucking hate myself for overthinking right now, man. Like, fuck. This shit crazy as fuck, man. Like, oh my god, I wanna. Wow, the devs outdid themselves, man. Like, legitly, the devs outdid themselves. Like, every fight you see and shit like that, right? And you try to infiltrate and then get close to her. At the end, they say like you actually got close to someone else, and you'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" Oh fuck. I don't know, man. I'm so pissed now, man. I don't know what to say, bro.
Understandable. The stress is there.
Wow, I don't know where this story is gonna go, man. Legitly, I have no idea, man. Like for NIKKE, at least I kind of knew where this story is gonna go, but for this, bro, this
unpredictable.
This changed the whole narrative of the story, man. Wow, I fucking hate myself now, dude. Wow, I fucking hate myself so much right now. I was like, what the fuck have we experienced, man? Like, wow.
No, I understand the part that like we've been doing like the whole story, and then now all the story like
it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter anymore, man.
Yeah. I get it, but because like I also have like one gacha game that I play. It's also like that. Like there's like 20 chapter I've been playing, and then the 21 chapter it's suddenly like this like kind of similar situation. Like one girl die, and then like the whole world forget about her, and then only me and like one villain know about her.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, I don't know, man. I'm so pissed right now.
That's why I say I understand like how this plot twist going, bro. Like I get it so much.
Now everything that we've been through, right? It doesn't matter anymore, bro.
And also the part that you say like now we become like
terrorists, bro. We're terrorists now, bro.
Yeah, I also understand because like the game that I play, right, when the terrorists become like the hero, and then us that actually the hero become like someone bad. Like, bro, like we switch the role. Yeah, I understand how the story go, how the fucked up it is.
But they didn't say the enemies becomes good lah. Like it didn't say that in this storyline, but wow, like knowing how fucked up is it, man? Yeah, but it's still like wow, fuck me. Like, bro, can you imagine, right? They create literally all the animations and shit in this, and then like all the voice acting and stuff like this, right? And suddenly everything doesn't matter anymore, man. Like suddenly everything does not matter anymore.
I get it because I also feel it once. I understand how you feel, man. Because that game like I think around chapter 12 to 15 they like we basic in my game lah, we basically become a god. But then suddenly we got nerfed pretty hard and then we just keep losing. And then when like this thing happened, when I entered the chapter 21, this one lah yang which is everybody forget and then we become like bad people like that, right? We start to become very weak and then like useless, and we just hoping like there's people can help.
Wow,
it's okay, bro.
Fuck me, man.
I understand how the struggle the struggle is for real. Bro gonna watch the VOD after this.
I rather not, man. I feel like I want to kill myself in the game. Yes, in the game. Sorry, in the game. Oh my god.
I just say after like when I play that gacha game, right? After this shit happened, I don't play it for like 5 months. I don't play it for 5 months. And they already released like 3 chapters. And like, I don't want to know what happened in the future. Oh my
I want
god.
to see if there's any people has the same thoughts as me right now, man. Like, why the fuck no one is talking about Corposant right now? Wait, I need to go Reddit. Fuck, I need to go Reddit. Where's my Reddit, bro? Oh, I don't want to read the Reddit anymore. Fuck Reddit, man. There's so much information people are spamming, bro. Oh my god. Wow.
No, I think read Reddit is a bad thing, bro. Because like people gonna make some assumption for the future, like the next chapter, and you're gonna start overthinking like, oh, it might be true. Oh wait, it's actually cannot be.
Bro, there's this guy called Midori in my chat just now, right? He could have answered all my questions, but now he can't answer my question because he's not fucking here, man. He gave me the last sentence that he gave me was the cutscenes, and then after that, be right back. And he never came back.
And then he never come back. Lebao.
Oh, I want to watch the. I'm gonna watch Reddit tomorrow instead, man. Wow. People are dropping a lot of lore. I saw a lot of lore inside, and I don't want to see, man. Like, there's so much sentence, bro. Oh my god. Wow. I think NIKKE broke me emotionally. Like emotionally as in like, oh, I can feel shit and stuff like that, man.
But Girl Frontline 2
broke me mentally, bro. Like my brain is overloading right now. Like, what the fuck have I experienced, man? Like, oh my god.
It's too many information.
Yeah, there's too much shit happening, man.
And you cannot like predict what gonna happen in the future. Which is you don't want to, because I think if
you can't.
Yeah. Even if you try, right, your brain gonna be like messed up, bro. Like you probably can think something bad happen.
Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, fuck.
Okay, bro. Tomorrow Raya.
Selamat Hari Raya, man.
Selamat Hari Raya. But where's my duit Raya?
I don't have duit Raya for you, man.
Ayah, no ampau, no duit Raya.
Alright, I need to end stream. BRB, real quick.
Alright.
Alright, boys, thanks so much for tuning in. Although we experienced a lot of fucked up shit, man, but seriously, we try our best to not think about it. Definitely, I don't think I'll be sleeping, but anyways, thank you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys maybe not tomorrow. Yes, maybe not tomorrow. I want to have peace, man. Like, I don't know. We'll see. I want to stream. But after going through this, I don't think so. But thank you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. Thank you so much for everyone who joined in. Please stay safe, stay healthy. Most importantly, stay awesome. My name is Atlas and I'm signing out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.